everybody. Hey, Eggy, Malco City, VOD watchers, lookers, Bush. I hope you're all doing so well and that your polls have been super lucky. Your Ascalon polls, your polls for all the new Limbus ideas, because there are so many. For streaming Arknights on the weekend in the evening. A blessed day indeed. Yeah, totally. I hope this time is good for a lot of people. I'll keep testing with more. 10 polls enough for me, so I guess it's worth it. Ascalon in 10 polls is so impressive. 30 polls. 30 polls worth. Yeah, should I pull for escalator? For escalator. Totally. Yeah, I'll do my best to read through the event today. I will say my voice kind of fell apart after the 8-hour Olympus reading from yesterday, but we'll power through. We've got this. Totally. Yeah, let's dive right into Arknights. Also, okay, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Phora, Wiš'adel, really? Yes, really. Wiš'adel, tactician vanguards have their modules. And I'm so close. I think we'll unlock it on stream. I think we just have to use like skill 3 4 times and like different battles before it's suddenly streamed because Wiš'adel got a module. I can't deny it. Magazine. Hey, Zach. Perfect timing for a drink. I'll drink some water. Nothing will ever beat stainless in one pull, but second in 10 is still good. That's incredible. Stainless in one pull is crazy. It's crazy. I still remember when we got stainless on stream. That was so exciting. Hell yeah, tactician vanguards, yes. Okay, you can't shame me too much for Wiš'adel because everyone has their hear me out operator. Like, you know, it's like hear me out. I'll use Wiš'adel. I'll use this like random niche operator. That's totally a thing, right? Yeah, drop your hear me out operators. Like, who's another blessing for me? Ambusher. This is your module. Attack expands. It seems like a really standard ambusher, but like really high stats. Just 6-star treatment. Hit rate of ground enemies reduces by 50%. And control center. Extra attack speed. This is exciting. This thing isn't as bad as Wiš'adel. I know, I maxed it. But what about Wiš'adel with the module? Okay, what about Wiš'adel with the module? Your skill 3 is awful, but skill 2 is great. I see Matasab. I see you.
Doctor, Rhodes Island has done so much for me. What can I say except thank you? If you need anything, just say the word. I'll do whatever it takes to make it happen.
Is this music new? Was there always pull music like this? Whatever this is. It's still bad. Okay, but fine. But bad nights is a real thing. You did finally max your Ebon holes, so I can work on all the other operators. How many modules does Ebon holes have? So skill 2 is the good one, no? Movement speed of ground enemies. And range, negative 60%. Inflict 1 stack of talent 1. Movement speed reduced by another 18, so like 78%. He should have just been a sniper. But that's fair. That's fair. Hey, Bran. Babel story got me crying. I'm excited to read. Evan has 3, and they're freaking expensive. So the thing with me and Lessing, the reason I haven't M9 Lessing is because for some reason his skill 1 takes so many like silent scene prefabs, which are only found in chapter 13, and their ingredients are only in chapter 13. It's so expensive. You should have been specialist sniper or caster. Vigil altar. How crazy would it be if we got Vigil altar before like Lapland altar or something? Happens on support if you'd like to see him. Also, speaking of, we now have a full 100 friend slots. So if you'd like to add, where do I see you? Just copy this. Friend idea. I know there have been a lot of people waiting for months, so here it is. 026 77796. Okay. Forgot about the list expansion. I was kind of disappointed it wasn't a base expansion. Because wasn't the friend list originally tied to like the recruitment center? Did you get Ascalon? We made one full media. Like I thought the office would get a 4th upgrade. Sort of like the dorm goes to 5. But no. No base update. Vigil looks edgy but cool. I love the Vigil design. I do.
Questi documenti non sono importanti, Doc.
Also, Vigil voice acting is just peak. Fine. I'll use just a little bit of OP. A free update OP.
I'm scavenger. Leave the dirty work to me.
Also, there's so many new outfits too. True Mizuki fan. Do you mean Mizuki from what's the game? It's like the rhythm game that had a Mizuki update recently. Or like Mizu 5. Wrong sweet member. But like these new outfits. Kuro Serum's like blue archive background. I wish I had a Kuro Serum. This cute little dog. Did you notice that Rope has a new VA? Phora's a Vigil simp. Someone has to, okay? I feel like if I had to choose like a partner or like who I would trust the most out of Arknights characters, or even like just to go out with, I feel like Vigil, Saria and Vigil are like the ones that come to mind. You know? I'd feel safe with both of them. Unless there was a fight stage and Vigil had to like solo, but like it's fine. Amiko Gacha has a Mizuki, not that Mizuki. I've seen so much, I don't know what it's about, but like people are worried about a certain Mizuki. But you're so real for liking Mizuki. Horn rerun. I do have an E2 Heidi. It's so tempting to save for the Heidi skin. Also Indra. I already bought 2 skins of Chubain, but she's still not home. Magazine, no. I will say, also Scavenger skin. What's this like big circle in the back? I don't know what the lore is for all of these. But I do have to say, I always get the 6-star right before their skin drops. Chubai was like a guaranteed 5-star or higher recently. Back later, dinner. Have fun. Yeah, Indra's skin is incredible. Is it a red moon? It almost looks like a hole in the sky. It's so creepy. Welcome to Babel. The Tonana Ada Aroma. Are these all new operators? I'll have to read about them soon. Cutscene, a speck of blood red upon speckless white. Crocodile Scepter! Scepter, you should totally make your profile picture Cruz. Any version of Cruz. Babel, the biggest blow drop since Lone Frail. I'm so ready for this. A boy cries in his dreams. To weather the blizzard, a girl wraps him within her cloak and wipes his tears away. Freezing, gusting, the air screams on. Softly, the Cyclops tells him an epic tale. Far, far away. Cyclops. Hey, Joshua. Babel, for me, one of the biggest lore bombs. Amazing read, tearful lore bomb. Oh. Through the snowstorm seams, her voice comes. The myriad souls' calls became harmony with it. The boys' whimpers, the drum of their beat. The stream is bitter cold. Within, the girl seizes a faint breath. She covers the boy's eyes and closes her own. Even now, even here, for them the ballad from 1,000 years ago is still playing. 1,000 years? I see him out go. Please take care of yourself. Armies fell upon our home. Them I saw from afar. From valleys to hills our lands they scoured. The king slaughtered, the myriad souls did lament. A lament. Yet one sovereign fell, 6 heroes rose. They blew the horn, let the fight face their foes. Alas, the Wanderer city collapsed. Better prefer tissue, oh. Dr. Squire, something is wrong with your stream title. What is my stream title, everyone? To ruin swift as the fleeting peace elapsed. When all seemed lost, a black crown appeared. The twins brought hope where dread had reared. So this is like Amiya's crown. I legitimately shed tears from 2 stages here. That's how good this is. Oh. Sprouts the rift, giving birth to betrayal. An assassin in the heart of tempest. Them I saw from afar. A sword to slay the regent king. A spear to pierce the royal ring. Legend ends as justice calls. To righteous fate the mighty falls. That is how this episode ends. GG's everybody, Babel just ended. The Cyclops fades into the blizzard of the dreamscape, leaving the child behind her. The boy's own cries grow distant from his ears. He wakes. Summer 1094. The outskirts of an abandoned town, Castel. That's how this episode ends, Ascalon. My story is over. That is what my people, the Cyclops bound for the deep north, saw as they gazed their last of Castel. Was that a page from history or a possible future to come? Gibberish? None knew for the past millennium. Now the fate she saw has drawn before our eyes. The fate. The fate stay night or fate grand order? Ascalon, I don't care. Who is this? Tell me Scar Eye is playable. Tell me Scar Eye is playable. I'm surprised you'd even hear me out. Bright red blood creeps along his mask, trickling down his chest. Ascalon's eyes narrow a hair. He's out of luck. Is this the Cyclops? You're about to die, so I gave you one last token of respect. Oh, rip. They introduced the character just to kill them off immediately. Those prophecies never did not you, and all the time we knew each other, Noah. That's why you'll never understand how a greedy soul thirsts to control his fate. Choose better last words. Yes, right, playable. Scar Eye should totally be playable. I could see Scar Eye as like a mountain class, like a guard. A brawler guard. Like totally, just like Frost Nova. Am I right? Somehow I feel like people care less about Scar Eye than Frost Nova, sadly. Hey, Jobless. Hey, Flowey. Is he playable? Please. You can't blame me, okay? Funny, I'm curious now. What was it you found within the storm? Step aside. No commission left unfinished. The rule I set myself. Alive or died? He got Frost Nova treatment. A unlike mist is wound about the Cyclops' neck as Ascalon vanishes, leaving his body to dangle. You ever seen your own end then? They don't care for prophecies. We have that in common. I'll be... How are you? We're doing pretty well, except for the fact that Scar Eye isn't playable. I'm in shambles. None of us can outrun fate. Don't you want to struggle out of it? What makes you not? How can you not? They took him away from us too soon. Was he ever in any other event? I don't read. Maybe he was in like Dark Knights or something. Like maybe. I still have to read Dark Knights. Whimpering, storming. The plaintive chant rings in their ears. An elegy over the horizon. From the Banshees. Ascalon gives an involuntary shudder. She's ice cold. A pain rips from behind her ears down to the soles of her feet. This nameless elegy, this ill omen. Farewell, Castel. Good night, Terra. He wasn't in Arknights. A single sigh reaches Ascalon. Her hand tightens fast until not even the faintest sound will leave Scarai's throat again. And then she lets go. So they really just introduced Scarai in the middle of his death scene. Damned fate. In a blink, the tremendous figure of the Cyclops becomes no more than a speck below the overhang. The mist scatters to the storm. The shadow of a hood goes with it. All vanishes within the teardrops falling from the cliff. Gasps, rolls of thunder from catastrophe clouds, whistles as the sand is swept across the barrens. They did Scarai so dirty. They did Scarai so dirty. Just to introduce Ascalon, or like reintroduce Ascalon. I think I've heard people say Ascalon was around before. Teresis. Lift your head, sarcasm of hers. So this is after chapter 13, right? If you still see through the calling she bestowed you, here I stand. You may avenge her. Or is this like during? Assassin. What was the Cyclops' name again on the IS-4? Is Scarai in IS-4? I don't remember. My name is stitched onto my clothes. Stitched by Her Highness Teresa's own hands. Oh, I can feel it burning. I don't know what that means. The mission she assigned us is over. We'll clash with you no more. The Sarkas do not draw on each other before the invader. We pledge our loyalty to you, Regent. Not really. The year's a bit early. This was before they attacked Londinium. I see. So this is before, like, a lot of the recent chapter. Also, Manfred. Even though you nearly ruined all the plans we'd set up in Victoria, should the commission put us to death, we'd be willing to die. As long as it could bring a better end. And she wished. We're in the past. Huge flashback. I'm gonna go, you were the renegades in chief, all but ready to entomb our plans. How can I possibly believe? Manfred. As she wished, you said. Your name, Deathmonger. Julie. I will remember it, and I will hand you your final mission. Guards, assassins, mercenaries, survivors of the sea of bloodshed, one and all. You were to enter the Mausoleum of Kings. You were to render Victoria's iron hardest scrap. To ambush and wipe out every last steam knight. So this is an origin story. That makes sense. This was before Arknights was born. Is it really that old? Was it like the steam knight thing in chapter 11? You let us take part in the commission's core plan to enfeeble Londinium. Manfred will take good care of you. There's no chance we leave this place alive. You're welcome to fight for it. Very well. What's keeping you here? I'm just taking it in. I'm looking at the one who fostered Ascalon. So, Teresis fostered Ascalon. She never rid herself of you. I swore to follow Her Highness Teresa, with no inkling that the tale of the mixed-blood twins, rewriters of Castel's history, would end this way. So Teresis and Teresa are the twins. It's up choice. Hi. I hope you've been so well. Farewell, Your Highness Teresis. I take my hatred of you to the grave. There's so much backstory. I'm assuming Julie isn't playable either. Scarai and Julie. They'll be remembered. Rhodes Island. Rhodes Island of Babel? Rhodes Island of Babel? This is all a huge flashback. Like all of this. You got Dorothy on 2 poles with the Ascalon banner. Keep going, Kelsey. Ever since the day she was born has this corridor felt so endlessly long to Calcit. Monster's beating someone up. Calcit's having a Pokemon battle with Monster. Who is this nameless assassin? Also, was that your first Dorothy choice? Or just like a potential? My dame, do not bury us. Castle soil cannot hold any more traitors. Finish him. Oh, the well is truly old. I know that, even left on your own, your step will never falter. Amia, doctor. Anxious crying. The leak noises. System unresponsive. Monster cut the door down. So this is everyone's backstory. Monster meltdown. But if Amia and the doctor are here, isn't Amia like still pretty young, huh? When would this have been? Like 10 years ago or something? You believe loneliness is yours alone, that you have none of the same kind. Yet from the day you woke again, we've walked shoulder to shoulder, haven't we? Immortal empires turned to dust, elders' scepters rent in two, our ancients rallying cries. Hiya, Testy, we old. Old, well, old, we old. I feel like Ami is their only clue to when this is happening. Death, rebirth, the all-encompassing cycle. She's ever so familiar with it. What's behind this door? Teresa. Is this when Teresa died? Yet still, one day I'll choose to slow down, to stop in place where I am. When I do, Calcit, don't grieve. Keep going. Calcit subconsciously searches her memories. Death, rebirth, the all-encompassing cycle. No, it's not the same this time. Not quite. For the first time, she must bid to the first who could ever converse with her as an equal. To her dearest friend, farewell. If this is about Teresa, there must be so much Calcit Teresa like fanfic or like ships because of this scene. I'm sorry? Is that... So Cal said it's time to say goodbye. Is that Amia? Amia and Teresa? And I didn't even see Doctor. Doctor, Amia, Teresa. Covered in blood with all these other people. I don't recognize the others. It's from like Dr. Teresa fanfics. I could see Teresa shipped with either, honestly. Teresa X Doctor, Teresa X Calcit, my only equal, my dearest friend. That's like really high praise from Calcit. Have we seen many Dr. Teresa interactions so far? Maybe later in the chapter. I always say one day our wondering is bound to end. One day the sarcasm wondering is bound to end. Teresa's everyone's mom. Is Teresa like the Carmen of Rhodes Island paradigm? This hurts for me. After reading the event, it hurts a lot more. Oh, now your wondering too has reached its end point. This is crazy. And you full well this possibility always existed. Why? I should have stayed behind. It's my... Because I believe in Rhodes Island. I believe in Babel. I believe in you. Aww. Calcit, I hope the roads can be a place you name home, an island you may always return to. I hope the roads will be an island to rest at 2024. Aww. If anyone claims Doctor likes any other character, assume it's a fanfic. That's so real. I already did everything I could do. I don't harbor a complaint for my own end. Babel's mission is concluded. You and this land ship have only just set sail. I'm not the same kind as you, Calcit. I cannot explain away your puzzlement. But I've always been your companion. Oh, Doctor's just lying there like chopped liver. Ignored by Cal. The way Calcit is focusing on Teresa too. This seems like a really special connection they have. Hey, plant. Hey, no. I will always be with you all. Now. This is crazy. So this must have been sort of recent because of Amia. Doc's got the perfect death pose. Wasted. Doc on the ground. Great aspirations. I knew this day would come. Okay, let's get started. So for this, I think I can afford to bring, or like to get rid of a few, to just like bring trust farm members. Totally, let's not expect our
Ashley not
trust.
gonna come with?
Tress is the one bleeding. Ami and Doctor are fine. You died. POV, game over. 64 years ago. Autumn 1030. Do we know the current date? Like modern day, current chapter, main story? Tress's death was 3 years before our first battle in Chernobog. And our second awakening. 3 years. Scar Market Castel. Did Calcit put us in the catacomb again? I wouldn't be surprised. Guten Tag, Babab. After doing super well. You protect this tag around your neck with your life. You're my precious property. Sarka's swearing. That's horrifying. Oh. Stay here and don't move. Tell me this character is playable. Early 1100. So we know that Teresa died in 1094. And like the present day is sometime in the 1100s. There's a timeline and lobby screen. I have to go read it again. After this, I'll go read it. Thanks, Weimar. Where'd you get it? Found him on my way here, dying of thirst and about to become an angler. Angler, chow? Thought he could fetch a good price? I came from Castel. I can find someone who... Doesn't matter to us where you're from, slave. Say you're Higashinese for all we care, as long as someone buys you out. I'm just checking if you've got a tail. You never know where those mercs get their goods. I promise you he's clean. You better not be messing with me, cash or barter. Ain't gonna live long enough for money to mean something. Give me some good weapons. This feels like we're like stepping into a much grimmer version of the world. Every part of the story makes it so sad, due to the fact that we all know this already happened. I think I don't know entirely what happens. I just know it goes really far south. How about you take another look with your eyes open this time? You can dress him up as a first rate, but it won't change anything. Feel free to get lost. And put the machete away. This is the Scar Market you're in. Can you throw in more? I was out on the Lithuanian border before I got back. I've got first-hand intel about the whole war in the core. Careful what you spew out of that mouth if you want to stay alive here. No way I caught Forrest James 2 days in a row. That's a wild person. Remember shoes of it. It was in 1102. I note that the little candle holder, Jola, is the same age as Amia and Rosmontes. Jola is the same age as Amia and Rosmontes. I thought he was so much older. I have no idea what's happening, but the art of the game is cool. Right here. Nothing around you have valuable first-hand intel. You want to guess where that'll get you. Leave the goods and scram. You're holding up the line. Not happy? Drown your sorrows in the bar. Our boss Scar Eye brews one heck of a drink. Wait, so Scar Eye is like a thing in this. One more thing. Where do you run your bounty board? I'm here to strike it rich. It means that Amia and Rosmontes grew up in 1102. Grew up in 1102. Amia and Ros will be as grown up as Jola. I didn't realize so much time had passed. And here people says Amia and Rosmontes would be 18 and 20. They grow up so fast. First they're babies, and then they're like the new generation. They'll replace Calcit before you know it. Had to step away to make sure breakfast wasn't gonna end up as charcoal. I think Scar did make a miraculous comeback. At least Scar was mentioned. The merc stares around this floating hub, hidden away in the giant subterranean hollow. Also, so this makes Doctor like... Never mind, Doctor's like ancient anyway. Look at how grown up Ifrin and Ross became in Lone Trail. That was in 1099. I have to go read the timeline again. So like the main story is still far behind some of the side stories? Or we went even further into the past? True. Dying the rugged path behind him. Oh, that's... yeah. This is past Scar-Eye. Scar-Eye didn't come back. But Scar-Eye just reappeared. But it's in the past. Thanks. Doctors drift out. Welcome to the Scar Market, Greenhorn. You'll love it here. What's the deal over there? By the crowd. Probably another big name just rolled back into town. Amit and Rosa are the same age. They start the game around 14. Is this would make... at least 4 years have passed? Like, obviously this event, we're in a flashback, but like 4 years passed in the game. The game starts on Amiya's 13th birthday. I have to go read more. She was the latest event. Aren't you here to strike it rich? Go on then. I'd rather keep my horns out of all that mess. The mark vaguely makes out a pale white figure flitting through the chaotic gloom of the street. Light clothes. You don't see that every day in Kazdal. It's Teresa's. You're injured. Tell me something I don't know. You're... The last time I was here, it was someone else handling transactions. This slave traders? Scared of Teresa's? You're referring to my grandfather. He never stopped bragging about how he fought you and lived. Amiya and Jella just became adults in 1102. During cure of people's souls. I'm surprised you'd remember him. In the good sense, though. That means he wasn't lying all this time. It must have been 60 years ago. General Teresa's. I wish Teresa's was playable. I can't believe it took them that long to event rise. Honestly, for real. We need Rise sooner in the timeline. Already, I've said that nothing here has changed at all. If we had Rise earlier, literally any earlier, it would set everything straight. All this conflict and chaos wouldn't have happened. Teresa would have been alive. Everything would have been hunky-dory. It's not possible he hasn't died yet, I think. I imagine with Her Highness here too, there'll be no more violence this time. Even if things get bloody, eventually you'll leave. But we'll always be here, General. You'll always have business, so long as Kazdal's unrest never rests. Even now, I remember one thing my grandpa mentioned in his boasts. He said to you, it's the land of Kazdal that needs us. Teresa's looks at the slaves. Their heads down in their cages. He draws his sword. Civility turn his gun, but it's just Teresa's instead of Teresa. Yes. I'm glad you see the vision, Eggy. Teresa's and Teresa be old. All the main characters, except like Amiya, be old. War and turmoil have necessitated this trade for over a century. This Scar Market. General, provided you can reach the surface alive, take a fresh look at Kazdal. Much of what you know will soon change. All Sarkas will be part of this change. All? Sure? Hey, Crystallux. We made a couple of pulls. We'll make more as the story goes on. Yes, I'm not inclined to explain our visions to the likes of you, but I will stay here a while longer and wait for her return. Until then, I welcome you mercenaries to challenge me, just as 60 years ago. I will take you to Kazdal, willingly or otherwise. His voice isn't loud, but every Sarkas present hangs on to his word. The next split Sarkas stands alone. No retinue, no army, armed only with an ordinary-looking longsword, casually held in the hand that wields it. His steely gaze pierces through the dim of the street, settling calmly in the direction of the only person he cares for. The Thesaurus. The Thesaurus. Thesaurosaurus. So this is Theresa. You can dismiss the mercenaries in ambush. No doubt they're your most trusted men. And Scar-Eye. This is out of my respect for the King of Sarkas. None aside from the General can claim to know your true motives, after all. Your Highness, do you truly believe this can change the fate of the Sarkas? You're not just another ill-fated hero caught in this cycle of hope and failure. So, before Amiya, Teresa was the King of the Sarkas? Once the dust is all settled, your answer will come naturally. Following that Pyrrhic victory, we built from a zero a moving city, the great nomad of Sarkas soil for over a century now. We can evade catastrophes and foreign armies. Our development has finally reached a point of basic self-sufficiency, but it's so far from enough. The storm has long been brewing on the horizon, but we were too oblivious, like a burdened beast too slow to react, too old to move. This event will explain it all. I'm excited. Your Highness must be referring to that war between Lithuania and Gaul. So this was like when Gaul was a thing. Isn't Gaul France? We've talked about this before, where Gaul is like a country that just doesn't exist anymore. Surely you too are aware of the magnitude of that war. Corsica, the first, even secretly hired our royal court casters as his consultants, but despite a period of seclusion, Lithuania's Witch King thwarted Gaul's offenses with his opening move. And now, Ursus and Victoria have also declared war on Gaul. Why do they hate the French? Why do they hate them? What did the French ever do to cause everyone to gang up on them? Victoria, Ursus, Lithuania, Gaul is France. They be flattened. Rip to our French poopies out there. The French. When a French person is French. I'm sorry if anyone's watching from France or like as a French person. They poked a Witch King. These present empires display a might so far removed from the enemy 130 years ago, against which we all staked Castel just to barely prevail. There was already a victory in name only. Castel must now be thrust into the same situation. How could it possibly end? It is for this end that you wish to establish the military commission of Castel. Yet the old aristocrats of the royal court grow resentful, refusing to relinquish their sumptuous city lives and viewing this as an attempt to challenge their privileges. Learn the French Arknights, probably. Literally everywhere else in the world is sort of represented in this game. Almost everywhere else in the world. But France. It's too much. It's too much. A century of peace is enough for certain memories to slip their minds. So what made you deign to come here in person? Do you see the Scar Market as the royal court for the bottom feeders, where the likes of us scrape by and make merry? My only hope is for more Sarkas to join us and resist the voices that refuse to embrace change. Resist. Perhaps your Highness meant terrorize and purge. Gaul was France for terror, but their Napoleon Emperor Corsica got too militaristic and expansionist, and he lost the battle of 4 emperors, and Gaul paid the ultimate price. Isn't it crazy how like an entire country can be punished for their one leader? Like, it might not even be all the civilians' fault, but like they're all punished for it in a war. He made the mistake of invading Ursus in winter. Maybe just invading Ursus in general. The fact that the Witch King fought with, or like alongside Victoria and Ursus. I went forward to read about the W event before this. I didn't get there in time, sadly. What I want is a reform, not a slaughter. So what's the reward? The Scar Market's not a real royal court. What we have with the mercenaries is partnership, not fealty. Without compensation, no one will work for us. A reward? Are the spoils of war not enough? Are the riches, power, or food that should have gone to the hungry people not enough to sate your appetite? You claim to provide shelter and a livelihood for countless Sarkas warriors with your rhetoric of justice, yet I could almost hear their bones crunch as you squeeze them dry for profit. Sorry, but in this business, we people hull and chew on their bones, as befits the French. Gaul's capital, their Paris, and Goans was blown to nothing, and all of their mobile cities were taken as spoils of war. Now most former Gaulish people can't even speak Gaulish. When did this happen? Because this was 3 years ago, maybe? Or this was a little over 3 years ago, before Chernobog. Was the Gaul War, like, around that time? Not that France underwent similar destructive defeats, but roared back. Gaul might do the same, please. Give us a Gaul event in the future. I can just imagine how the Minos lovers in chat will react if Gaul gets an event before Minos. Arknights gave France pollen treatment, dang. You two are Sarkaz. You two are a part of Castel. Teresa cannot see what expression lies behind Scarai's mask. His emotions are clear as day before her pitch-black crown. Like Amiya reading emotions. Gaul gets an event before Higashi. If we have a Gaul event, we will have a quest out. Yes, yes. I wonder what Doc would think. Did Doc react to they're not being a France at all during the Rainbow Six event? We have Queso at home. No commoner in Castel would ever dare defy the royal court. But in his emotions, all Teresa sees is fervor and bloodthirst. He won't refuse. Why would I? Do you think I'm scared they'll take revenge on me? The royal court's no mystery to me, Your Highness. Your Highness knows that plenty well. Let me say, you've promised me, no doubt, the best reward I could ask for. We thrive on chaos, and I can see the level of chaos they will bring upon Castel. I'll deserve their fate for making chocolate spaghetti. Crystalux, one time, as kind of a how do I explain this? Let me just say I wasn't thinking clearly. I was a child. I did try to make chocolate-covered ramen, but like dry ramen. You know how some people eat dry ramen? I tested it. It was kind of fancy. It was for like a cooking contest. And it wasn't horrible. It happened in around 1030s. The Battle of the Four Emperors happening in 1031. I don't think Doc knew about Gaul at the time of the event. Maybe that's for the best. Maybe Doc not knowing is a good thing. The fact that you've kept the name Scar tells me that your ideas haven't changed. What do you mean there's no France? Sorry, there's no France. Who's Rem? Who's France? Like you said, the nations of Terra have grown tremendously in power over the last century. We could throw more revenants into the soul furnace and stoke its flames, but it'll not close that gap. Revenants. This is even like the 40k emperor who like is powered by souls. Don't give hypergriff ideas. The solid chocolate ramen sounds like a new KOB matcha. I have the feeling that KOB and I would get along pretty well, not gonna lie. Were you drunk or something? I was just a child. I was like how old was I? I was like 11 or something. It's kind of the idea, actually. So I forced it's like the Emperor. So I forced the people who aren't really of the same race to band together, call themselves the Sarkas, and build a giant target called Castel. I like dogs, so I pet K-chan a lot. I feel like a lot of the happy-go-lucky Arknights operators and I would get along really well. But thanks for the gifted member, Mizuki. If you got one, be sure to thank Mizuki. You're so sweet. Yeah, you'd expect an 11-year-old to think of something like that. I was like, what's a clever, like, new thing? Because this cooking contest was like, show off your creativity. And I thought so hard. I was so proud of myself, Tara. It wasn't like I couldn't cook other things. Kay can't have chocolate. Wait, really? Is Kay like a dog? And dogs can't eat chocolate? Not sure who gave me the gift sub, but just passing it forward. Aww. The war between the four superpowers has proven that other Terra nations can accept our existence as mercenaries, and that's where Scar Market comes in. And Your Highness surely knows that we've become a community, a town, because many of us could never fit into the elitist, bloodline-obsessed royal court. In all these years, I may have helped just as many Sarkas find a new way of life as the Six Heroes. This is the second time we've heard about the Six Heroes. Today, if not even more. Kay can't have chocolate and mushroom. Okay, I know about the mushroom, because like the world ends if Kay has a mushroom. Kay is the doggo. Oh, Cerberus. Punishing Grey Raven flashbacks. By the way, we have Gaulish people in Rhodes. For example, members of the Crimson Solitaire are from Gala. Is Phantom Gaulish? Does this make Shalim Gaulish? I have to go reread. And I'm not the least bit ashamed to say it, Your Highness, King of Sarkas. Hi woo. Teresa doesn't reply. All she offers is a faint smile at the Cyclops. It suddenly occurs to Scarai that this King of Sarkas belongs to no royal court and represents no bloodline. They're so lame as to persuade the Sarkas who are unwilling to believe that Castle can be built, some of whom have even committed crimes for this cause, to believe once more. But is she enough to break free from this cycle of tragic failures? From the ending he foresaw? I'm also just noticing Teresa has the same rings as Amiya. Oh, heard you've been saving on Palette Banner. Saving on Palette Banner? If there's a Palace Banner, you can trust I will pull. Teresa's and Teresa were 2 of the 6 heroes. I don't remember who the rest were. 2 of the 6 heroes. I'm not sure if the other 4 were mentioned. I see Hakuro. Also, hey, come to think of it, there's one thing I don't get, Your Highness. I might have agreed to help you. But why didn't you and General Teresa simply burn this place to the ground before the day's end? I would have little chance of winning if you decided to do so. Just like you did 60 years ago. A minute ago, you described Castel as nothing but a target, and that you want another way for the Sarkas to live, one that would have them depend on other nations. Yes. So tell me, in your prophetic visions, have you seen Castel's destruction? I felt the vampire nest is something. Locos Nomen Demasti? Oh, those are the others? Locos Mom. Golding and Clement were also Gaulish. Acid Droppa, the Urbica twins, Harmony Moose, Pith, Shalom, and Phantom are our Gaulish operators, aside from Doc. Doc obviously isn't Gaulish, he's French. Minos also has 12 hero that we never got any information about. So one of the heroes is from Minos. Arknights has so many opportunities to slot in Minos information or events. Have you seen my death, Teresa's death, and the destruction of all that you stand against? And what about yourself? How do you behold your death? Slow and agonizing death by Euripides, slain in battle on foreign soil, or drowned in a sea of plots and conspiracies? Have you ever left this place and seen Castel as it is now? Have you ever truly seen the future? Is this your way of asking for a prophecy? I don't give handouts, but for your highness, I'll consider a discount. Such nerve. No wonder you were able to claw your way out of this bleakness and rebuild this mercenary's paradise. But I'll pass on the prophecy. Prophecies and fate have no value. It's getting late. I look forward to your return to Castel. Hey, Camiros, yo, every plant. It's like saying every pony. He's more Gaulish than most Gaul people nowadays, sadly. Rip Dog. Rip Dog's Frenchness. Ducarel. He watches her go and heaves a long sigh, only when even her footsteps fall from earshot. Foresight, prophecies, his own death. He bought his coffin this very morning. Wait a sec. Was Ascalon killing Scar-Eye at the very beginning a prophecy? Was this like Scar-Eye's dream? Tally up the losses. Boss the slaves. Set them free. It's about time, Scar-Eye. They're bound to get tangled up in the Scar market after the war begins anyway. At most we lose out on pocket change. Did anyone take on General Teresa's and survive? Yes, I've noted them all down. Take them to supplies for a little reward. They've got real balls. Pony, are you saying you watch the show? Actually, I think I've seen a couple of episodes. Yeah, just a little bit. Should I finish it? I've heard the brain rot's crazy. When you're done, take them to the bar entrance and kill them all in front of everyone. Send their heads to General Teresa as an apology. Got it. Send their rewards to whatever family and friends they have as bereavement. Tell every merc looking to make a living in the Scar market, I don't want to see anyone trying funny S on my turf. I'll say good show. Wait, for real? I'll have to add it to my list. I'll have to finish watching MLB. He heads alone to the bar, the tacks on his cloak jangling in his steps. He stands prominently in the crowd, watching as the blades take the light from the mercenary's eyes. Still, no one fights back. Utter disappointment. I just noticed Ascari has so many, dog tags on his coat. drinks around the house tonight, both to celebrate the two highnesses sparing your lives, and to celebrate the huge gig you've all just landed. Your objective is in But the Gen 4, the cartoon one, none of the cartoon one, none of the 3D business. I've seen like that there is it Gen 5? I've seen like the 3D, that there is that. I think I've seen more of the cartoon. Terras is the general, Terras the lord, the great banshee, the Carmeline, the Nutch-Zeder king Nesalem, the prince of blood Tukarael, and the Desmati cluster, the original 6 heroes. So those are the 6. Secret entrance of the Scar Market. You've been quiet for some while now, Teresa. Are you hesitating? No, I have confidence in you. A reshuffle of the War Council is inevitable. It's just... I've been thinking about the city's future. War won't stop itself at Gaul. Our pace has fallen too far behind. Corsica commands an indomitable fleet of dreadnoughts and guard battalions. The Mad King of Lithuania has more than his arts and his arsenal to effect Gaul's failure. The industrial might of both Ursus and Victoria in the throes of a large-scale war has far surpassed our imaginations. Many assume to know war like the back of their hands simply by living long enough through it. If our concepts of war still linger on the great battlefield from a century ago, then we've drastically underestimated how quickly wars can nourish empires and fuel dictatorships. This is exactly why we need a military commission. So is Rhodes Island like the military commission? I'm gonna cry at the later stages story. I know I did. Music alone in one of them is just... That's what everyone keeps saying. Oh, I'm prepping myself for the pain that's coming. Can't believe it's been years and Teresa's never changes. Drip. Okay, Theresis, Calcit, even Doctor. I feel like they're all in the same outfit. What is not the military commission? What's the military commission? I know. When the day comes when the Sarkaz wish to live on, if a brittle, creaking city is all they have to call their own, it will be far from enough. Do you remember the idea I proposed back when Calcit was designing the city's blueprints with us? So they designed Rhodes Island Babel to transcend the borders of race and nation, to echo far and wide in our ideals, in our epics. Founded by a Sarkaz. We will prepare Castel for the coming crisis, strive to eradicate the poverty and disease that have plagued them for millennia, and send a message to all of Terra. There will come a future when we will all stand as one. The Sarkaz too were part of Terra's destiny. This is not the first Teresis has heard of her idea. Apart from the dame who left after helping build the nomadic city of Castel many years ago, he alone knows the true belief of the current king of Sarkaz. So Calcit's the only other person that Teresa told. I think they're designing Castel, the city. The city. Victoria's giant steampunk mecha knights. Ursus has demon super soldiers. Lithuania has mega magic, and Yen has actual demigods. The Sarkaz don't have much beside their Lord of Fiends. The Sarkaz have drip. Yeah, they have drip. Drip and aura. That's what the Sarkaz have. It's but a dream of attempting to subvert reality. Yes, for now at least. We can't be talking of such grand ideals while even our own affairs are slipping away from us. And Columbia has, like, mad science, I guess. I mean, Sanguinarch can wipe the floor with entire armies on his own. Sanguinarch. Are you prepared then? As I said before, it's not just the other nations that will oppose you. Castel and the Sarkaz clinging to their hatred will also stand against you. It is cruel to force them to forgive and forget. The persecution of the Sarkaz is not history. The ancient hatred is what drives many to survive until this day. I'm the king of Sarkaz. The responsibility is all mine to bear. I must show them a way out of this. I see it. Then go, do what you will. Teresa, I still do not approve of your vision, but I do support your decision, and the future military commission will too. If your gaze is set too far to see what lies before you, then I shall sweep away all that obstructs you at the moment, just as always. Sarkaz have a lot of natural advantages in all the witchcraft. I feel like the Sarkaz are so interesting. Plus, remember guts. Wait, all sancta were once sarkas? All sancta were once sarkas, but they became gun nuts and it made them holier? I know. Come, let's go home. Kazdal needs us for what's about to happen. The sancta were sarkas? Oh yes, Scar, I mentioned the prophecy again as I was leaving. The signs of a pessimistic fate. And your reaction? I don't care. Agreed. You need to read Guide Ahead. Fine. Fine. Kazdal, a strange yet familiar name. Many from this great land see it as the pit from which devils crawl, a terrible place to be avoided at all costs. But these two know that the rest of the world has overtaken their natural advantages. I see. Hard to do much without proper logistics and support, which is why Teresa wants to improve their situation by making their first mobile city. I wonder where Sarkaz City would be. Well, to the Sarkaz, the name only evokes equally conflicted emotions. Is this Babel? I think there were Sarkaz before. The reasons are in Guide Ahead. Fine, I'll read Guide Ahead. Maybe next time, once like the rest of the stages for this event drop, we could like play them and then read Guide Ahead. Or even W's old event. If anything, the Sarkaz had my wallet with the spanner in the next. That's why fallen sancta grow horns. Despite generations of Sarkaz passing on that Kazdal is the Sarkaz homeland, an outsider might wonder if they mean the city or the entirety of those lands. Perhaps only they themselves know. So this is Kazdal City. It never struck me on the way out just how high this wall is. Oh well, at least I can go home alive now. That means I'm pretty lucky. That man in the Scar Market was General Teresis, the first of the city's founders, the hero of that legendary campaign. If I had the courage to ask him to take me in, maybe I could have just... Oh, I'm dreaming again. He sits atop the high wall, experiencing for the first time a new lease on life. Can't believe people spoil Sancta Origin. I'm getting yelled at because feeling sad about an NPC. It's okay to feel sad about NPCs on. Sarkaz has a lot of subspecies besides the Sancta, such as Anasa, Duran, and Oni, who don't associate with Kazdal. Really? I was surprised about the Duran, the most out-of-place one. So Duran's a Sarkaz. The Tikas were the original natives of the world. I have to go read more of this. The Tikas. A few of Kazdal's civilian Sarkaz, save for those children who haven't yet cottoned onto the fear of death, ever climb onto the city wall. So, what is, like, Emperor? Isn't Emperor, like, older than everybody? Like one of these animal spirits. So much lore. If the tremendous pipes and tubes piled high can even be called a wall, the intricately tangled forest of originium spikes can take the lives of anyone who loses their footing, but it also serves as a haven for pilferers and mercenaries to stash their goods. Smugglers and vagrants cross through the dark underground, peeking up from the tunnels and drains at mines and factories, scuttling from one corner of the city to another. The life the slave once knew. The general gave me a fresh start. So what should I do from now on? Emperor is far older. We doctors do like our lore. Except for Ian can't read. Except Ian can't read. Don't worry about him. They're part of the world. They have natural domains and they can't die. Emperor is as old as Sui before splitting. Doctor is way, way older. I cannot wait to read the details. To Kazdal the Nomad, its flames bring motion, while the molten metal that flows out adds new appendage to the city. For a whole century, it's belched its incessant black smoke. None know whether it's ash or originium dust. Some say it's the bitter anger and anguish as the revenants exhale their last breaths. So it's like a volcano powered by revenants, like souls that are sacrificed? Nothing to be concerned about at all. I can read, I just don't want to. Sure you can read, totally. Witchcraft altars hang high in the sky, intermittently flashing their blinding rays. The slave has heard many different versions of the urban legend. The most frightening version claims that the royal court's casters work day and night on the altars, watching everything and listening to every conversation in the city. Maybe I can try my luck at the factories too. I refuse to read due to having no free time. That's so real. I feel like for a lot of games, with a ton of reading, I'll just find a stream that reads them and just like play the VOD. I read an entire Walk in the Dust and Arknights like 2 months ago. I have to catch up. I have to catch up. It doesn't matter what else. I made it back alive. It's been months since I left. I don't know how many of my friends are still alive. Plus Arknight streamers, that's the only way I can get lore. It's so real. I typically avoid like other Arknights lore streams if I haven't read it, but like, yeah. Still have not read their main story. That's what I'm doing in your stream. We're the same, Aruba. Current beast swords we know. Dolly. I forgot about Dolly. Dolly Emperor Kuwain. The High Priest and Amma. Sarcast swearing. What happened here? Why are all the doors open and the furniture all smashed? Pull Top. Pull Top, you're back. Your name is Pull Top. It's you. What are you doing here? Where'd you get that ornament? Something big is happening. Royal court nobles are being dragged out of their houses and killed by mercenaries appearing from nowhere, while the city guards do nothing. Don't know if Duck Lord is actually a Beast Lord. Lord is in the name. Okay. I listen to Zwillingssturm on a channel that pretty much is just audiobooks of Arknights events. I try to read and reread everything. It's so good, but I forget things. That's real. A lot of us have been sneaking into the empty houses, and boy, have we dredged up some good stuff. So Skara and all the mercenaries are just killing the royal court. How are you still alive, though? Word got out you wanted to leave the city and find your own way, and after so long, we all assumed you died out there. You won't believe my luck. First I was left to die without food or water, then I was taken to the Scar Market, but guess what? General Teresa saved my life, the general himself. Then on the way home, I ran into this guy with a halo over his head, calling himself a messenger, and he brought me all the way back to the city wall. So was Sancta. I wonder if we know which Sancta it could have been. Imagine someone did AI voiceover for all the story. I'm not sure if that would sound cursed. So I've decided to change my name to Good Luck starting today. You guys can forget that lousy old name of mine. A guy with a halo, a Sancta, and then the general. You sure learned how to lie, Good Luck. Believe me or don't, but either way, today is a fresh new start for me. I'm gonna be a miner. I looted a Nashur's house earlier and found some hot air balloons. Wanna launch me on one and put that luck of yours to good use. Cavial events. Despite all the deep lore, my favorite parts are still whatever they got going on in Sargon. Cause the crocodile people are funny. The Gavial event was something else. The 7-star cars. Literally carried. Good luck, huh? Definitely not a dead flag, right? I didn't even think about that. It's like good luck and then dies next scene. Well, that was fast. Man, it feels good to be home. Good Luck glances around at the people swarming the street. This is the life he knows. If he wants to survive, the city will always offer him a way. Thank you, Fate, and thank you, General. Minor spelling mistake. Demanding sorry, Ginium, as a recompensation. Yeah, there was an error in spelling, so we totally deserve a free pull for that. Hypergriff. Hypergriff.
Do be careful, everyone.
This music? Also, their little boots. Their little skater boots. Okay, let's start with that. This music is crazy. How strong are these rocket boot enemies? From dinner just started stage 1. And finally, I kind of like this.
Yet? Any instruction? Come on, let's pick up the pace.
I have to activate Vigil skill. The lobby event theme hits different after you've read all the event. I'm excited to experience it.
You can't hide your fear.
Okay, skill ready.
I won't
Let's
be
place
afraid.
you. Pothelm Marksman. Mercenaries with a Victorian lens in their homes. So are we fighting, like, the mercenaries appearing?
That's a
I'm not
very
sure
bad
canonically
one.
what's happening.
I have to
Everything
get
about Babel
serious.
hurts after reading. Oh. And I heard that they still haven't fixed Savage's passive. There since forever ago, really?
What in nature should not be
Also, I
displayed.
love the background of the stage. They've improved so much in their stage designs. We're just on top of a building. Those are marks, so yes. It's like we're the royal court fighting for our lives or something. Okay, just a couple more. Oh, thanks for the 7-month Sakura. When you're done with this event, you will suffer just like we have. Just like you have or more, Hakuro. That's my question. I mean, I know bits and pieces of RA history, but yeah, reading Babel still hits different like a Chiraka. Oh. Okay. Autumn 1031. So this is when the Gaul War was happening. The nomadic city of Kasdal. That's like if there was a town in Germany named Germany. Germany. Let me through already. It's the slave trader. Unless they use the same sprite. Hey, no shoving. Do you want a good spot? I'll trade you mine for some high purity originium out of the mines. And this is the originium currency. Same sprite. Oh, I kind of wish they make an anime or movie out of this event someday. This would be such a good like one-off. Now just grab the leaflet out of my hands. That blood all over you stinks. Can't help it when you're breaking into dead people's houses. Lingones. That's how you read that word, right? Where's Lingones? The Gaul. Oh, where's the Gaul? How the sarcasm should I know where Gaul is? Hey, what's with that attitude? Highness is in the royal court bookshelves are discussing something in the chamber. I heard it's about reorganizing the city. I'm just realizing this NPC really just said how the curse, how the blank am I supposed to know where France is? Haven't you noticed all the extra guards in the streets recently? So quiet down a bit. Weather's been real stuffy today. This event will make a good OVA for the anime. Just like almost every side event, right? I feel like they'd start with earlier side events if they're animating all of them. Either early side events or like the big ones. Like there are side stories and then whatever the others are called. What's the other like category like with Lone Trail? We need proper budget if they plan to make an anime about this event. Like no compromises. They need every detail properly relayed in full. I agree. It is decided. The military commission will replace the war council in assisting the king of Sarkas Teresa in decision-making related to Castel's military and political affairs. The military commission will be the sole administration of Castel, and none will have the authority to issue commands to the Sarkas in the royal court's name. All present have already received the details of this resolution. To the royal court leaders who still wish to cling on to the war council, know that the military commission of Castel will become the final bastion of the Sarkas, or eternal fortress, and the usher of a new order. Knowing Yostar, it shouldn't be a problem. Chad, if all of you just pull for Ascalon, if all of you just wail a tiny bit, then you can fund OVAs. Are there any further questions? Who is this? And is this the Banshee, like the one of the 6 heroes? They're making their own anime, so if they do decide to animate the event, they'll put as much budget as they wish. All these characters could shine so brightly in the story. Your Highness appears more haggard than you did yesterday. Please look after your health. No military commission is worth it. Spend 70 for 2 Ascalon and 1 Jessica. This is Logo's mama. Also, Logos when? If it comes at the cost of your Highness' health. La Carmeline, thank you. La Carmeline. It's La Carmeline. I know how hard you've worked for this day, and I also know how Castel today views the Banshees of the Convalis. But before I state our position, I encountered a lost envoy of the Leeches on my journey here. He entrusted me with a letter for your Highness. He couldn't even find the road here. Let this be proof of the immense changes Casdell has undergone. A letter from Lithuania. Even with the veil, she looks good. Chat always simping. I feel like when there's any, like most of the characters on the screen, like none of the head pat characters, but like all the other characters, chat simps so hard. We know where logos get all this pretty from. I guess it just runs in the family, honestly. The red eye too. Logo, I'll be your stepfather. Fine. Chat's volunteering to be a step-parent for Logo. If things are going as expected, Your Highness Messenger would still not have received any news from the Cyclops. Rather than waiting for the response from deep in the blizzard, should we not hear how the leeches of Lithuanian answer? A good number of women on Arknights are simp-worthy. Ma'am, can I please marry your son? It's either they want this to be their partner or like their mother-in-law. You're so real. Already have? You're right, it's been a very long time since the Sarkas were able to truly unite. The ornate calligraphy upon the letter turns into silken threads that float above the paper and weave into the shape of a familiar figure. What's happening? Who is this? Did you just write so much in cursive that you became the cursive? From Mott, a lich who has long resided in Lithuania, it appears that he is now the first scribe for the liches. It seems that the arts practiced by the liches of Lithuania have seen some stylistic changes. Oh, he appears rather excited. Why is there only image but no sound? Did they accidentally mute the letter? It's like Teresa's opening YouTube for the first time. Why is it muted? Even Teresa's looks good, but you hate him a lot. This old man who taught Lessing bad words. Is this Lessing's like dad or like caretaker or something? They muted the letter. The lich envoy did suggest to me that he was rather vexed with refining his master's words, and never did I imagine that he would simply erase all the sound. In short, Vermont apologizes on behalf of the liches. They're enthralled as ever by their quest for knowledge, and are therefore unable to afford the distraction of making the long journey here. Chat simping logo small. Chat is down bad. Vermont's joy response is cursing. I mean, that's fair. Whatever floats your boat. But if Casdell were ever in need of their knowledge, they would happily throw wide the gates to their temple for the people that they have chosen. Something's wrong if you don't simp for Logo's mom. I see it. I see it. Lessing was Vermont's aide at university after Ebenholz scattered papers due to headache. Really? I have to go read the most recent, the Virtuosa of it. It's one of Lessing's win lines. I'm sure that with your abilities, Your Highness can understand Vermont's attitude on the matter from his image alone. To me, it appears as though he is sensitive to drastic change, as has always been his wont. His mom, the great banshee, is beyond a 10. Ah yes, there is another letter from Vermont, one addressed directly to the General. Might I remind you, Lacaramelian, that you are nobody's messenger. You have not yet expressed where the Banshee Court stands. I assume that we had reached an understanding in the course of our reminiscing yesterday. The Banshees will not participate. We are still recovering from the wounds inflicted by the past war. Perhaps other Sarkas will castigate us for this, but all present should know that since the war, the elegies have yet to cease in our valley. We'd suffered grievous losses. It's one of Lessing's win lines. I have to go listen to Lessing's win lines. If Casdell calls on the aid of the Banshees once more, then I will give the same promises for Vermont. The Banshees will be there. But until that day, you will find us willing but unable. Naturally, I myself will render what little assistance I'm able to give from this day onward. That's more than we could ask for. Thank you, Lacaramelian. You are welcome, Your Highness. You know where I stand. For the past 100 years, I've always stood by the decisions you have made. I can only hope that your brother does not blame us for watching from the sidelines. Lessing was supposed to be Ebenholz's attendant, basically his personal servant, so Eben's headache saved him from it, but they still ended up together. Aww. I'm so excited to go to finally finish the Lithuanian event. Next, Lord Nessalam, the Nashua King. You were once the leader of the War Council and the mentor of Teresis and I. What is your opinion on these many proposals? Where do the other council members that you represent stand on the matter? This is Nessalam, or Nessalam. Is this a boss we faced at some point? I did mute myself. I did the exact thing that Vermont. I did the Vermont thing. I did the Vermont thing. This is the leader of the ones that like eat operators. That's crazy. This scuffs sometimes. Okay, this scuff is scuffing. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Your Highness need not worry about the bureaucratic hurdles, policy imperfections, or enforcement mechanisms. Where I stand is also where the other members of the council stand. Or what? That's so funny. I swear I'm not related to Vermont. I swear. The Nashua King is a one-man army. Really, we all know what we truly long for. A turnabout, a change, a banner. Go, do as you will. We will, Nashua King. I promise you that. I trust that this stagnant and old war can take on a new form in your hands. So Phora is a Cyclop all along. A Cyclop all along. It's like the pom-pom is my eye. I notice you've not said a word this entire meeting. Are they Cyclops because they have one eye in Arknights? I imagine to him an army is a mukbang. It's just a fun stream idea. Teehee taste testing a whole army here. A sanguine arc of vampires. Real. This vampire design is so pretty. To take the War Council and the century of history behind it and sweep it into the gutter alongside the exalted heroic age and what little triumphs within, is that the General's decision? It is our decision. Speak your mind, Duckerville. The Cyclops have a mind eye in the middle of their forehead or something? And the boss for chapter 13? Wait, that's the boss from 13. I'm so not caught up in the main story. So we've been fighting members of the 6 heroes. Duckerville, the chapter 13 boss. You farmed his immortal tush when you need grindstone. Wiš'adel is from Germanic folklore. A sort of revenant zombie. I wonder if that hero is connected to like the Kasdel zombie forge or whatever. Hi Pisa! Hello beautiful Pisa! Teresa's white skirt is mottled with many a blackened bloodstain. The sanguine arc is highly attuned to such matters. He senses the blood of the lowly, the foul stench of fallen descendants, and the murky taint of royal court members who willingly debase themselves. I thank your highness for purifying the filthy blood that I so abhor in my stead. But never have I needed to hide my requests behind honeyed words, such as it had been for every king of the past, and so it will be for you. And Arknights, they're cannibals, like the Wendigo, and gain power from the dead they eat. That's so creepy. That's what a Wendigo is. Or is farm arc Win? Yo, when is my farm arc? Maybe in the next Minecraft stream. The military commission is merely an attempt to hide sarcasm, witchcraft, and blood behind a more modern, more efficient name. Truth be told, I feel like this is insignificant. More than insignificant. It is simply not necessary. You reject the proposal. On behalf of the vampire court. Duckerville glances at Teresis, but Teresis remains indifferent to him. Time has left almost no trace on the mixed blood sarcas. He stands steadfast by Teresa's side, The same nameless warrior who stood by the seamstress a century ago. So they were a warrior and a seamstress. His eyes never fall on the vampire. Not a rejection, no. I am merely expressing some minor frustrations about this meeting. You are great and powerful, all of you are. How long has it been since so many members of the royal court have gathered here in Castel? Not to mention that it was you who defeated that foolish coalition in the prior age and wrestled the future into your own hands before personally establishing the War Council. And now you wish to personally change this council? Why? Look about you with the other dignitaries in this chamber. Teresa's was a guard for the former king, and Teresa was a court seamstress. So who was the former king? Also, wasn't Patriot involved with, like, the former king originally? I feel like we've learned a little bit of this. Dad, that's what. You've long reached a consensus. Or was it Calcit? Calcit worked for the former king. The only obstacle to your military commission is myself and the vampires. You had foisted some ridiculous title upon me before forcing all vampires to bow down to your commission. Yeah, Aruba, I think you really got him. You really got the old king. I forgot about the former king's name. I was too depressed to remember. That's real. Babel is Babel. When did you learn this political trickery that those Victorians and Lithuanians so love? I will just take my head here and now and slaughter the vampires within this city's walls. This meeting was not convened to persecute anyone. Was it not? It was convened to discuss how to bring Castel into a new age. A new age. And that so-called age of the 6 heroes the songs love to praise, what I saw was bloodthirst and violence. I thought that when I arrived in Castel, I would be greeted with the sound of Ulysses wailing. But what did I see instead? I saw the coalition routed, witchcraft enough to cover the land and fill the skies, crush the enemy front. The power of the Sarkaz shook the earth. I felt amazement. I felt excitement. Spurred by my passion, I took the head of the Lithuanian envoy who had orchestrated the coalition and offered it to the War Council. The council knows about Patriot's existence but does nothing about it, because Patriot is fighting for Ursus at the time. I see. So at this point, Patriot was already with Ursus and with... Actually, I wonder how old Chen would be in this flashback. Is Chen like a kid? Like Chen and Talala? Salim. That war was the true beginning of a new age. I thought you would agree with me. You too succumbed to schemes and politics and shut your ears to the echoes of the abyss. Actually, this is the big flashback. This is the bigger flashback. The abyss has no place for you, Duckarel. Do not drag me into your tantrum. Isn't this before Calcit was with Rhode Island? Chen would probably be in school. Yeah, this is 60 plus years ago. But by the time Teresa died, that's when Chen would be in school. Or something. My apologies, but I'm curious. What position did they offer the esteemed Sarkaz Master of War in the military commission that has rendered even you so short-sighted? The timelines are confusing, okay? All I await is the next war. And what war would that be? If it pleases you, Your Highness. Come, de Guerrero. I will show you. Teresa nods her head in silent approval. This is the creation of Babel, so yeah. The King of Sarkaz emotions envelop the entire chamber and all members of the royal court. Through the king's eyes, they see ruination and grief. So it's like Amiya's power. They see the century-old order that the Gaulish Empire so painstakingly maintained within the core region, obliterated by the combined forces of Ursus, Victoria, and Lithuania. They see Lingones, the capital of the world, doomed to never again appear on a map of Terra. When Teresa dies... Wait, who is this? This green design? Those present recall the campaign that reduced Castel to dust. Who is this character? But it is not yet over. An even further future, an even further fantasy, an even further possibility. You know who this is? I know who this is. That has to be Calcit? Is this Calcit? That's Cal before knowing Teresa. Is this Calcit's like live 2D scanner? Come on, plant. Calcit caused the genocide of Kazdal? How is this hitting me like a truck out of nowhere? It wears green like that? This is Calcit? I'm so sorry to be so slow on the uptake. Did you finally get Ascalon? We're still in the story Minds media. Cal, 200 years ago. It's no longer a story to reflect upon. Rather, it is a speculation, a deduction, a prediction, and a verdict. And none question it, for all possibilities must be treated equally, even for the one they see it. And its ending is equally significant and indisputable as any other. 1:30 before the flashback. It's a change, a turning point in history, a divergence of fate. A crucial war looms on the horizon. It will span from now into the distant future, impacting every Sarkaz and all of Terra. All present have seen their positions in that war, the roles that they wish to play. Madarago is here. Kazdal is dangerous after all. You can see it with how warlike they are. They're stuck in a vicious cycle of violence and would drag the world into disaster. So Calcit decided to deal with them by just killing every last one of them. Dimitri, you should understand now, vampire. You should understand what these visions mean. Or perhaps you have begun to grow weak and feeble as you list in the short span of 100 years. You were once a warrior. I cannot deny that. But are you saying that a new and reborn Kazdal requires the royal court to relinquish its former authority? Close, but not quite. The new Kazdal will no longer require the royal court's former authority. Think of it like cutting grass. I feel like Calcit is sort of a caretaker of the world, like sort of like a babysitter, or like a guardian, like Calcit's adopted the world or something. Liking the story so far. It's so lore heavy. There are so many answers and questions. It's been crazy so far, Tessie. You're an overgrown lawn of weeds, and she's the gardener. It will be more modern, more efficient to Gorilla. How can the Sarkaz speak of unity while you continue to indulge in your noble bloodlines that come from the rule of the royal court? You may still rule over your own court and maintain the power and prestige you hold among the Sarkaz, but the vampire court must yield to the military commission. I promise you this, in Teresa's name. When the age that you witnessed comes, Kazdal will no longer be a single dot upon the map. The reason why Cal fought the Sarkaz is spoiler. We'll find out eventually. Read Vigilo and Dark Memoir for more lore. Fine. They're all connected. I know I have to. Next Arknight stream, I'll slip in one of those events to read. It was once more than just a city, and so it shall be more again. Yeah, more reading. It seems I have spoken out of turn. Please continue, Your Highness Teresa. The aftermath of the ongoing conflict, enough to reshape current power dynamics, will engulf us all. It may come in 50 years, 10, perhaps even tomorrow. Also, Matassa, we read Lone Trail like last week. we did read Lone Trail. It was a long stream. Kazdal cannot escape it. Was it 2 weeks ago? It was during the CC stream. I understand the disability you also have as a P-Moon fan. I swear I know how to read. The Damasti and I both saw the visions of the campaign that will destroy Lingonas. High-efficiency command systems made possible by Originium Arts, high-speed battleships that can break through the front lines, maneuver tactics that can mobilize entire legions. New advancements are applied to the battlefield as we speak. 8K! The picture with Calcit was, however, fall of Lingonas, the Gaul capital. And it wasn't last conquest of Kazdal. They never explained what danger Calcit saw in Gaul to help end it. So Calcit has this thing against the French, for some reason. The fan movie was really cool. The actors crushed it in every way. Her capacity for destruction is surpassing our innate instinct rooted in our bloodlines. What worries me more is the fact that we will still find fellow Sarkaz among the countless casualties of war. Calcit. Based Calcit is crazy. Calcit hates the French. Calcit sees a Questo and suddenly monster activates. You have to react to Dagger's inheritors after the event story. Hackers inheritors. Well-employed royal courtcasters and the liches in Ladanian are killing each other in battle, while a certain Wendigo is spilling the blood of his fellow Sarkaz to prove his loyalty to the Ursine Tsar. Patriot mention. I'm disappointed we didn't see much of the dark side of the story in the movie. Even more that we didn't see the president, right? They've got to make a part 2. They've got to make an outtakes, an extended cut, please. As for the Sarkaz mercenaries sent to the front lines as arts fodder, they won't even be counted in any nation's casualty statistics. The Sarkaz massacre one another in wars we have no stake in, regarded as disposable goods to be abandoned without care by the leaders of those wars. For the sake of keeping peace with these changes, the Sarkaz must once again gather around the furnace, and if necessary, the power to dominate the war must lie in our hands. Teresa looked at Teresa, waiting for her opinion, but Teresa does not speak, her eyes placid as before. We will plunder the other nations and wrest their most profound secrets from them. I just want to see what Doc's tactics were pre-amnesia. Now, what sort of commander was Doc? Was Doc a Vanguard Knights unit? Or commander? Was Doc 6 stars only? What did Doc use? We were once the proud Chicas, forced to become the Sarkaz and derided as devils. Because the Outlanders feared us, it is an ancient fear rooted deep in their hearts. Let us remind them. Let us show all of Terra our history and legend that have been either forgotten or falsified. Doc was a dangerous sword, a great commander. I'll believe it when I see it. Gave victory in the claws of defeat. Sarkaz is as much a threat as the Seaborn before Cal attacked. That much of a threat? The Sarkaz are not weak. We don't need others to save us from our fate. On the contrary, we will dictate the fate of Terra, dictate how this land should move forward. The details of our plan have been delivered to all present through the runic arts of the Banshees. Dockerella, do you still hold doubt? No, exceptional work, Theresis. Set aside a seat on the military commission for the Crimson Court. It appears that our natural king has not yet grown addled with age, but as to whether or not he could usher in such a grand feast. Warriors need not die in a blaze of glory. That is vulgarity only chased by those who seek fame. For one thing, I doubt Doc retreated people just ordered them to fight until death. Retreats weren't a thing. Actually, Aruba, that's such a great idea for like a challenge mode. Like, no retreat nights. Pepto-Bismol. You're so random, Rodion. Sarkaz were going to conquer entire Terra and enslave all other species? Oh, I nearly forgot you were still here, Lacarameline. I have made myself abundantly clear from the start, Prince Dockerella. I need only silently observe your enthusiastic attempt at self-expression. How pitiful it is to look upon such a shabby little court. I will cherish your elegies. And this I promise you, when death comes for you, the Lord of the Banshees will sing you an elegy, delivered to you by the night wind. Did that happen in Chapter 13? Set aside your chatter for another time. It seems their highnesses still have matters to discuss. The other members of the War Council will wish to know their decisions. Dockerel, Lacarameline, and you does Mati disguised outside the door with me. The Nashor King nods his head toward Teresa. But is Mati here too? Hey, username! Yes, we've done a little bit of pulling so far. Nothing crazy. I think once we get more OP, we'll pull. The other 2 members of the royal court do not bid the king farewell. They simply follow the Nashor King out of the chamber. We're banking on so much luck, though. Sabukas Astkalan, please. After the meeting's end, Teresa stays by Teresa's side, standing silently. He knows that she will be expecting an answer from him. You never mentioned that you would announce the plans for war to the royal court. OMG, pink hair man. Pink hair man. There's a real Gintako. Now, when Teresa's. This game is like Vati Vidya levels of lore and I'm all for it. Of course, it wouldn't be a great strategy to just throw manpower. You did not refute me earlier, but I have been able to refute anything. You are well aware of what I think. If you wanted to argue against any of it, you would have done so a few years ago. For now, I have them by the reins. But it's not just them. This entire city hungers for war. That's an Ursa's tactic. They just deploy people. I wonder if Doc took on any Ursus habits. Like, I know we found Doc in Ursus. I know that Doc isn't Ursine, but like, was Doc influenced by any different factions or groups, I wonder? Teresa's can beat Cal in a fight twice. Teresa's can shut Cal's mouth. Oh no, he's not. I'll prevent matters from heading down the worst possible path, lest the prospect of Terra's continued existence become infinitesimally small. Like, I always wondered about Doc's backstory, like who they are, everything. We got a little bit in Lone Trail. Doc was already in coma in Ursus, so Doc was just shipped to Ursus for research. Might as well be Dante. Yeah, I'm sure Doctor is just Dante, just in another universe. It's actually canon. I will. What does Vermont's letter say? As Teresa's opens the envelope, the writing vanishes before his eyes, but the message has already etched itself indelibly into his mind. He has surmised what would transpire during that meeting rather accurately. He's given his opinion on some matters, alongside a reminder. Do not place all your coming hopes in one basket. Limbroad's Compass Island. Limbus Island. Hearing Virgilius say that in English wrecked me. Doc was put into the sarcophagus in Ursus because the scientists there found it. The amnesia doctor lost hope in being able to achieve the best ending. They focused on one ending that would accomplish the goal at the great cost. Doc was shipped to sarcophagus in Ursus. I see. Okay. So we're back to Castell. We're back to the streets. You with that Babel. Don't count on the military commission to look after you all. We're here to help you. Help us. My parents died at the hands of you Lithuanians. You got some nerve. What, not scared of me? We knew what to expect when we came here. Just need some getting used to. Besides, our captain warned us not to agitate the locals. You're looking down on me. The hell is this? Let me go. Monster, welcoming wave. Do not harm him, but do make him leave. Dr. Calcet. Calcet. I said not to deviate from our planned route, even if it is to treat the wounded along the way. Sorry, Dr. Calcet. I can see the collab coming in future. Due to help with universes are quite often player base is quite similar. It has to happen. Please. Give us an ID from Arknights for all the sinners. I'd be obsessed. Like, imagine playable Red Gaze in Arknights. Playable anyone from Limbus and Arknights. I would wail. Look at the city, it's ruins. And that's considered the city. Isn't it in a damaged state? Oh. Yes, old well, the fossil has arrived. What if we get a Calcet altar? Or she's a dogkeeper? Dogkeeper Calcet who switches with a monster? That would kind of be perfect. Imagine Cal in a PM game. Who would Cal be? Would Cal be Faust? Cal would be like Faust or something. I have to think about the others like Esong, Eben. Limbus and Nikke are Arknights collabs I dream of. Nikke too. Nikke and Limbus. I think I'd wail more for Limbus. Remind me the one bus animation. Faust or Otis. Yeah, real. Cal is basically already a dollkeeper. If you know, you know. Welcome to Babel. That's crazy. I sort of want to think about that more. Like which sinners would be which Arknights ideas, and like their uniforms they'd wear in Limbus Company. The raptures from Nikke remind me a bit of the collapsals. Actually true. I see it. It's kind of creepy. Did you manage to retrieve all of our stray colleagues? Yes, all's well with them. The construction of Babel's facilities is proceeding smoothly. The school that you were so looking forward to is already complete. Yet I heard that the unbeatable Dr. Calcet had not too long ago been turned down, perhaps even kicked out. I did not foresee such a direct refusal. I'm not surprised at all, to be honest. To many sarcasms, the invitation of the king is barely worth the paper it's printed on. Hello, Blue Drafter. For some reason, your randomly generated droid's requests don't work. It blazed Don Quixote. Dawn with a chainsaw would be too much for this world. I would be obsessed. Dawn with a chainsaw. Dawn with a chainsaw. Who's like another iconic character? I have to think through this. Like, who would Hong Lu be? Maybe Hong Lu Ebenholz. I wonder if they try to match their countries. I've said like 3 times and YouTube blocked. Sometimes YouTube's weird. Don K.O.P. Don K.O.P. Ote. K.O.P. Don would make sense. Or actually K.O.P. Roja, because of like food. What time zone? Because the stream is rather early. It might be 3 something for me. It might be like 3 a.m. for me. K.O.P. Don is good too. I could see that. They have their eyes on the ancient sarcasm witchcraft, while we have need of the latest mobile farms. It took us a century's efforts to share an equal dialogue with these powers. The results speak for themselves. We're creating new history, Teresa. Thank you, Calcit. Virgilia Zamia. Okay, we know that's canon at this point. We know that's canon at this point. But I can tell you've had a lot on your mind recently. I wonder if for collabs they would be egos or IDs. Since Limbus hasn't had a collab, do you think we'd get egos or IDs or both? Or Neural Ishmael is so funny because they share a voice actor. They share a Korean voice actor. Neural's Korean VA is Dawn's. 3 a.m. Plant your sleep schedule. Who am I kidding? It's non-existent. I live for the content. I want to see what Originium can do to an ego. Making it into an Originium infused ego. I feel like that would maybe happen for skills. Like, if we got Limbus Sinners and Arknights, that'd be so interesting to see how their skills work. Babel's existence will spark yet another near irreconcilable conflict in Castle. At 3 a.m. is midday, what do you mean? At 3 a.m., that's in the middle of the day. It's normal time. Originium slug with an ego. It's all fun and games until the Originium slug manifests an ego. Our staff comes from different races and nations. How should they live alongside the sarcasm? If your efforts to soothe enmity and prejudice instead make them a fuse to spark conflict anew, what does your highness plan to do? If we cannot even eliminate prejudice and hatred within the walls of Casdell, how can Babel hope to achieve equality for the sarcasm throughout all of Terra? We're the all-hour streamer and we're here for it. Pompeii ego. Pompeii happens. That is what happens when they get an ego. Probably melee ops for ideas and range for egos. Since sinners mostly fight in melee, I could see that. I feel like a lot of guards. Like maybe like Ishmael could be. Would Ishmael be like an agent, a guard, or defender? I think Ryoshi would absolutely be a guard. Isong would have to be like a specialist, maybe. The slugs, nah, but snails, yeah. Defender. Like Otis could be ranged because she has like the sniper rifle thing, the sword gun. Ryoshi would be a solo blade. I see it. I see it. We're giving me the base ideas. Yeah, just base ideas. Sinclair like Vanguard? Ryoshi would most likely be a Musha Guard. I see it. Musha Guard, solo blade. Absolutely, yeah. There will be members of the military commission posted to Babel soon. They'll ensure the safety of our people. This will also serve as a warning to some. Babel's backed by both Teresa's and me. Alright. Did I ever tell you how I met a Sancta messenger, Calcit? Strange. The Sancta do not generally dare to approach the borders of Castel. Was this why your highness disappeared this afternoon? Was it that obvious? I thought Lacquer Moline had me covered. The Lord of the Banshees clearly tried, but judging from the results, she isn't the best pick for clerical work. Sinclair is a crusher because... Damn, is he squishy? That's so true. So true. I feel like Heathcliff could make a good Cora. Maybe. Just because of the baseball bat. What would of that Sancta messenger? He was getting water from the river, We struck up conversation. We chatted about many things: history, peace, hatred. Our viewpoints do not align on most things, but I could sense in him wisdom and intelligence beyond his years. Yoshi's a liberator, thinking about how to artistically censor enemies before activating your ego. Okay, that's kind of true. That's kind of true. I wonder if they'd wait to do collabs until, like... This is more Limbus territory, but, like, maybe after Uptide 5 or after Kanto 12 or something, we'll get another version of the base sinners. Like a character growth version. I feel like they'll get an awakened version of themselves in the future. Imagine Heathcliff and Uncle Hans and Einar. So true. Like Heathcliff as Einar. Dawn would be Guardian. Guardian Dawn makes sense. I wonder if any would be healers. Also, what would Marceau be? Marceau could be like anything. Like, I get that he fights with his fists. Dawn would be a Guardian just for VA jokes. Okay, that is funny. Also, Heathcliff's voice actor is the same as like as Chestnut. There are lots of shared voice actors. Tequila's Honglu. He had thoughts concealed within his heart, ones even he did not know of. Babik and Laskar Ryoshu. Dawn would clearly be a Vanguard Charger. I feel like Dawn and Sinclair could be Vanguard Chargers. Or so it's easy, fire like Mountain or Chongyu. And so, you use the power of the King of Sarkaz on a Sancta. I simply wish to know what this fated encounter meant. Marceau is Marceau. Marceau's just Marceau. Are so real. And what did it mean? It's still hard to say. While I was looking at his soul, I felt that perhaps we are not so alone, Calcit. Many on this land are doing all they can to pursue hope. Hopes big and small, hopes bright and beautiful. Also, who would the enemies be? Would we fight the Catulum and like an abnormality during an Olympus crossover event? Like, who would the Arknights enemies be? That hurt. Are these people nuts or something? I just wanted to get a few nice things for myself. Never even heard of any Babel. He steadies himself against the wall. What is happening? Gasping for air as his vision begins to blur. Fatigue floods his limbs, weighing him down. Through his blurred vision, he sees another in front of him fall to the crazed attacker's blades. He knows he will be next. Or we just get a Dante as like Tactician Vanguard. And Dante summons a random center. That'd be the funniest thing. I refuse to die here. It's you or me, you bastards. Out of the way. He uses the last of his strength to barrel his way out. But the only resistance he meets is solid ground. Does Good Luck die this early? All he sees is black? Rip Good Luck. Are you alright? Were you trying to save me just now? There's so much blood. Why does it feel like I'm the one saving you? Tactician summons are technically immortal like sinners. I found something interesting on your VTuber wiki. One of your nicknames is Battery Pack. Please explain. There is a wiki page. Canonically, one chatter calls me Battery Pack. I'm not sure why. It just happened. I want to see some Sinner get a rip at the to see how they would use arts. I could see that happening. Like as they're on Terra. I'm still alive. Who would have thought that those lunatics would decide to attack innocent bystanders in broad daylight to get a Babel? I don't know how the others are faring. You just stay with me. I still don't know your name. I'm Good Luck. If these are your last words, I am Good Luck. Dies, huh? For the first time, he regrets giving himself this name. Dante would just undo a rip at the ear. Dante would undo a rip at the
There will surely be an end.
and the doctor, Amia, Calcit, jaws would drop. That'd be crazy. Also, if we're playing from, like, the doctor's perspective... What is this? If we play from the doctor's perspective, deploying operators requires the assistance of nearby operators. Then that means we'll only get Dante translated from sinners. K-Core ampules could be the cure to Erypathy. The way Olympus Company can answer so many of Arknight's problems. The music is crazy. Doctor and Dante's code and vice versa. I would be obsessed. Instructor Doberman. I am fine. Let's get started with today's training mission. Be wary of hollows in the ground. The nomadic city of Castle is far from structurally sound and employs numerous traverse plates to fix itself together. Operators cannot be directly deployed to these traverse plates, and only the operators deployed on regular tiles to provide assistance. It's so high up here. Instructor Doberman, are you okay? You look... I'm fine. Begin the exercise. Doberman has fear of heights. Doberman is not okay. Doberman cute for once. The gap moe is real. Hostile spotted, moving at high speed toward the objective point. Okay, let's get started. Like an event main screen with Doc in the red coat would be sick, right? Cruz is in position. Okay. Yeah, the skating enemies are the best. Are they skating? Is this the stabilizer chain instructor? Yes, shattered traverse plates are found all over Casda. Hey, this is literally Limba's company. It's like the chains. Without stabilizer chains, operators won't be able to engage in combat like usual. Stabilizer chains are custom equipped for improving combat conditions. When an operator is deployed to a traverse plate, the last operator deployed within a certain range will throw one stabilizer chain to them, ensuring stability. Oh, what are the rookies doing here in the past? Having their canonical... They have this canonical conversation that doesn't exist. That's a great point. Participants mechanics, unfinished construction buildings. Limits has way more weird problems. Okay, that's true. That's true. The enemies seem to be slowed by the chain. That's right. Stabilizer chains can also apply special effects on enemies as a form of defense. But remember, an operator can only hold up to 2 stabilizer chains at once. I see her. This is like 60 years ago.
Definitely.
At like being tied up. They're not being tied up. It's like they're supporter chains.
Stand by.
Cruz just dipped. Cruz was like, I'm sorry, I'm over. Alright, the next exercise should be improvised combat. Guess I'll retreat for now as planned. Cruz, we're still linked. Cruz, Jessica, stay close. Remember what the exercise is about? Why does it have to be so high? I think that training stages are just modern time. Deep breaths, 5 more seconds. So we place
Leave it to us.
a thing here. And then
Orders?
can Doberman reach Jessica?
Take that.
They had to present the mechanics somehow. That's true. That's true. The sad cat, they just left Jessica to fall. Jessica canonically falls from the top of a
Accomplish our
building.
objective as planned.
Jessica's villain arc confirmed. Doesn't Rhodes Island have like a simulator or something? Like a simulation for trading? Is that what's
Questi
going on?
documenti non sono importanti.
Okay,
no?
let's make
L'importante
one more pull.
è ciò che fai.
This is our 3rd on the banner.
Show me your brightest smile.
Still no guaranteed 5 or higher. Yeah, it's probably
Happiness
VR
is at
room. I love the headcanon that they're just doing all of this in VR. That's so funny. Soon I'll have enough for this headhunting permit. The scuff that pulls are. We'll get these, I swear. I swear we'll get these. We're like Star Trek simulation chambers. Wait, are there new annihilations? Are there new annihilations? Women's fear of heights should have a VR simulation. Is mentioned in the main story when they're being shot at as a distraction. I see her. Are there? I don't think there are new ones. I think it just rotated. Unless I'm missing something. New Hotel Avenue. Oh, wait, I cleared this. Never mind. That's what red is. The training stage is a replication of certain environment that the Rhodes Island landship simulated before. That can be used in battle to simulate the battle. which is endgame practice mode. That makes sense. Are there any you haven't done? I think I've done a lot of them. Honestly, that one was pain. Real or fake guides. Sarkaz has never been destroyed by war. We are strong. I also want to bring a support escalator. Support Ascalon. 26 years ago. So time skipped in 68. Please remember to do your weekly annihilations for free pulls. I think I might have used mine this week. Sadly. Forget I did that. Forget I did that. Wasserland Lithuanian. Amiable official. It hurts. How do you like this piece? This cleric, like an energetic child waking from slumber, rushing out the door to enjoy the fruits of life to the fullest. So we're like jumping around in time. Weird. It was the Kurfürst who wrote it, inspired by His Holiness' visit to Wasserland when he was still a messenger for Laterano. Is this the Sanctum Messenger? His Holiness, who like Teresa met, and also Godaka? The young and enthusiastic future pontiff told the children about all that he has seen, the ocean that Iberia watches over, the city of Athenius. Mino's mention, where Minoan myth and machination exist in equal measure, and a passing mention of Kazdal, the city of sin, the whereabouts of which are unknown. We just skipped like a year-ish? Yeah, totally, not like 30 years or anything. You Arknights stay in 5 minutes time to farm BB4 for rocks and event? Why BB4? Because rocks. The Kurfürst was there, and he was fascinated by His Holiness' descriptions. The first draft of this work was in fact written at that time, but the Kurfürst was not satisfied. Even after many years of revisions, a final draft is yet to be completed. Until recently, when our scouts located the elusive nomadic city of the devils and sent back photos. Was that a year ago? Based on the comics, Christmas exists in Terra, which means there was a St. Nicholas, probably of Laterano origin. I wonder what St. Nicholas lore is. It's interesting to see like comparisons to like real world events and languages. Santa with the guns. Gazing upon the enormous tracks left behind by the city, the Kurfürst found the missing element in the music, ferocity. With that, the work was complete. You found Kazdal. Yes, the Kurfürst was astonished to find that the destiny of the work was intertwined with the city's. I understand the reason the Kurfürst chose to present this piece on the eve of my return to Laterano. However, unlike his predecessors, His Holiness has no intention of initiating offensive action against the Sarkaz. He's not interested in putting the sinless on trial without cause. I'm afraid I must disappoint the Kurfürst. The city itself is of no concern to the Kurfürst. He is far more interested in His Holiness's opinion of the piece. Oh no, no witnesses? That's why no one's seen Santa? That's creepy. The naughty list is a hit list. This feels more like Santa in Il Siracusano. Like Santa is just a crime lord or something. Please send His Holiness the Kurfürst's warmest regards. The story definitely not sad at all. Thanks, God. Have a nice dinner. Will the good children get a weapon for Christmas? We have a response from Syracusa, and only a few of the Famiglia. Speaking of Syracusa, a few of the Famiglia have agreed to participate in the action. Their men will rendezvous with the fleet soon. I can't believe Laterano rejected us. Inform the Syracusans to move quickly. Is this everyone attacking Kazdal the same way they attacked Gala? We must mop up the city before the other Kreist can react. Take Kazdal before the other Kurfürsten can. Do not repeat the mistake we made at Gala and miss another opportunity. Howdy, Brown. I'll just say the word potato to make up for no potatoes. Scar Market, Kazdal. Is there another Scar Market? I like Lithuanians. You always bring so much business. And it's smart that you disguised yourself as a prisoner in a smuggling crew rather than flying the banner of a messenger. Now tell me what you want before I lose my patience. Rona is seemingly the only culture to have anyone titled as a saint. Interesting. Like, I get them avoiding, like, a lot of direct religious or politic references. It's all, like, its own thing in Arknights. Wait, that's true. There's a saint in Iberia. Iberia does have a pretty heavy religious background, too. Not to worry, I came prepared. Trade, a muscle for hire, intel. The scar market is everything you need. Cooperation, esteemed leader. We don't have a fixed price for cooperation. Are you sure your curve first can pay my price? Don't you want to know what we're asking for first? There's nothing that money can't buy here, Capernaum. What about Kazdel? Go on. You're just going with this? The curve first wants you to sabotage the city's propulsion system, nothing else. The down payment is in the safe that you took from the caravan. The curve first will discuss the rest of the payment with you and Kazdel. Skara is betraying. Is this why Astagalon kills Skara? For betraying Kazdel? Spanish Santa sounds funny. I mean, isn't there like a variation of... Not like everywhere, but aren't there different cultures' variations of like similar Santa stories? I admire your boldness. Let me express my good faith with a little glimpse into the future for you. Like other names for Santa, like or something. I'll butcher the names. I've heard some of them. The nomadic city of Castel. There's a Russian one. Grandpa Mirage. I'm blanking on what they are. Like, I was going to say something, but it was just a guess. Isn't Carmen a saint? Is Carmen? Take your things and scram, Lithanian. Are you trying to poison me? These are just suppressants. You'll need them on the battlefield. The warships that surround us came from Lithanian. Oh, that's the Iberian saint you mentioned. I see you. In Poland, is it Sviatoslav Nikolai? Sviatoslav Nikolai? Inquisitor Carmen is a saint. Saint Carmen. I don't have an explanation. I know you're taking your son with you into battle. He could use the medicine. Keep your hands off my son. And it's good luck. What's the commotion? Are you out of your mind? She's a Babel doctor. Are you okay? I'm fine. He wasn't really trying to hurt me. Good luck. You married a Babel woman and now you've become a shill for the invaders? It'll be the death of you. I guarantee it. Don't force it. Polish is hard. I feel like we've had quite a few people from Poland like show up in chat. Maybe because of time zones. Maybe because of Arknights. Many of us are also pained by the impending war. We've requested to join you on the front lines. I have to learn some Polish words now. Lunatics, who knows what schemes you have on the front line? You'll get yours in the end. Give me the medicine, I'll distribute it. Get ready to leave. Go meet up with them. I'll take care of things here. Good luck, your son. I didn't let him leave. If the Lithuanians want to force us into a catastrophe, it's safer for him to be in the lower level shelters in the city. Relax, Doctor. People have made it through catastrophes in the past. Maybe we'll have, good luck. You're Polish too, half British. So many people from Poland in chat. The fairness has burned for more than a century. War, catastrophe, migration, exile. All the suffering since the Tikaz era. It's not extinguished the hatred of the Revenants. So this is the Revenant, the soul furnace. It'd be nice if Arknights got Polish dubbed for Casimir's offs. I agree. That'd be incredible. The Sarkaz may have seen many Kazdels through the ages. The memory of yesterday may be unrecognizable by tomorrow. But the soul furnace has been a constant for this generation of Sarkaz. Home is where the soul furnace is. Kazdel. This song. It's 1 p.m. on Saturday, prime time to watch streams. You're not from Poland, but Chicago, does that count? Isn't it like 6 or 7 for you or something? The furnace has not burned like this for many years. I can hear the cries of the revenants even from here. Soon the city will charge headlong into a catastrophe. Well, good morning, or good afternoon. Based on where everyone is. Another thing I found out on VTuber Wiki, people called you Plant or Plant. This is pretty common. This happens all the time. Lots of Polish folk here. It's 7 p.m. for you. The contrast of nights in Neon City is such a good theme for Casimirs, right? It's like technology, modernism with this like older tradition. It's such a like great contrast. All we need to do is hold out until Nesilim's reinforcements arrive, until Casdel once again passes through the catastrophe. They thought we would cower. They tried to assume our thoughts with their conception of common sense. They were so 170 years ago, and it is so now. Arrogant and laughable fools who never took the time to truly understand us. Poles are everywhere. The North and the South Poles. They're literally called poles. Poland is Earth. What fate do you think awaits the city, Teresis? To be honest, the chances that it survives are slim. Like all 4 plants, we think the pom-pom is the main body. The rest of my body is a puppet. Okay, this has been debunked so many times. But it's a funny headcanon. And the forests of crystals in the mines and on the walls could never be removed, ruining years of our plans for the city. I don't know if the city can survive another ordeal like that, much less one that's even worse. Good luck rarely comes twice. I believe in the city, Teresis. Not because of luck, but because we built this city, and I won't give up on it. The story of the city does not end here, Your Highness. Is this calcit? They say outside of Poland most Poles are in Chicago? Really? I mean, I see our like vendetta as a symbiotic relationship. A symbiotic relationship that's funny. I may not be able to see its future clearly. Maybe I could get like a text-to-speech thing for like the pom-pom to speak. I could give it like eyes or something, and it could be like it could be like Chat's voice or something. I wonder. There's the one thing I can say for sure. The city continues to exist into the distant future. No one can say, however, if it will be a sanctuary of hope or a ghost city of the dead. Scar-Eye, have you not grown tired? That was Scar-Eye of the ambiguous words of your kind. And need I remind you that no amount of mercenaries can ensure your safety in the city. Plant is merely shroom above ground. My true form is the vast mycelium network underneath the soil. Are you saying I'm an orc? I'm a 40k orc. Instead of brain rot, it's brain root. That's so funny. There is no deceiving Your Highness, of course. I feel like I have to do this. I have to like prove that I exist without the pom-pom. You've never seen anything below your top half? Yeah, you have. Totally. Totally. Wait, I mean, here, this is scuffed, but like, I have legs. I totally have legs. That's real. That's totally real. Where did Phora go? It's still me, I swear. Okay, let's try again. Sometimes I just vanish into thin air. I was made an offer most difficult to refuse, which obliged me to enter the city to seek an audience. What is that you're carrying? This? Something insignificant. No, I mean someone. The Lithanians wanted me to sabotage Casdel. I've been away from my ken for many years, but as Your Highness said, Casdel is the root of all sarcas. So I felt that I had to deliver this Lithanian with my own hands in order to prove my innocence. You're standing with Casdel? They're wooden legs. Okay, some people have wooden legs. That's a thing. I am brute. What are you thinking? Exactly as I have said. What can I possibly hide before the King of Sarkas? But if you're not interested in my gift of good faith, then I see no need to carry it with me anymore. It's heavy after all. He casually casts the bag into the furnace where it's incinerated in an instant. I think that was the sabotage. Without a sound. The furnace is always an impressive sight, no matter how many times one sees it. You just betrayed them. Your Highness need not pity him. He should have foreseen the risks when he approached the Scar Market. I trust Lithanian was not miserly with its terms. It's simple, Your Highness. I prefer immediate payment over empty promise. More importantly, I don't work with losing sides. Are you predicting our victory? It wasn't I who saw it. It was the Cyclops who left the prophecy 1,000 years ago. I'm simply betting your highnesses are the protagonists of the prophecy. No sabotage? Fine. I wasn't sure if the plot twist was happening. Like, why is Ascalon mad at Scar-Eye? Regardless, the safest business for the Scar market is with your highnesses. It would keep business flowing for at least the next 50 years or so. Phora do be a flying figure with no legs. That's not true, I swear. I have legs. Is that not so, your highnesses? Teresa has the empathetic telepathy thing like Amiya. She would have noticed the hostile intent. So it was all honesty. I feel like I'm inclined to trust Scar-Eye. I just don't trust the story writers. We've had so many betrayals out of nowhere. Or just casually creates lore. Thus I shall update the VTuber working with my hypothesis proven into theory. This is untrue. This is slander. You're clever. Prophecy doesn't bring victory, but we can. Bring your mercenaries. We're moving out. Another Lutanada today. The crowd stirs. The Sarkaz procession leaving the city is quiet, except for the occasional clang of weapons and equipment. Their silence is rooted in the knowledge of the fate that awaited them beyond the city's gates. That's what Scarface meant, that he could hide nothing before Her Highness. There's no lying to Teresa. I see. Scar-Eye, sorry. Was I calling him Scarface too? They rep banners, torn from the walls around their waists, or clutch originium spikes chopped from the streets as makeshift weapons. Each has their own ritual to remember the city that they may never return to. Oh. The dirt is gone. Oh, Mom, Dad, where are you? Is this one of the new playable characters? There's no lying to Teresa. Dad, Mom. People really need to watch their kids. They can't be allowed to run wild. Ouch. Who is this brave child? Is this Manfred? Is this little Manfred new free guard of a new archetype? A brand new archetype? I'm so excited. Thank you. Where did you come from? Where are you also leaving the city? You'll fall if you're not careful. I'm looking for my mom and dad. Are you going out too? That child is the new welfare operator? New welfare, yes. We take. I wonder if there's an easy way to see like his stats and things. Yes, I'm going to the battlefield. Young Manfred looks adorable. Oh, so many head pads. Are you looking for your mom and dad there too? Can I come with you? No, I'm by myself. Why are you going out then? Because I don't want to hide in the city. I want to fight the people who are doing bad things to us. That's what my parents told me before they left. You could almost adopt Manfred here if you didn't want him dead first. I have a feeling Manfred wouldn't have done all those things if you adopted him. I want to fight too, but Mom and Dad won't let me go. I tried to sneak out and got a beating when they found out, but I don't want to be away from Mom and Dad. We'll go together then and find your Mom and Dad, but there'll be a lot of bad people out there. Are you scared? You're not scared. Mom and Dad aren't scared. I'm not scared either. You can make him worse. The disheveled child pumps his fists to show courage, but his trembling betrays him. Oh. The older child knows that the young boy does not fully understand what's happening outside the city. More artistic. You're like Kuruyoshu teaching Sinclair to be artistic. The young boy knows something simple but true. Bad guys should be chased away. Families should stay together. So he takes the boy's hand and joins the procession. How do we find your parents when we're out there? They work for Babel. They have a picture of a tower on their clothes. Rhodes Island? A picture of a tower? Babel, I know that place. Is the Rhodes Island symbol Babel Tower? Is that the chess piece rook, I think? That's like the Rhodes logo? Are you from Babel too? No, I grew up in a military commission institution. I guess I'm from the military commission. Yeah, Tower of Babel. Military commission. What's that? That's not Manfred, that's boyfriend. Okay, that's funny, Weimar. That's actually really funny. A place that protects people, just like Babel. Boyfriend real. Must protect, must adopt. What's your dad's name? Let's squeeze their way to the front. Maybe they're up ahead. Good luck. You're a good luck's kid. The rook is Rhodes. Babel's more of a crude spire than a tower. Yes, he's good luck. Why are you laughing? Nothing, let's shout his name. Maybe he'll hear you. Dear children squeeze forward in the procession, holding each other's hand, calling out good luck with their tiny voices. A few heads turn and sigh when they see the young and naive faces. You can find the Babel logo on event menu. Good luck. It's what they all need. Oh. On an evening in the autumn of 1068, the music playing in the curved verst of Wasserland's study was interrupted by the sound of frantic knocking on the door. The fleet that was pursuing the nomadic city of Castel had broken off its pursuit. Those crazy devils charged straight into a catastrophe. It's only by sheer good luck that they got away. I feel like good luck is a theme that we'll see throughout the story. Years later, the curved verge of Wasserland still recounted the reason for his failure with palpable disdain. So they escaped this invasion. Or fate guides. Which would mean this new 4-star is like 30 or 40. If it's 1068.
I have the intel for what lies ahead all sorted. Go forth with aplomb.
With aplomb.
Good scenery here,
Go
Doctor.
forth with aplomb. I feel like I never hear that word.
I'm
Space
listening.
Venus. I should have activated the skill sooner.
A new challenge. Get around it, guys.
Double speed. The shift in tone as soon as you load it. Right? The tone changed entirely. Also, I'm just noticing this other lane.
Sarà una passeggiata.
Feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
I wonder if Vigil can support his own summon. Space Typhon here. I don't know what to expect from the bottom lane.
Get around it, guys.
There's no good luck here, only trauma and depression cry. A plant.
Un'eliminazione.
It's not a plant, I swear. A plum. Okay, double speed. That'd be funny though, if I ever got another VTuber model that looked a little bit different but had the same pom-pom. I'd be like, I'm not as old as Calcid, I swear. I'm not like a Calcid plant that changes bodies. The cycle of rebirth and what's it called? Death and reincarnation. That's not me. Palace Tuber. Palace Tuber.
Don't keep me waiting.
Hey Sage.
Mask the scent of despair.
Also Sage, the friend list update happened. It's finally here.
Stay calm. Nature should not be disturbed.
Double speed. Someday I have to get a palace. Like statistically, it has to happen.
I know what's better than at your step.
Is this a leak? Don't be a leak.
Ready to move.
Do they fly for a certain... Do they fly until they hit a chain? I have to read what those enemies do. How long do they fly? How tiny we seem when we stand beside the tracks of this ship. I feel like a status effect for a certain amount of damage. Yes, it's the most impressive war machine. With their bodies as barriers, the Nashor halted its advance at a tremendous cost. The Banshee's shrieks, powerful enough to shatter consciousnesses, only managed to force the Lithanians to retreat below deck. Do you ever work for a VTuber company and have to use a completely new persona and model? Keep the pom-pom, would recognize you at an instant. That would be so funny. If I ever leave or get signed to an agency or something, I feel like you'd be able to find me. I thought the friend list would be filled up by now. I haven't streamed by then. This is the first stream since the update. But yes, it will fill up pretty quickly, I'm sure. We're so far behind and time is running out. Castle must have equally powerful weapons, if not more so. All of our previous attempts have failed. A century ago, few believed we could build a nomadic city out of Castle. Yet we did. If we are to catch up to them now, we cannot afford to take the conventional path. We have word from Damasti. The battleships on the horizon are slowing down. Have they given up? No, the Car First's orders were to continue the pursuit. The commander of the fleet ordered them to slow down. They're concerned about the catastrophes and the terrain. They've seen what happened to the ship. At the current rate, we can expect to engage them at dusk. We've bought enough time for Castel to retreat. Teresa looks back at the two storms entwining on the wastes, trying to catch a glimpse of the city. She sees nothing. Where is Castel now? Is it still moving through the storm? Are the people in the shelter safe? So they're off the ship, fighting for it to escape. The storms are converging. A retreat has been cut off. A battle is inevitable. Teresa's? I never thought I'd see you lose focus on the battlefield. What's that? Is Teresa's worried? I think this is the first time I've seen Teresa's worried. As someone who did not read but played all of chapter 13. The storms rage, the young taunting the old. The newborn storm slams into the dying storm to the war drums of thunder. Also pretty art. Whirling air currents clash and combine between the two storms. Violence begets peace, and a passage appears where the storms converge. Lightning flashes and thunder cracks. A path through the storm. The storm. Let's go, Teresa. The storm has given us a path. Those who survive through it will have another chance. A heck of an image. I know it's like, okay, it's not super detailed, but like, it means something, right? Right. I'm still wondering whenever you can read Preluding Lights. I have to add Preluding Lights to the list. Also, this song sounds a little like Lone Trail to me in the background. We'll do it together. The Damasti cluster passes their command to every Sarkaz present. The warriors see their leaders walk into the storm side by side and follow with no hesitation. The procession advances into the tempest, the strong supporting the weak, the brave encouraging the fearful. Do you see that, Teresis? Within the roar of the tempest, they seem to hear the voice from the snowstorm in that childhood dream. They see the prophecy. The prophecy? Is this Anya? The thin-cloaked figure turns at the sound of her voice and sees the storm-bound procession. Teresis sees a child. Mist? Is this Operator Mist? Mist, gilded by the setting sun, shrouds her... Okay, never mind. It's not Mist. This is baby Ascalon. This is Ascalon. Shrouds her shoulders, rising and blending with the shrieking winds above. He takes off his gauntlet and stretches his bare hand into the mist. The mist dissipates, and in his bloodied hand is the stone blade that the child is holding. You are Grab? What are you doing here? Slurring. Hum? You hum? Does it need to be super detailed? It's meant to be wind in motion. That's fair. That makes sense. You come in home? The child wrestles the blade from Teresa's hand and points it again at Teresa's and the procession behind him. There is no difference between man and beast to the child who grew up in the wastes. You want to kill me? Kill you? Nobody taught her how to speak. She simply emulates the sounds made by those who pass by. She's just repeating Teresa's. Teresa's looks down silently at the thin figure. Let me show you how to hold a knife. You. The child hesitates for a moment before putting her knife in Teresa's outstretched hand. Me. You bring me. Teresa gazes into Teresa's eyes. Prophecy. A sword to slay the regent king. A spear to pierce the royal ring. But they've never cared much for prophecy. Very well. Come with me. The home of the Sarkaz is not in the Barrens. Do you have a name? Name me. From now on, you have a new name. Ascalon. That's such a fun name. 10 days later, the nomadic city of Kazdel. The music is so nice. It's back to our happy music. Look, Doctor, the furnace has been relit. Is it moving? Yes, it is finally moving. Ouch. Careful, your wounds might open again. I've got to go to the furnace. The furnace burns again, and Castle still stands. The Athenians didn't manage to kill us. No, I didn't mean you, Doctor. Oh. Also, isn't it so weird to hear people say Doctor about someone who isn't us? Who isn't the Doctor? Come with me to see it. You deserve the same honor as the warriors who survived. But I'm not sarcasm. You people are heroes too. Come watch their highnesses command the Goliath to support the leaning furnace. Watch the sparks fly when iron hammers beat upon the broken core. Hear the elegy of the Banshee, and witness the final journey of fallen heroes when they enter the furnace to fuel it. This used to be an occasion that only the Sarcast could see. I would love to go, but there are still a lot of wounded to treat. Alright, tell you what, I'll bring back a couple bottles of booze and some fresh fruit, and we'll... Doctor is MD. Doctor is you, I see. If it's capital, Doctor is you. You're not allowed to drink, and who the heck drinks in a medic tent? Come on, it's just a little flesh wounds. No means no. It's your Ripathy that's the problem. Not to mention you're a terrible drinker. When did you ever see me drink? Oh, that time when I was drunk and came to you with a bunch of Ripathy bombs. Is this a bomb user? Is this a Dorothy or W? Look, that was the only time in all these years. You know I can't afford booze. I can't stop you. Why don't you go yourself? Won't be the same without you. Is this another ship? These unnamed NPCs? This feels like flirting. But I like highly detailed wind. Yeah, where's the highly detailed wind? With all the whale money, that was the most wind you could draw. That's funny. But I'm a Lithuanian. And do you support those nobles who profit off war? I ran away from home because I couldn't stand them. There you have it. Wait a sec. You say you ran away from home? Are you a noble? No? I was kind of thinking, your equipment doesn't look like it's from Babel. Well, I won't speculate. It does nobody any good. I say you can go on your own. I doubt the soldiers on the front lines would get along with the Lithuanian. Oh yeah, there's also revelations about the true identity of the End Administrator later in this event story. There's also another revelation about Enfield's Talos too, and its inhabitants in this story. I know people were saying, like theorizing, I think Malco mentioned that maybe they've been waiting to drop Enfield announcements until after Babel to like connect it better. I cannot wait to play Enfield. If there's another beta test, I'll do my best to apply. And I saw the Athenians string my father up in a sewer entrance to humiliate him. I never imagined I could befriend a Cabernet doctor either. Babel event is a good event. Babel is best. Babel is best. Back then, the only people who showed us any kindness were poor, infected, or both. Right, enough of the sad stuff. Be back in a jiffy. Seriously, since when did the Sarcas become so glib-tongued with me? If R6 is canon, then Enfield should have a new race of humans? Really? Makes sense that they wait for global release of Babel, since there's talk that Enfield will release on CN and EN at the same time. If we're on the same track as CN for Enfield, that'd be so exciting. That'd be so exciting. I wonder if this counts as progress, Teresa. In any case, Castel is moving again. Things will get better. Oh, back already. Well, it's about time you lay down. Oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else. Oh wait, your wounds are really bad. Nobody treated your arts burns? The Lithuanians did it. My son's dead. They burned him alive before my very eyes. I was the only one who lived. Are you about to kill this doctor? At least let me see your wounds. They burned him alive. He was screaming. They used arts to hang him in the air for everyone to see. My brothers are dead. My captain is dead. The Athenians stood on the high ground. Their raised staffs looked just like... bloodshot eyes, the nearly deranged sarcasm fixates on the doctor's staff abandoned in the corner. The emblem of the home she left behind hangs from the staff. Like a reel, the doctor does not sense the hostility. She lifts his top to inspect the wound, but feels a chill run up her spine. Oh no, your arms. Why didn't the guards check you? The light of the soul furnace lights up the night sky above Castel, like the midday sun. The fire's crackles echo like a mournful growl, a somber tribute to the fallen who have become its fuel. All the sarcasts set their eyes on the sky that night. No one notices the light from one of the field hospital's windows go out. They just killed the doctor. This music? And we just move on like nothing happened. Your Highness, why was I brought here? Oh yes, I have good news to report. What news? We won. We defeated the Lithanians, Your Highness, me, my son, and the Blue Blood Squad. We won. Is Teresa punishing the soldier? Are you not glad, Your Highness? Are we too slow? But Blake, my son, bring me the battle plan. Son? Sorry, Your Highness. I don't know where my son went. I could have sworn you said your son died. You killed a doctor, one who has served Castel for years, treating orthopedy patients. Castel? Doctor, no, you must understand, Your Highness. I only fight Lithanians. Have you read his emotions, Teresa? Pain, confusion, madness. He's driven himself mad to escape the painful memories. He doesn't even know what crime he committed. The others do. The guards discovered him crawling with another sarcasm that shattered casks of liquor, which ignited and spread fire throughout the field hospital. All await the king's response, but you cannot be the one to do it. He's gone off the deep end. I think he's just lost it entirely. Leave it to me. Your Highness, General, I gave my all to defeat the Lithanians. Was I wrong to do so? Your Highness. Take him away. He's long gone. Next he's gonna start making noodles in his mouth. No, that's the worst sign of insanity. If you make noodles with the boiling water in your mouth, you're crazy. Looking at Doctor. -45 sanity, murder panic type response. That the lop core got to this sarcasm. His name is Logan, given to him by his mother. He was one of the first Babel engineers. He hardly uses any arts, but the guards were hypnotized by arts. Someone is behind this. What if it is Scar Eye? The military commission will not investigate the sarcasm for the sake of an outsider, not after they've just been through another ordeal. Neither should Babel. We have no choice. The war has just ended. Babel should withdraw from military and political affairs, at least for the time being. You know that's not what Babel is about in the first place. I do, but many don't. Boy, that's Doctor's favorite dish. Exactly, we're kinda crazy. I've only ever eaten the dry noodle pack while drinking warm water with the seasonings in it. And how was that for you, Aruba? Be honest. As if it has an interesting boss fight. I'm kind of terrified of what it could be. I will define the parameters for Babel's activities. Babel members. They misspelled Babel. Babel members will continue to serve Casdel's medical, educational, and technological needs from this area. Crunchy. Yeah, that's sicko. Ever tried mommy noodles? Mommy noodles. I'm writing this down. I don't think so. Maybe. Maybe I did and didn't know what they were. I've had lots of different noodles before. But we must make every effort to avoid conflict. Yep. We have Babel at home. Babel at home is Babel. We have Bubble at home. OP compensation to win hypergrip. Oh, win hypergrip. There will come a day when the repressed hatred boils over, and even we will be powerless when that day comes. Castel is in urgent need of a change. We have to solve the Originian problem soon. But even that won't solve all our problems. I know. I've always known. And and the drink tastes like it increased your sodium by 40% more than normal. I bet it did. Also, is this little Ascalon? Oh. There you are, Ascalon. What have you seen in the city? Death. People cry. People die. Cry and cry tears. I feel like the most sodium I've ever had at once was like... As a kid, someone gave me a bag of pretzels for a snack. And you know like how at the bottom of the bag, like this wasn't a big bag or anything, but like a tiny little snack pack. There was like a ton of salt. I thought I was supposed to eat everything in the bag. So I had the salt too. And the sodium was crazy. Teresa stretches out his hand. A delicate stone knife lies in its palm. A knife? Keep it safe. A warrior should treasure her weapon. I will teach you how to sharpen your blade. But it's up to you to decide whom it cuts. I mean, I do that too, Plamp, so I don't blame you. Okay, this was me as a child. I've grown, okay? Salt falling from salty pretzel sticks. Delicious. Okay, it wasn't like a full spoonful or anything, but it felt like way too much. You're too impatient, Teresis. She's not ready to understand these things yet. She has to understand, sooner or later. Maybe. But for now, what we should do is give the frightened child a little bit of peace. Do you like the city, Ascalon? Do you love the city you live in? The babies. Normal salt fiend behavior. I am not addicted to salt, I promise. Don't you dare build Vigil's module. Sage, I'm too far gone. I've distorted too far. Vigil will be M9 level 90. Unfortunately, I paid for that bag, so I'm having every bit of it. Even the remnants of the seasonings in the bottom. Are you the sort of person who, like, eats all the ice in your drink, too? Build the module. Do it, it's gonna be funny. I'm, like, one of the 3 Vigil enjoyers, and I think there's, like, one other in chat. He will be the unseen carry. Compared to the armor general, Ascalon is not like the sarcasm woman crouched before her. She seems to see through all of her thoughts, leaving no secrets, the most dangerous thing in the wastes. She cannot bring herself to be hostile to this gentle Zarkaz. Build Frostleaf module too. Isn't Frostleaf module actually, like, kind of good though? Doesn't it make E2 worth it? Phora and Uriel, 2 people genuinely... Wait, Uriel built Vigil too? Enjoying using Vigil? I know Uriel does male knights. Uriel actually uses Vigil? I like him, but I don't like pulling my hair out. No need to be afraid. You know I don't mean you any harm. Come touch my horn. We're the same. Frostleaf module barely did anything. Unfortunately, she did. Uriel is so real for that. Ak is amazing. Minimalist is top tier factory. I feel like Ak is just funny to build. You'll build everyone except Ak, Spheria, Minimalist, and Tomimi. What do you have against Big Tails? This is Big Tails Lander. You wielded a Phantom solo. Aya, she's unstoppable. Someday I'll get a Phantom. Imagine a Vigil solo. Vigil does DP. Vigil hits ground and aerial units too. Imagine a Vigil solo. Warm here. Warm me. Yes, warm. Hatred and killing are not the only way to solve a problem. Wait, problem? Teresa says no more. It is difficult for a girl who's known nothing but the wastes to understand certain words, even with the help of the King of Zarkaz. She takes Ascalon's hand. It's like the wound on your palm. Weapons can't heal it. Only time and medicine can. Timmy worse at caster drop than a 3-star. Vigil and his 2 DPs, so... But that's the thing. If you just place Vigil summon is free. Vigil needs a huge buff badly. Actually, honestly, if I played with Vigil, I'd need like Heidi and Perfumer. That'd be nice. I spent weeks worth of resources to mod 3 Mumu. What does Vigil mod do again? It like, okay, whenever you deploy your summon, it automatically has 3 block instead of having to charge for like 30 seconds. It's okay, I've cleaned your wound. You'll need to take care of it. Also, Vigil's attack goes up to like 700 something. It's like more than Flame Tail's base attack. Timmy's the funniest caster ever. Silly crocodile caster decides to hit the enemy with her stick instead. Tomimi was just designed so badly. If she could be deployed to the ground and had like 2 block of maybe she could have some use. The only thing Vigil solos is sanity and your resources. Someday there will be a stage where Vigil's like necessary for a clear, and you'll be like, Phora, you were right. I never should have doubted you. Be patient. One day you'll wake up and find that it doesn't hurt anymore. You have to believe. I did once use Vigil seriously in a CC with Sniper's band as a dupe for Axu. I see. I feel like Vigil's summon is kind of nice because it has infinite health. It just spawns health. I think Tamimi has some hope because Pallas got a module that lets her go on the high ground. And now they make a Vigil event and release a broken module for him. Vigil could honestly have such a big arc. I could see it. Especially if we get like Lapland Altar or something. Vigil has to come back. Babel Classroom Castel. All this year people who can't handle the power of Vigil and melee caster Tomimi. Vigil could get an alt, right? Vigil alt. Would mean I wasted all my resources on Vigil though. On base Vigil. No one here. We'll wait a little longer. It's not lesson time yet. They'll come. We need to get Vigil's bestie as a playable op, right? There are so many great NPCs. Ilstra Kusano, there's some from Lithuanian. Me with the Mumu and Beastock. Share a Vigil required level. Okay, that's fair. Mumu is kind of OP. Mumu is kind of OP as a tactician. Popokar altar win. Popokar outfit win. We have neither. Nature is too handsome to waste away in NPC jail, right? The pretty NPC's curse is all over Arknights. Look at Teresa's casualty report from the military commission. There are many children, most of them students. And Lessing's little sister, yes, I mean, Fang is getting altar and I want her. Lapped on the lesbian lord. I see it. Texas, once again, Texas harem strikes again. Of course, also very likely to get altar. Probably of her adult form. I know Popokar has this like weird voice line about like I know how to handle my teammates and like putting them in place. Isn't Popokar's lore kind of creepy? Like she can go crazy or like be very fierce out of nowhere. Imagine a midnight altar would be insane. Logo's mom playable win. Yucatan Pioneer Vanguard, a man can dream. Yes, you can, Bush. Lapland the obsessed. Hey, Red. So true. I still don't have a Lapland. Popokar is one of the 3 special child weapons from Ryan Labs. So it's Ifrit. It's Rosmontes. I feel like Roz. Sort of. Ifrit, Roz, and Popokar. Implied to be very strong physically, yes. Popokar altar. Also eventually a bubble altar. Like a big strong bubble. I don't think Lapland feels like she needs some stinking Wolf Lord's power. This is true. Their parents are no longer willing to let the outsiders of Babel teach them. Plus, if memory serves, many of Babel's teachers have already left out of fear, as much as Ifrit Popokar. How did I miss Popokar as a research subject? Evan altar would be neat too, so I can have more goat, but I don't even know what else they can do with him. Evan like awakened a 3rd time, a 4th time. Maybe they could do like an alternate timeline where Evan becomes like the Witch King or something. I have Lapland, but I don't have resources to build her. So many ops to build as a new player, so few LMDs. You're real. You're very real and seen. Username. Ifrit Diabolic, Roz, Loken, Popokar Lumberyard. The boy is a caster and that's it. Lessing could get an Arts Guard altar. I could see that. Or like just a better module for Lessing. When mod makes her so strong, stage 1 gives 15% damage reduction on Blocka. Stage 2 gives 5 bonus SP for Cologne. And 3 allows the clone to copy 100% stats. It'd be like Bard Eben just chilling and playing a violin. Eben needs a break. Eben needs a break. We need to snag a siege altar before we can consider another altar. That means Eben would be taken over, right? I feel like they did Scotty altar. So it's not too far-fetched to do Eben altar. Like a creepy other universe. You're troubling yourself too much with trivial matters, Teresa. You need to rest. We still have to. Or ritualist supporter. There are so many ways it could go. Eben can't be the Witch King. His arts don't come close to the Witch King. Witch King's too malicious. I feel like it'd be like a Tallulah situation. With like Eben though. I would mod 3 Moomoo, but I kinda want to save those mod materials for Ascalon. I get that. We did get Siege Altar. I think I've heard a little bit about this. Andriana Altar. Andriana and... Why am I blanking on the other? The specialist who's an Abyssal Hunter. Polar. Isn't the only other that doesn't have an altar? 2 Abyssal Hunters have altars. Also Ulpianas. I want to wait a little longer, Thrasis. Very well. He does not leave. The classroom is eerily quiet. Teresa closes her eyes and recalls the students who used to fill the classroom. They said we can get potatoes for coming to school. Potatoes. If Brown Dwarf is still in chat, potatoes mentioned. Yeah, all pianists. Wiš'adel, Ascalon, so many banners. Also logos eventually. I didn't understand that one, Your Highness. Do you have any simple stories? You said you went to the outside with mercenaries when you were our age. There's a sea between Sargon and Iberia. What's a boat? Why can't we go up on deck? Why would we throw up? They need spires. Are they like our furnace? People who are nice to us. But Dad says there's no foreigners like that. Yeah, Wiš'adel and Logos. But the teachers here are nice to us. Students come and go, but she always managed to get them to return. But this time, no one came. Andriana's the only 5-star unit who doesn't have much to explain her connection to the Abyssal Hunters. We need Andriana lore. Andriana is missing so much lore. You're so right about this. Because I'm having cheap rice and salt for all meals next month. the Gacha Lord's call. General Terrasis. It's Manfred, Your Highness. You. The hilt of a stone knife hits the boy in the chest. Although unable to break free, Boy strains to look up at the tall, gaunt girl who has impinged. I saw General Terrasis come this way. I just wanted to. Teresa, Your Highness. You're here too. This classroom. Are you teaching Jay Alter when he finally gets serious about being the mob lord everyone thinks he is? Also, she's very nice. I feel like Sage is just down bad for Andriana. Andriana was Iberia's attempt to create their own Abyssal Hunters. Logos has Bondo soon. So true. It's kind of romantic, really. Sushi Man is way too dangerous. Totally. Do people ship Manfred and Ascalon? Jay's just holding back, I swear. Jay's true power will release in the future. Put down the knife, Ascalon. Your Highness. You were looking for me? Yes, I came to seek an answer for the children who lost their parents. I know the military commission will take care of them, as it took care of me. But will this change anything? What if another war comes? I want to change things, but I don't know what I can change, or what I should change. The 2 rulers gaze upon the fearless child, each arriving at their own answer inside. Logos, please don't be like Galen. Don't hide behind Walter. Jay Alter would mean Rat King's demise real. I don't think we can do that to base the Rat King. It could be like a big time skip. Like a really big time skip. Nothing official about Andriana's origin. We don't know if she's really Iberia's attempt for an Abyssal Hunter. That's just a theory. An AK theory. Maxed out J hits like a low tier 6-star. I have to max my J soon. Top 5 Chong Yu, and I had to get Lin on her rerun. I'll be forever salty. Okay, Pop 5 Chong Yu is kind of real though. Andriana Alter is just a low light. That's true too. The Andriana lore we have is just low light. Manfred. What if Jay marries into Lynn's family and becomes the head? If it means Lynn is out, then bring on Jay's ascension. Oh, good luck and new operator. Dad, we've been standing at the door forever. Why can't we go in? Mommy's hurt very badly. She needs some quiet to rest. We shouldn't bother her. But I miss Mom. Daddy misses her too, but not now. We'll go home together once I come back. Do you just not come back? All we know is that she has a tiny bit of what makes the Hunters what they are. Yeah, poor boy. I feel so sad for everyone who's gone through the horrible things. Where are you going, Dad? I have to leave the city for a bit to make the people who hurt Mommy pay. Stay here with Mommy and wait for Daddy, eh? Can you stay, Daddy? I'll figure out a way to make Mommy better, I promise. Do you like Mommy's name? Wait, Otto's playable. Otto's playable? He's leaving to get the milk. The way everyone but Good Luck is playable. Have you listened to Yen King? Have I? Lynn and Jay getting married would be hilarious. I feel like they'd both be very upset about it. Could not expect a Rat King rap in Chinese. I think I did hear it before. It's your name now. But... It's your name now? That's why Otto's playable? Is because it's you? I'll teach you to fight the bad guys with Mommy's weapon once I get back. Okay, I'll beat up the bad guys who hurt Mommy. But will beating up the bad guys make her feel better? You'll understand someday, Otto. I'll be back. Wait for me. Good Luck turns around toward the crystal-infested city wall. The only thing left that ties him to the city is Otta. Otta and Otta. Good Luck needs to get better at naming. Oh, I'm so sorry. Someone had to say it. They just do it so no one bothers them about it ever again.
È già finita.
That makes sense.
Perché questo compiacimento?
The Dark Inheritance.
Quegli idioti ci hanno fatto sprecare
Altogether
tempo
being a
che
failed
avremmo potuto
experiment
usare
isn't
meglio a
explicitly stated. It's kind of just a theory floating around. It's not exactly lore. I see,
Questi
I see.
documenti non sono importanti.
Let's
Doc.
let the day change.
L'importante è ciò che fai.
I'll just collect a few things. I pity Good Luck so much. Good Luck went through a full story arc.
Beautiful sunset.
Being like sold to someone,
It would be even
staying with
more
by the general,
romantic if there were
marrying and
millions
getting
of
like a child, like
scientists
starting a
with
family,
artifacts like this should be living in the
and
desert.
then just like dying.
Wonder why
so
this
quickly.
bugger came with me. Here, got you new food to try.
The Sarkis names are inherited, and the lad inherited his mom's weapon. And thus her name. Aww. Is that sort of like W? Hush, you just got 2 cards. It's like W inherited the name when she picked the knife in Arknights. Is that how Wiš'adel?
Questi
It's
documenti non
probably
sono
spoilers for
importanti, Doc.
Wiš'adel. The
L'importante
interesting piece of
è ciò
story
che
of Lynn and
fai.
Jay met and wrote. Which is how they married, really. The story could go so many ways, that's true. Also, I think we have... Let's take crowd control. Or the name was just W. So how did Wiš'adel change? I'm sure we'll learn how Wiš'adel changes from W to Wiš'adel. Wiš'adel's chapter 14 spoiler.
Red. Wolf Hunter.
Project Red
Smells
out of nowhere.
wolves.
It's crazy. It's crazy. That's insane. Lynn would never marry Jay. She's too much of a hard ass. I feel like Lynn has standards. Lynn would have more standards. Nice. Wait a month and we'll find out. Tail sniffer. GG's. GG's. It's moments like that that keep me playing Arknights. I'm kidding. But like those are really great moments. When you just randomly get lucky. I also got a summon tag earlier. Off stream, I got another mayor pot. It's yours. Lacey and Jola being related still has me shocked. Are they actually?
My name is Plume.
His wife is also, but Jay likes it.
Veteran. I will be
It'd
your
be hilarious if
sword
Jay
and your wings
accidentally
as I
got
defend
married.
you.
How would Jay explain that to anybody? Okay, let's collect all of this. Another Phora dupe. I have to get my max pot from here. Another operator to build. Another for the list. She's some sort of ant. How much is this? 490. We just have to clear one more stage. And we can pull again. Alcohol, duh. Actually, I think this is another pull. So let's take it. I'll get this outfit too at some point. Oddest token. He was staying with her family when staying in Longman. Failure. Yeah, you should boot up the game. Do some dailies and farm BB5. Gotta feed the random farm. Okay, we have. This is our fourth pull. Our fourth pull in banner. Oh, this could be good. This could be huge. It's just a 5. It's just a 5. Who is it?
Gosh, Rhodes Island has great pay and
April start.
benefits.
Jay's life is just a
sorry,
series of
Doctor.
accidents and
I'm just a little
misunderstandings.
shocked.
Rip. Yeah, the friends list got expanded to 100. Is this my 3rd April? I think this is my 3rd or 4th April. Also, Jay is fighting with the kitchen knife. Yeah, April. I know there's this cheap tempo. But I can't do it. I can't do that to myself. Australia has appeared. Imagine if he actually uses a proper weapon. He just fights with a kitchen knife. Master her. Fine. I know I have to build April. Isn't April the fast redeploy sniper? April is. Do it. Shop calling. I have to save. I have to pay for the Limbus company pass and save for other things. Like new emotes and maybe a model upgrade on a PC. A whale call. If I whale, maybe it'd be a true limited banner or something. A silent crack. I can quit anytime. I just have to be smart. If I whale too much, I'll just roll down the slope. I'll roll down the slope. Today, though, we face the tragic reality of disunity and betrayal. If any of you want me to do polls for you, feel free. Send me your account email. I'll do viewer polls. This phrase will forever haunt your spending. You have time before the next banner. That's true. Escalin's not limited, so she can randomly pop out of any banner. That's what happened with Ray. I think I got an off banner on Ray, and then Ray just spooked me. Whale plant will only appear during Walter event. April fast redeploy life is a fun way to play it. So this is 8 years ago, 1086. Residential district, the nomadic city of Castel. Yeah, Ray's not limited. I was just excited to go for Ray because new class, new sniper class. Also, Ray is Ray. Remember the promise we made at the beginning of the lesson? Good. Keep your voice low when answering. And don't tell anyone about the classes. Rat is not limited. Whale plant will show up when Hypergriff pays walls some drip, just like our 6 eyes. Okay, the exclusive background did make me wail. I won't lie. Yeah, Ray wasn't limited, just like Minor and Vivier. The Virtuosa. Ray Tonka has been teaching you about our history for the past few months. As for myself, I have been struggling to decide what to teach you in our last lesson. Mathematics, language, agriculture, weapon making. What I've come to realize is that whatever I teach you won't truly change our lives. We have lived silently in despair for too long. You just have to look up their E2 art as life 2D. Is that the difference? All limited E2s are life 2D. How did I not make this connection? The war 18 years ago never ended. The ghosts of Lithuanian's fleet continue to haunt those who experienced that war. I should have started 2 months earlier. I missed the Virtuosa banner. Real username. I started right after the Yato altar banner, so I feel you. I barely missed the Yato altar. Pretty sure some altars aren't limited either. Like FedEx and Reed altar. That's true. I still want a FedEx. Oddly, they added a 10-pull pack for this banner for $8. It's so cheap. And so tempting. Many died in despair, drowned in the fear of war and of being consumed by the black rocks that grew from their bodies. Isn't the difference, though, that, when that 10-pull was, just for standard banners? I believe the first life duty unit was Sculptor. Focus and Wiš'adel's destructive power should make up for missing Virtuosa. I feel like starting the game later isn't horrible because of power creep. So you'll be fine. I got FedEx and Harmist of Flame. But our instincts drove us to seek a way to overcome despair. FedEx and Hersher of Flame. I think live duty is going to be their standard for limiteds. It's always so pretty to see live duty in Arknights. Some declared war on despair and the outsiders who oppressed us, but they all fell short in the face of cruel reality. Also, like, Arknights, only limiteds get live duties. Reverse 1999, everyone has live duty. W skin originally wasn't live duty. That was added later, so whoever got it before had a discount. Oh, came to see the contracts. So good luck's alive. I've never seen a more motivated mercenary than you. Now you're trying to buy a mansion in Colombia or something. One should feel lucky just to be alive for so long. In that sense, I suppose your name is well deserved. I heard a bunch of jobs came in lately. Anything good? You have every single 6-star Matasa. You're crazy for that in the best way. Wow. I got like 200 pulls right now. I'm doing a rock farm to get more. I fear 200 isn't enough for Wiš'adel and Logos. But Logos isn't limited, right? Yeah, we're back in the rock mines. Limited ops who came out before Sculptor got live 2D for free. That's kind of incredible. It's easier if you started on day 1. That makes sense. Because like the pool is smaller, so it's less likely to get duplicates. I heard a bunch of jobs came in lately. There are eyes on and in the city now. Things didn't turn out too well for the last few who took these jobs. It's Babel stuff. Are you sure you want to be part of that mess? Yeah, Phora, but those 4 arms. If only I had 4 arms. I trust my luck. Have it your way. My arms are tiny. My hands and arms are tiny. If I remember sometimes people would like as a joke be like, do you want to arm wrestle? Why did I say yes? A couple of people like let me win. My arm was like their hand would grab mine and just like swallow it. Did you mean 4 arms? After Wiš'adel banner, it's gonna be a hard save. So you can get your mitts on bagpipe. Wasn't there a bagpipe raid up recently? Will do. Also, I wonder if we'll see Hodera or Inez or W in this. I look forward to your surprises. Hope your luck doesn't run out today. The nomadic city of... Why do I keep reading this? The nomadic city of Wiš'adel. It's been a while since Good Luck came back. The city has changed a lot. People come and go. He's familiar with the words Babel and military commission. There are always people fighting over things that he doesn't understand. He does not understand why the Sarkas feel the need to fight one another. He takes out the photo of the target. A mild-mannered young man. A triangular marking on his sleeve seems familiar. Good Luck came back with the milk. He should change his name to Milkback. Castel. Just in case you weren't sure where we were, Castel. Someone pointed out that Scar looks a lot like the demon Quiet from Freerun, and you can't unsee it. I have to watch Freerun. I've heard it's so good. It's also on my list. It's actually really close to the top. Teacher spreading praise about Babel's outsiders, inciting opposition against the military commission. Sorry, your luck just ran out today. He should be around here. Oh wait, this place. He's been away for a long time, but not long enough to forget his home. Ada's home. Ada, you should not have gotten involved. So this is like 15 years later or something. We get a members watch along stream for that. Honestly, I'd be so down for that, Liliana. Also, hey, I read some of Freyrun manga. It made me cry, so I'm scared but excited to start the anime. I'm sure I'll cry so much. Oh, if an anime doesn't make me cry, Is it really that good? Is it really that good? Castel, the Castel Pokemon. We've gotten used to despair from one defeat after another at the hands of powers beyond our ability to resist. But we needed to convince ourselves that our despair was not self-inflicted, that it stemmed from an obvious source in our lives. That is what Babel has become for people in this day and age. Yes, can wholly recommend watching it. Maybe this month we could do like a Freyren watch-along. It was Babel who brought the enemies. It was Babel's medicine that worsened our aridity. It was Babel's education that sapped our will to resist. The whole concept of what happens after a hero's journey ends gets me hard. Oh. For real. I feel like that's not something that is brought up in stories super often. It was Babel who deluded the king of Sarkaz and tricked us into giving up on collecting the blood debt from the outsiders. Babel's the source of all our despair. I see some of you nodding. No doubt you've heard the same from your parents. In desperate times, people often mistake hearsay for the truth. Kinky, what does that mean? There are plenty of anime that are good and don't make you cry. Okay, I feel like anime either make me cry because they're sad or because they're so wholesome, I cry. Like, it doesn't have to be traumatized crying. I'll cry because someone found their dog, or like, someone had a sweet moment with someone else. It doesn't take much. Once you reach the story after BB10, just don't read for a while, listen to the music. Okay, I'll listen to the music. Don't take anything at face value. See, think, and find your own answer. Yes, it's hard to leave Castel. The land outside is full of danger. Even making it to the border of the next country is no small feat. But I'll still leave this place. I'll go to Lithuania and Colombia, Casimir's, anywhere that I may find a way to change things. Then I'll come back and teach you, and all the children of this archives. What will happen to Babel, you ask? The future of Babel. This is Otta. Hide yourselves, don't make a sound. This is playable Otta. Hello, are you looking for someone? And playable Ascalon. Sorry, I got the wrong door. This is why you're so tiny, you keep losing water. It's not my fault a story is written so well. Do you need help? I am familiar with the area. He smiles, there's no panic in his eyes. Ascalon scans the sparsely furnished room and understands. Is this another playable character? Pensive child? He's pretty jacked for looking so young. Isn't this like time skip though? Isn't this like adult Otta already? Do you live here on your own? Yes. My name is Ascalon. I'm from Babel. Logos. Event broke me when I was forced against my wishes in BB9. Everyone keeps talking about BB9 and 10. We're getting closer, and I'm not ready. Thank you for sheltering him, but she must leave. Be careful, these are troubled times. You heard her. Someone knows you're here. You need to go. Not just the military commission, but also those mercenaries who've been bringing trouble to our doorstep. Wait, that was Logos? That character was Logos? Pensive child was Logos? Muscular sarcasm are muscular as hell, really? Logos looks too pretty to be recognizable. That's hilarious. I know, I'm very grateful to you for lending us your house to serve as a classroom. The children, I'll take them home. Don't worry, you can continue your classes in a few days, once the storm is past. There will be no need. As I've said before, I'm ready to leave. I've already spent too much time here because I wanted to see the lessons through to the end. There are many places that I still need to see. So this is that traveling teacher? Alright, oh, don't forget the potatoes. Potatoes mentioned again. They're from the children and me. It's not much, but they will serve as a few meals on the road. Thank you so much, all of you. I should be the one thanking you. I learned a lot from you. Is that the Babel logo on this teacher's shoulder, the triangle? For the past few years, Castle has grown faster than its education and public thinking can keep up. I fear that our powers will be our own destruction, if we do not change the present situation. The conflicts we see in Castel now are a good example. This is not how the sarcasm should be. Yeah, but Babel. What happened to you, Babel? What happened to you? I have yet to find a way to change all these, but I know that the answer does not lie within Castel. Goodbye, Ada. Goodbye. May your journey be safe and smooth. I don't know why, but Ada reminds me of a Xenoblade character. This just feels like a Xenoblade outfit. Ada watches as the teacher disappears around the corner, but does not go in. Never heard of the Tower of Babel. Isn't it like the Library of Babel was what Ruina, LOR, was going to be called originally? Babel was meant to change the Sarkis, turn them away from vengeance and help them build. Isn't it like also a religious thing? I think I know a little bit about it, not a ton. Wind stirs the dust from the streets, and the dust stirs up his tears. There's not even a shadow. He gently closes the door. Oh, I see. Ada. Good Luck sees the target leave the house, and he sees a familiar figure that he hasn't seen for a long time. His blade feels heavy. He cannot move. Ada, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm a lousy dad, but he tightens his grip on the knife's hilt. He knows only one way to give Ada a better future. By fighting? Does Ascalon kill Good Luck? It is Ascalon. Another one. A mist shrouds a corpse at the corner of the street, erasing all traces of its existence. It's like a big tower. I see. A tower to reach God. It feels like a lot's been inspired by Babel. Like the name is in all sorts of games. It's in Punishing Raven. It's in Arknights. It's kind of in Project Moon. Good Luck ran out of luck. Basically, people wanted to build towers to reach the heavens, but other languages were mixed, so they couldn't cooperate. And that's why languages. Good Luck got swept into the back streets. The sweepers are eating well tonight. Also, rip Good Luck. The passing of life in Castel is akin to a speck of dust falling to the ground, unheard, unceremonious, and unnoticed. His luck has run out. They said that they... This is just doing him dirty. This is just rubbing it in his face. You can't do this to Good Luck. His luck has run out. Babel's destined to fall. How long do you plan on hiding there, Manfred? Or are you planning to stab me in the back now? Adult Manfred? Another mercenary? How many have you killed? Didn't see the point to keep count. You could kill 1, 2, 100 even. Can you kill every single mercenary who accepts the contract? How's the story? Hey, Leppy, the Lap Alter Cope. Lap Alter Cope is so real. So far, it's heartbreaking. Good Luck is out of luck. I just want to remind us that we've been complacent with the status quo for far too long. Using the lives of Babel members as a reminder. To remind whom? He made a promise to Her Highness. Is this what he calls protection for Babel? All I see are crackdowns on Babel and mercenaries running wild. There are some things that should not be said aloud, especially not by you, Ascalon. If you don't like it, arrest me. Let's see if you've improved at all under his tutelage. The suffering has only just begun. Even they're fighting. The general has taught me that there are more important things than violence. And by the looks of things, the mercenaries aren't the only ruthless cutthroats around here. I think this is BB4. The flashback, stop dodging if you dare. I'll prove to their highnesses that I can beat you. Too slow, Manfred. Wait. You're dead. Again. Get up. This transition was crazy. Don't need you to tell me. Footwork, Manfred. And Ascalon, stop going for his head all the time. This is the most effective way. It's his own fault for getting hit. To be 6 is where trauma escalates, and depression goes overdrive. If he can't dodge it, he has to learn to take it. You're right, Ascalon, but why did you stop? I didn't tell you to. I can take it, Your Highness. It's not over yet. Your Highness, Did you know? Let me down, Ascalon. Don't hurt him, Ascalon. They haven't awakened the doctor. I think this is still before. Manfred's long lips flail helplessly in the air while his torso is tied to a wooden stake. Oh, Manfred. Rip Manfred. This is such a sweet picture, though. This is such a wholesome flashback. How did you do it so fast? Got my inspiration from the way Her Highness sews. Manfred wriggles to break free, but the more he squirms, the tighter the ropes hug him. He cannot understand how Ascalon can be so strong and fast when she looks as thin and frail as him. Let me down. Look, I won again. Ascalon raises her weapon high and grins victoriously at the twin sovereigns. Ascalon has gotten a lot more cheerful. What are you thinking? They're different from the other Sarkast children. We can change them, but how can we reach all the children of Castel? It's funny how one isn't being playable while the other needs a cannon to temporarily disable him when he's a boss. I'm just waiting for all the the Ascalon versus Manfred playthroughs that we'll see. Just bully Manfred with Ascalon. I guess Manfred learned to dodge. All because of this moment. Give me time. Babel can do it. Time is a luxury. I know, but education is not something that can be rushed. What we're doing is leaving hope for the next generation. This flame of hope will never go out as long as a single teacher in Castel remains willing to share with these children the vision of a beautiful future. The Manfred dodge is real. Teresa casts her eyes toward the two children, full of hope for the future. Well, are you going to admit defeat or not? No, let me down. We're not done. I'll let you down when you admit defeat. No way. I'll unbind you, Manfred. Thank you, Your Highness. Oh, why am I flying? Your Highness? Here. Oh, here. Here. All right, that will do, Teresa. Let him down. I'm so glad that Ascalon invented bind all these years ago. No, they ended up burning books for warmth. You've improved, but Teresis hasn't taught you everything he knows. You were always the faster learner, but ever since you left the General, you've been nothing but unadjusted and lost. He's disappointed in your departure. The cannon erases Besiege or 5-star. I may not be as good with words as you are, but at least I don't just ignore the insults against Her Highness Teresa. I feel like the xenophobia is all over the place in this game. That's Ursus, I think. Is that like Children of Ursus? Or like Talala's story, burning books? Do you really know why Her Highness is so dedicated to Babel's ideals? Do you really know why the General hasn't openly denounced the attacks on Babel? You should have talked to him rather than turning your back on him. I turned my back. You're the ones who turned your backs on Her Highness and the voices of so many. It's Teresis who's turned a blind eye to the mercenaries' acts of violence and the damage they've caused Babel. This much I know. The General's allowed it precisely because he can't ignore the voices of the majority. If the fate of the Sarkaz is doomed to fall into the abyss, what's wrong with using more effective means to prevent it? So that's what you truly think. The book burning in Ursus, I see her. It's what most of us in Castel think. It's not that I don't trust Her Highness. Anyone can promise a better future, but we can't ignore the reality before it. Isn't it crueler to use violence to force a child to shake hands and make peace with the murderer who just killed his father? Say whatever you want. I'll keep my hands off the military commission, but if you try to act through the mercenaries, then my job is simple. No more mercenaries, no more problems. Teresis is a sheep to the majority, and turned against his sister for the majority. Oh, he disgusts you. I can sort of see, like, the idea, though. If it's, like, a group of people who think, like, that they should make decisions for themselves, I can sort of understand. But what if the majority makes a bad choice? Ascalon, it's such a complicated question. If you have the time, go visit Her Highness. I've never seen her so tired. A puff of mist is the only sign that she was ever there. Tresses fell to the urges for blood that Manfred looks down and wipes away the blood slowly seeping out of his chest. He sighs and turns into the empty street, only to spot the deceased mercenary's effects. Someday, we will all understand. It was never Her Highness or the General who made the choice. Oh, who's there? He hesitates before the door. It's been a busy day at this old ramshackle house, from the teacher to the multiple visitors. In my mind, I was just thinking, I wonder how Mansford is connected to Mansford Break, but it's not Manfred's. It's not Mansford Break, it's Mansfield. It's been a busy day at this old house. Who could it be outside the door? His father finally returned, and if so, what should he say? Good luck just died outside. Is that what Manfred was talking about earlier? Like Ada and good luck? And shaking hands with the murderer? He's learned so much from the teacher that he wants to share with his father. His visits back home have become less and less frequent. He takes a deep breath, collects his mind, puts on a calm face, and opens the door. Hello? It's Manfred. Good evening. Can I help you, sir? You know who I am? No, sir, but I know the uniform of the military commission. Just a routine inspection. Do you recognize these items? This is my father's. There have been some disturbances in the city, and I'm afraid your father. I'm so sorry. Oh, where did you find them? What was there? There was nothing else left at the scene. I'm sorry. What's your name? Ada. If you need any help. No, I'm very grateful that you brought these back. It's been a long time since I last saw him. This is enough. I don't have to wait anymore. He's not coming back. Oh, Ada. Oh. That's so sad. They're connected because he and Jesselton are the same. Do you have any family or friends you can count on? He covered for Ascalon. He could have snitched, but he didn't. Oh. I can take care of myself. Besides, we see things like this every day. I'm sorry I gushed, sir. I just feel like I know you somehow. I'm sure you're busy. I won't keep you any longer. My condolences. Oh, this is so sad. It also makes me wish even more that Manfred was playable. The door closes. Manfred can hear the sound of sobbing coming from behind the door, but he doesn't feel sorrow. Not anymore. Alda's right. He's seen this too many times. And he remembers this is not what the city was meant to be. Yeah, how did it come to this? Also, finally stage. Wait, this is BB3? How has it been? Literally 3 hours, and we're on BB3.
Ricordate, non lo facciamo per la violenza, ma per la vittoria che ne consegue.
The Italian goes so hard.
Good scenery here, Doctor.
Please make sure you follow every detail on the plan. All right, everyone. Now spread out.
I have to get serious now. Can your eyes keep up?
I know better watch your step.
Maybe 3 hours. No point in snitching. His father died because they took a job he shouldn't, that's all. I guess that's like the better truth of the city.
Doesn't it?
It's really sad, but that's how it works around here. Let's also play
Sarà una
this.
passeggiata.
What in the of nature should not be disturbed.
Drop him here.
You are the
Okay.
one who won't. I have to get serious now. Feels bad to lose your target,
Throw
doesn't
Heidi.
it?
Perfume.
I won't be
The efforts of Teresa have failed. Also new runners. New runner units.
Un'eliminazione pulita. Un'eliminazione pulita. Il vostro sacrificio non cambierà
Let's
nulla.
go. I could also probably place a slower. Fate of every mark in it. Oh. Sadly, Okay, double speed. And then we'll get to see the efforts of Teresa's failed. And all of Wiš'adel. It's so sad. It feels like watching a tragedy.
Feels fresh.
Like what Kat was saying earlier. Like you can see where this is going. Like watching a train wreck or something. But you can't tear your eyes away.
Stop them now.
Okay, double speed. But yeah, this story is a doozy. There's so much. There's so much story.
The girl expelled from the city. How do you like this then?
I think I just nervously activated some skills. Spectre. Okay, this is the final wave. Easier. The Typhon carry is insane. We believe in Typhon here.
Mission accomplished.
Like even the music in the background is almost mournful. It's like a last hurrah or song or something. The nomadic city of Wiš'adel. Let me through. This area is off limits. What happened? Are you at Babel? No? Then it's none of your business. The wall of royal court soldiers prevents Otto from passing. Wiš'adel wasn't ready for development, even though it desperately needed it. Teresa's and Teresa should have taken the crown together, as the crown intended. What Wiš'adel truly needed was both of them. It needed both of them. Like both being the king at the same time. But he sees several familiar crying faces in the scattering crowd. Those students. I think I can take this alley here. Excuse me, do you know what happened? Who are they? Someone beat another guy to death. He's dead too. Are you trying to join the racket? Babel again. What is Her Highness thinking? You'll see why, but neither of them and their solution alone would have worked. But their approach were far too extreme. The path to bring success from the middle. Shut your trap. You owe everything you eat, everything you wear, and the roof over your head to Her Highness. Well, it's simple enough, all right. A teacher beat the father of a student to death. A teacher? How could? All the man did was scold him a little, and it was the teacher who was telling the kids all sorts of awful things. That's not true. Is that the rumor? You're Babel shill too. Kids these days. Hey, what are you doing? Otto squeezes through the crowd and sees some familiar faces lying on the ground. Oh, he finally finds the source of the commotion. The teacher lying in a cloud of dust. This teacher story is so sad. Teacher, what's going on? I didn't mean to hurt his father. Hang in there, I'll find a doctor. No, over there. Him. Otto looks in the direction that the dying man is pointing and sees an injured child crying by the lifeless body of his father. If this child is also playable, Otto runs through the burning streets carrying the injured child in his arms and pieces together the whole picture from what he sees and hears. It began when an agitated teacher accidentally killed an agitated father, before he was set upon by the angry crowd and fell in the dust of the streets. The turmoil dragged everyone in, civilians, Babel, mercenaries, even the military commission. And like a chain reaction, clouds of dust were stirred up in various corners of the city. It wasn't until artillery from an unknown source blasted through a wall of Babel's office that the royal court troops finally quelled the riot. It began with an accident and ended with a shell that caused more damage to Babel than anything in the past 18 years, since the end of the war. So 18 years have passed since the war. The kid is hurt and needs a doctor. Don't make me do this the hard way. Whose side are you on? Babel, the military commission? Neither. I just need to get him to a doctor. Get out of my way. My dad. It's too late for him. I'm sorry. Go. But don't trust outsiders so easily, Sarkaz. Not in this chaos. I want to find what the word for count. What's the word count from Babel? Couldn't find it, but I think I heard it was bigger than Lone Trail and CN. That doesn't surprise me that we're already 3 hours in. And BB3, thank you. Otto can feel the child's breathing grow weaker as he continues on his way. Running through the streets, he seems to feel someone brush past his shoulder, but sees no one. Logos? But not Logos? Was I imagining things? Stop right there. Not one step closer. There are patients inside. Phora plays the Babel visual novel. How are we only on level 3 after 3 hours? I will say, reading Lone Trail, I clicked through a lot more quickly. I spent 6+ hours reading by myself. This kid needs medical attention now. But, oh, I didn't think there was anyone still willing to bring patients here. Alright, I'll take it from here. I'll try to give you some extra medicine before we leave. We'll leave? Her Highness made the decision, but we all know what's happening. We're not welcome in Castle anymore. Where are you going? Outside the city? Aren't you afraid of the dangers and the wastes? Yes, I am. But if this city no longer welcomes us, then we respect its choice. I want to join Babel. I can help care for the patients or protect you. It took me 2 hours, but only due to reading very fast and skipping the less important bits. I guess there is a difference in reading and reading out loud. Reading out loud takes longer, I think. Is this the one who started the whole mess? Will he live? Don't think so. Lost too much blood. Then what are we even doing here? Just follow the General's orders and don't ask questions. I would have thought something so minor would need their Highness's statement. Ugh. Is he trying to talk to us? There's nobody else around. Probably just seeing things before he dies. No banshee would sing an elegy for such a sinner. What they needed was someone like a fusion of the two leaders. A strong and firm hand who is also kind and gentle, and has a vision for a better future, and firm enough to lead people to their vision. Someone like Amiya, maybe? I feel like Amiya is a good combination. Who has the crown, who's very, connected and emotional, or, connected empathetically to people, but also not afraid to be very bold and, confident with decisions, even if they mean sacrificing people, or, even if they mean someone gets hurt. Which is really sad, and, as we've seen in the story, it's dangerous. Go. Chapter 14 will reveal all. They can't see me. My arts hide my presence. Who are you? A student. I came from far, far away, following in the footsteps of my mother, to find answers in this wandering city and her two rulers. Read plans. Did you find... I'm afraid the city doesn't have the answers ready yet. Logos? Maybe. But I found you. The ideas that you advocated were very interesting. I was with you when you taught those children in that basement, learning about the city and Babel. Of course, no one noticed, except Ascalon. The boy has been brought to Babel where his injuries will be treated. Do you regret your end? No, the boy defended me. He understood what I tried to change. I'm sorry about his father. I sympathize. It was not your intention to cause this tragedy, but fate has played a cruel joke on you. I hear crying. It is your elegy, calling your fading soul to the other side. Fear not, hesitate not. The myriad souls welcome you with open arms. Let my song take you beyond. Thank you. The young banshee song soothes the mind of the dying man. Man. The gentle song echoes through the crowded streets of the city. Banshees respond to the song of their young kin, adding their voices to the harmony. It is an elegy that commemorates the passing of an ordinary Sarkas. I mainly blame Thoresis. He fell for the majority and became a sheep to their rage. Instead of working together with his sister, he turns his back on her. Oh. I could sort of see it from both perspectives. They both could have communicated better. At least as it seems so far. I haven't read all of it. We're talking about the future of Babel in the lesson, but you didn't get to the end. What were you going to say? I believe that Babel will die someday. I hope I'm wrong. The angst is angsting. Back to the soul furnace. The song, my mother Sarkas, is passed on in the turmoil. There is no longer any place for Babel here. I will lead them and leave the city. Teresa, we love you, all of us. I know, but Babel has no choice. But if you leave, my people have made their choice. Neither I nor Teresa's can change it. We cannot abandon hope. The best course of action right now is to avoid conflict. Hatred will swallow us like a flood. But always know, Teresa, our hero, our king. Gentle requests and gradual changes will not sway the minds of the Sarcast drawn here by Castel's rise. The Carameli and I. Perhaps what I say will disappoint, even hurt you, Teresa. Grand Billiton, Sargon, even Columbia, you've opened their doors and allowed the Sarcast to negotiate with some of the equals. Terra has seen more technological progress in 50 years than it has for millennia. But we were too slow. Despite the incredible changes you brought to Castel, they haven't been enough to bear the fruits of true transformation. Even if I too believe that the fruits of spring are near. Is this the stance of the Banshee Court, La Carmelian? I'm just a mother who came to see her boy off, Teresa. Is Logos joining Babel? I respect his choice, and there will come a day when he will speak for our court. But that day is not today. I know you love him. You haven't allowed yourself to age since he was born. They can allow themselves to age? Apenel was a miracle to me and to all banshees. The day he was born, I became loath to age with time. I have preserved my appearance at the peak of my beauty. I wish to remain eternal in his memory. My life is finite, of course. It's only the facade that never changes. Logos sided with Babel. He joined them in exile. So Logos has been, with, not Rhodes, but kind of Rhodes for a while. And maybe knew the doctor? I know what your highness is thinking. You never expected your dream to come true in this generation. You see yourself as the soil, and it's not the soil's due to witness the flowers bloom. Even if the two of you have to give everything to nourish the soil. Humor my little self-indulgence, your highness. Until he finds the answer he's seeking, allow him to travel between the two of you, to learn from both of you. He will be the first sprout to emerge from the soil. Bring Apenel. That's Logos Apenel. Logos is an elite operator after all. Maybe one of the most elite. Logos in various Sarcast of roads where OG Babel operators like Scout. That's crazy. Take care of him, protect him in my place. I will, like Armelian, my friend. And thank you. No matter where you go, no matter what fate awaits either of you, the Banshee Court will sing both your elegies and announce to all. This is my promise. It is the most ancient and powerful of witchcrafts, my final parting gift to you. Look, Armelian, will we meet again? I hope so. Until next time, then, I look forward to the day that I can hear you sing in the mists of the Convalis. Farewell, your highness. I'm afraid I must stay here and go no further. Aphaniel will be part of your procession, after all, and I'm not ready to say goodbye to him yet. Who are the other elite operators, or other OG roads operators? Am I missing people? Was W Enes Hodera? I have to read Arknights 2 days later. How long do you plan on standing there? You came a little too early, if it's Teresa you're looking for. And Ascalon, probably. I didn't think you would have the courage to come to me, Ascalon. Why? Do you mean why wouldn't you have the courage to see me? Or why I banished Babel? You've seen Manfred. Yes. Did you do it? Not all the way. Good. Now remove yourself before you say something childish and naive. Not even Teresa would agree with you. Or you could choose to stay. You don't have to explain yourself. After all, you never formally joined Babel. Your Highness needs someone to protect her. She is more powerful than you think. And I agree with you even less, Master. I suppose I should take that as a no. You and Manfred are my best students, yet both of you have your fatal flaws. Your talents in combat are peerless. What do you truly believe in? Your Highness. Impatience. I said what you truly believe in, not me nor Teresa. You still don't know what you seek, do you? To protect? That's just empty, self-deceptive sentimentality. When you're unsure of your path, you merely project your motivations on vague ideals. I've thought about it carefully, yeah? Perhaps. Then follow Teresa and protect her, but don't blindly adopt her ways. Think for yourself. Manfred found his answer long before you did. Next time we see each other... Never mind. Go, Ascalon. There's nothing else for us to talk about now. Ascalon falls to one knee, then turns to a mist that closes around Teresa's. The mist trembles and disperses, leaving behind only a stone knife in Teresa's hand. He recalls the day that he snatched the blade from the child in the catastrophe. Oh, you were too cold to her, Teresa's. It's a time of parting. You could have shared your mind with her. She's never been adept at expressing emotion. As her teacher, you're better than me at reaching the teenager side of her. Do you really have no faith in her choice? She is welcome back at any time. Manfred remains too complacent in his training. He needs someone to challenge him, a goal to work toward. I'll tell her. I wish she would come back too. I know. If we cannot resolve a minor conflict like this, the next one could escalate into a full-fledged civil war. If it comes to that, all we've dreamed of for a century will be for naught. If that day comes, and if I have to, I'll kill you. Babel is ready. We will leave with those who are willing to follow. You've always kept them close. Yes, because they need me. I need you too. Castel needs its king. Teresa's. Our people have made their choice. The best course of action, for now at least, is for Babel to back down. I will continue to call the nourishing rain upon Castel, change the city's circumstances, and wait for hatred to subside. But if you become the greatest threat to the searching dreamers in this long and painstaking process, I will destroy you. So be it. Mercenaries and royal court soldiers line the streets, holding back the restless crowd. It was the King of Sarkaz who brought food and shelter. It was also the King of Sarkaz who allowed oppression and hatred to fester. Oh, the Babel procession stretches as far as the eye can see, past the barricades formed by lines of royal court soldiers, past the disdainful crowd. Teresa's walks toward the crowd and stands with them. He's left Teresa's side for the first time in 2 centuries. He has some heavy promises between the siblings. Basically just, I'll kill you if you get in my way. Hi, JJ! You're just in time for some crazy story. We all know what we must face. I hope this will not be the last time we stand together. Will that day be far? Not too far. Teresa joins the silent procession. Their farewell to the city is soundless. Their path is one of hope. Then something occurs, enough to silence the restless onlookers and momentarily halt the procession. The cursing and crying cease. Every eye turns to a single poignant scene. Oh, a mercenary steps out of the line to embrace his best friend in the procession. No one can hear the whispers exchanged between the 2 friends by the ruins of Babel, but all are willing to wait and give their moment of farewell. Wait, who is this? This is such a sweet moment. Aww. A farewell between the people and their city, and between 2 peoples of the same blood. Scene made me shed a tear. This is so sweet. A young Sarkaz who's lost everyone he holds dear walks in the procession without regret. Is that Ada? He remembers walking the same path, leaving the city in search of his parents with... Is this Manfred and Ada? With his older companion many years ago? Dad, I believe that there has to be another way than war. Mom, I know you believed in Babel because you hoped for a different way to live. Goodbye, Mom, Dad. Goodbye, home. For Teresa's eyes only. Okay, chat, close your eyes. I've heard of what happened in Castel, and share your sense of loss. The city holds special meaning to us all. But Babel need not drift on the wastelands, for I have located the ship I previously mentioned in Rebiliton. The excavation went smoothly, and the ship's basic functions have been restored after 2 years of work. Excavation? Was Rhodes Island, like, part of the what are they called? Like, the tombs, all the coffins that Doctor came from? Was Rhodes part of that ship? And, like, excavated as part of one of those catacomb things? Can I open my eyes? Keep them closed, just a little longer. It will carry the hopes of Babel into the future. Please wait for me, Teresa. P.S. I did find it on the ship. A legacy that could bring upheaval to this land. Is this Doctor? Given its importance, I feel it's crucial to discuss this matter with you in person. With hope, Calcit. Okay, open your eyes. The big work of closure. Restoration of the Rhodes Island.
With hard work, even an idiot can get the job done.
Restoration. That's crazy, right? Rhodes Island mentioned another cutscene.
Questi documenti non sono
I think
importanti.
we've earned this.
L'importante è
This was
ciò
the
che
creation
fai.
of Doc's civilization. Calcit excavated it for Babel. Okay, 2 5s in a row. 2 5s in a row is crazy.
Hello, Doctor. I'm
Aroma.
logistics operator Aroma.
Is this the new,
Would you open your hands like
rate up
this?
5-star?
And don't worry, I just thought that with how nice and bright the sun is today, it would be perfect to
I
put
love
a
the voice
bubble
acting.
reflecting
Rhodes
the
Island
rainbow
was indeed
onto
not
your
built, but
palm.
found and excavated. Gamba time. Gamba time real. Is this the new operator? Blast caster. The 5-star looking is madness, I tell you. It always happens. It's always 5 stars, I'm telling you. Aroma's new. We take. It's the 5-star operator's smell. Yeah, sweet we love smell. These are all so long. Okay. Next stage, BBST2. Things have not gone according to plan. Things have not gone according to plan. This is that character. Priestess. I prepared a gift for you, Phora. What do you hear? Doctor and priestess? Same type of caster as Ifrit and Caruserum. Wait, we have another. This is. Do you remember? This is the polarization formed when AMA-10 was born. You said you found a rhythm within its waveform. Of course, I added a little personal touch. Did priestess and doctor make Calcit? When AMA-10, when Calcit was born? Can't wait for the 5-star operator taste to come to global. Is Arknights free-to-play friendly? Yes, JJ. It is so free-to-play friendly. I say go for it. Hop in. Try out the game. There are so many great operators. If you get stuck at the beginning, people in the Arknights Discord channel are like right there, willing to give advice. They're so great. AMA-10 is an artificial existence. Artificial. So Calcit is just an AI. I adjusted the direction of the planetary tracks array to capture different echoes. The harmonies derived from the lingering neutrinos of extinguishing stars. As for the orchestrator, I used the gravitational folds left behind when the ship sailed through the Stargate. Oh, I knew you'd like it, Phora. The universe is singing. Even at this moment, it's still as touching as ever. But this violates the norms we set ourselves, Priestess. Every time I read Priestess, I think of IDV. These facilities should have kept operating on the preset path. The stars are losing their color. This world no longer has norms, doesn't it? Calcit's some sort of android. That's the reveal. There's already the 5-star operator touch, but she's IS only. Yeah, pre-Pterodactyl priestess. Pretty sure the human race has made all the invader races. So whoever like this human species is, made all of the other kinds of people in the world. Except for Sancta and Tikas. More of a genetically engineered cat girl. So like Minos and I'm trying to give the other like Durin and what other species like cats, birds, elves are also indigenous, right? Because no originium. This place will fall silent soon. If Mumu knew that Doctor was responsible for making like all these other invading races or like species that pushed out the elves, basically Calcit's a pod, baby. Almost like we've never been here. Come walk with me before the silence comes. Why do I feel like Priestess will be the final boss? I hope we'll get to see this world's future with our own eyes together, Phora. Like not final of the chapter, but like in the game. We will. I will wait for you in that world. Priestess just casually altering the movements of planets to make pleasing music. Just because 4 years ago, somewhere 1090, I don't even play that account seriously and it's still very strong. Play smart and you can build a super powerful account with no money. And the monthly pass helps so much, true. You also get so many free pulls from time to time. Rhodes Island of Babel Castle. Closure? Closure with the Google dinosaur. Is it like the Google web game, the dinosaur jumping? I've never seen this shirt before. Finally done retrofitting the electrical wiring. Now we're going to be able to withstand any impact, I think. How dare Calcent make me work 48 hours non-stop. Once all this is over, I'm going to tell Her Highness on her. Scout. The chrome dinosaur. Scout mention. Confirmed within the landship's communication range. Signals clear. The many bases you hit around are great closure. Forfeit all mortal possessions. It's not exactly like they made races, just set certain things in motion. I see. Oh, 7 Scout. We'll always miss you. Of course, not even Her Highness has seen anything this handy. Is there a so-called research finish? You get so many free pulls, meanwhile Phora has no pulls. It's because I use them. It's because I use my free pulls. Just need to plan accordingly. Use the recruitments well, strategically pull for guaranteed 5-star, and use yellow cert effectively true. Or just get lucky. Or just, like, pray to Yo-Star and get super lucky. The energy surge caused by the last couple rounds almost got Rhodes Island to stall. I'm still reinforcing the landship for the next impact. You know how much I rocked my brains to cover up the landship's movement. Like what if the military commission's spies caught wind? Ascalon. Keeping up with annihilation helps too. True. Relax, I've already eliminated all our targets nearby. Just focus on your preparations. The scout reports. The infiltration mission is complete. I'm sending the intel back to Babel. What's the situation inside the city? Or just pull dusk instead of pulling dusk for a viewer. Okay, that was outside of my control. Okay. If someone got a Rosmontis once, annihilation must always be cleared. Not much has changed over the past few years. Not many catastrophes, very little movement. Our situation's not very optimistic, actually. If the military commission continues to shrink our strategic space, let's trust Her Highness and Dr. Calcet. You're right. They've spent so much time preparing for today's experiment just to turn the tide. Right, Scout. Have you gotten your hands on the equipment I was keeping at my place? Hey, Anne. Welcome back. Annihilations and dailies are 5 free pulls a week. At least. I've already entrusted it to a messenger to take it to Babel. Awesome. With the secret weapon Calcet and I knocked out together, we'll definitely crack that weird control system on the ship. I'll rendezvous with the messenger and confirm the package's risk level before bringing it to the landship. We've been investigating the agent behind our missing engineer too. The threat against the landship hasn't been fully eliminated yet. And here's Ada. Closure. I brought you even more materials just as you asked. They're so heavy. Thanks, Ada. Looks like now I can make more safety equipment for Her Highness and Calcet. And I should install an extra line for backup. I hope there won't be any unexpected surprises this time. Do you need any help, Closure? No, you should hurry and evacuate to a safe zone with everybody else. The next wave of impacts is probably going to be in 30 minutes. The guide ahead, boss. Now everything's all ready. I'm kind of curious. Just what kind of secret experiments are Calcet and Her Highness running? They even need to mod the energy and defense module, not to mention those weird tests. What is this? There's no one with a better understanding of Originium. If you want to solve the suffering caused by Originium, there's no better candidate for the job. The news you bring is always so surprising, even for the King of Sarkaz. Are those devices really still working? Are you confident about the resurrection? 6 pulls a week, 1,800 a random, 500 weekly, 700 daily, 36 a random. Is it time? The vast majority of life forms on Terra can't resist corrosion that spans such a long stretch of time. The Terra we see today is no doubt a miracle, and so are you, Teresa. But in the past, the whole solar system revolving around the sun was insignificant in their eyes. You seem a little tense, and also a little anxious and nervous. Is there anything else that worries you? Yes, but I can't tell you. It's okay. Sorry, I shouldn't have distracted you. Focus. I can feel it. Calcet, you love this name, don't you? I've forgotten almost everything else about those days. But I still remember how, in that distant, distant past, somebody gave me this name. Did Doctor name Calcid? Did Doctor name Calcid? Is Calcid just Angela? And Doctor is like Carmen/Anne? Or that'd be like Anne/Benjamin. Interesting information is very helpful, thank you all. That was the last time we ever met. It's time. Cal said I do not have much time left. Search for traces of life. Search for hope in the future. Cal said, go find your own answer. Find yourself. Cal said and Teresa. So we're like a parent to Cal said. Then why hesitate? I know what you mean. It's just, I've had a premonition, worry, or perhaps a conjecture. At the starting point of this land, at a certain point in time when life had only started budding, something that can never be reversed. Something that can never be reversed happened here. And I don't know what it is. If it's someone that even Dr. Kalsick can put her full faith in, then I'm not one bit worried. Besides, considering how cautious you are, the safety measures you prepared well ahead of time have never allowed me to worry. I'm sorry to say this, Teresa. This alone, no matter how many contingency measures I prepare, I still can't confidently say anything is conclusive. I can't guarantee I'll always make the most rational decision. Yeah, the ex-wife name is kinda... It didn't age well at all. It aged well. It aged horribly. Yeah, the person doctors have been calling ex-wife is actually a daughter. And this time I want to believe. And do what you want to. I'll be here with you. Calcid's hand touches the door that stood silently, still for a cryptically long stretch of time. A new wave of tremors reaches Rhode Island. Rhode Island. The door loosens. The Originium will become the beacon, condensed by our civilization. If one day other life forms in the universe lose their homeland and seek a way to resolve their plight, they will witness that we once shined, we once resisted, and this is where we rest. We once delivered a gift to those who came after us before our annihilation. Hope. About 13,000 years, give or take. No. This song, also the green glow, doctors still speaking in doctor language. We're a lot older than 10k years, we old. Pantheons of various cultures. This place. Is it time already? Did we just die? Unknown power activated. TRTS access detected. TRTS. Access reset complete. Administrator permissions confirmed. The MC is here. All communication module channels open. Communications receiver module overclocking procedure completed. Search preserver, no signal. Preserver. Search Karula Arbor, no signal. Celestial Fulcrum, no signal. Unknown static noise, no signal. Are these like other calcits? Or are they other like Rhode Island places? Pre-amnesia's here. Search complete. No signal detected on any channel. Would you like to retry it? No answer. Just me. Or are those other doctors? Cerula Harbor IS-3. Precursor attack. I subconsciously placed my finger on the escape key to pause. How long has it been? Searching progress logs. Latest update, 4,755,954 days ago. Someone calculate this to see how old Doctor is. I'm writing down this number to look up later. 4,755,954 days? That's the 13,000 years. Abnormal vital signs detected. Loading restoration module. Restoring. Did I wake up too early or too late? What stage has Originium reached? Searching Originium inspection history data. No response. Originium inspection module is disconnected. So isn't Originium meant to like bring the world together into something? Terra. Why save all these redundant information? Oh, Doctor hates the planet. This isn't recorded in the database. A new language? A new civilization is born. It's just me. What about her, priestess? I can answer your question. I saved Calcit speaks this language. I saved those data in PRTS in advance. You. A hint of unfamiliarity, perplexity, and vigilance flashed in the eyes of the person stuck in the past. You'll learn more about Originium and its purpose later in the story. Calcit senses it from the glare of the person in the sarcophagus. Likewise, Teresa senses Calcit's nervousness. Wait. You've changed a fair bit. The person inside the sarcophagus feels like they've just woken up from a short dream. The life form that bid them farewell prior to sleep is still here by their side. But you've never left. No, from the moment I left this place until now, when I'm standing here before you again. I had wondered for thousands of years. However, I've never forgotten the question you left me. Calcit waits uneasily. She needs to make sure. She needs to make sure that her hope has not gone through some kind of horrible change. That was not a question. That was what I looked forward to. And have you found the meaning of your life yet? Calcit. This is crazy. Discovering the meaning and the continuation of life, it's a path that I will have to keep walking. You still remember? And there's Doctor. I still remember. To me, it was like yesterday when we said goodbye to each other, but it also seemed like an eternity. But to you, there was never a moment when I forgot all you've done for me. Aside from my life, you granted me one other thing that I found most precious. Freedom, Dr. Phora. Please, just Doctor will do, Calcit. Let me get out first. You're still very weak. I can help. No need. Calcit, I still have many questions. What's become of Originium? I couldn't find any records. Doctor looks so cold. I think it's like the no-face thing. It still grows on the continent outside. So I woke up too early. You've suffered, Calcit. I can tell from your eyes. You woke me up because you need my help. Yes, we need your help. I see. That devil. I can see from your friend behind you that not only has Originium found an unexpected way to exist, she also possesses Civilite Eterna. Is that like the crown? The course of this civilization is very complicated. What's her name? Is there a civilization of anything like that used to refer to individuals? Teresa. Teresa. The awakened one walks up to Teresa and holds out two arms, showing the palms of those hands. One heck of a nap. Doctor slept for thousands of years. Civilite Eterna is the crown. The awakened one walks up to Teresa and holds out two arms, showing the palms of those hands. Teresa extends her hand to lightly hold the hands of the one from the past. The doctor feels warmth. Yes, Teresa. This is the moment two civilizations make contact with one another. And Teresa can see sadness in the eyes of this doctor from eras long gone. And she feels no warmth from the hand she's holding. Originium and you, together. You speak our language. I learned from records. Not hard. Remember the scene now? Unbelievable. I was thinking about learning your language, Calcit said. My world is lost. Languages of the past should stay in the past. You'll see this art later. It's so pretty. I'm curious about your kind. You found and even entered Civilite Eterna. I want to ask you everything about your civilization. It's the only way I can find traces of my world. The world of the past. I understand. Doctor, is that how you say it? Please forgive me. Keep holding my hands. This scene hurts me. The trauma's coming back. I haven't recovered from the story. I will show you. The doctor cannot help but be attracted to the eyes of this creature that looks like a devil. Through her eyes, the one who lost the world sees life. Let me drink some water. Civilization is born from the instinct of living beings, and survival of the fittest. The precursors are as gods to current Terra. The trauma tasted like strawberry today. Is this Alaska? Is it? I think this is like somewhere in the north. Awakening a goddess consequences. Doctor cheating on priestess. Natural selection. This is how the cycle of life is formed. Feeble wailing. That burdened beast accidentally fell beneath the ice. Pushes a small cub up from the water with its head. The small burdened beast staggers on the ice and walks toward the hunters who are waiting afar with their bat. Their bait. It's coming this way. We're in Kirag. Get ready. Not exactly gods. They were advanced ancient civilization that faced extinction. The hunter grabs the starving bird and beast cub before the ice cracks underneath them. Good. At least we managed to save one. Rebellion. Going against our survival instinct is the catalyst of our civilization's evolution. So advanced their tech is treated as divine artifacts. So true. And now we're militant. So Therese is taking Doctor all over the world. Doctors from an ancient civilization like Steve from Minecraft. There's Steve, Alex, all the other... Aren't there like so many new characters now? The Phora is a part-timer, new anime incoming. The Phora is a part-timer. And Curiosity. Curiosity is what we burn our lives away for. The staircase that allows our civilizations to proceed forward. The pioneer chasing the stars, pushing forward with his fallen ally on his back. Pioneer name tag. Why can't you keep at it for just one more day? The newspapers already said that it was the crashed aircraft of the Riots, not a shooting star, but you just had to get to the bottom of it. The Doctor species aren't God. They just created all of Terra and the Seaborn as well. They made the Seaborn. For instance, we've seen all the major projects of the Precursor, save for the censored ones. I feel like we'll get some more uncensored information that will be so disturbing in the future. They were failures who crashed from the sky. What was there to risk your life for? Those are rocks that fell onto the land. What did you want to prove to me? Talks from an ancient civilization, but the cause of extinction is unknown. Their theory that there's a being beyond Terra's sky is the cause. Really? Seaborn equals Project Cerula Arbor? So Seaborn or Cerula Arbor? Siblate Eterna is the crown. For the others, doesn't that just make the precursors eldritch beings? I too once saw within the black crown the sun getting engulfed, with darkness shrouding the whole continent. But even in its darkest hour, there were still those who tried to light up the night. Have you heard of water bears? I don't think so. Water bears, celestial fulcrum, the law? Is that like something Penance is connected to? There's theory that Doctor is the kind of alien coming from the sky as well. It's still black. The sun really is dead. Archosaurus mentioned. The sun's been dead for too long. We gotta save it. If the sun doesn't live, how are we going to hold our tail thickness contest? But how? We climb the tallest mountain and raise a torch up high to light it back up. And what if our arms get tired? Then we'll build a statue of me, and my statue will hold the torch up instead. Good idea. We can build my statue next to yours to hold up another torch too. Then if your torch goes out, my torch can light yours. Oh, that's kind of wholesome though. The gateway in the north is Precursor Tech too, but not Celestial Fulcrum. It's not a theory. Doc is an alien to Terra that came from the sky. I wonder if Enfield will interact with any of Doc's species. With fire comes light, and it's light that guides us toward hope. And my kin see death as a different interpretation of hope. After your body's destruction, to become one with the city within the soul furnace's flames is an honor bestowed only on those who are most respected. They will grow as originium crystals and become one with Castel. It feels like the Sarkas have a very special relationship with originium. Like their cities made out of it. By hero, before it hasn't reached that far, so there's spoilers. Newborn will grow among the fluttering dust and continue their march forward with hardships in tow amid the chorus of myriad souls. Get further in the story, there's Enfield lore here. Progress mixed with ignorance. The cycle continues and repeats over and over. So beautiful. So nostalgic. You're kind. Terra seems to have gotten back on the right track in achieving enlightenment. How is ignorance defined, and how do we prove the progress of enlightenment? The way I see it, all of this is part of our civilization. But the things you showed me, most of them are extremely different compared to your race. The conquerors and the conquered, both have been branded with inerasable marks by this land throughout the evolution of civilization. For the sake of survival, I believe that all discrepancies will be unified, and all clans will become one. In the future that I envision, all the many lands will become one. That's a stirring belief. It's admirable. I can feel that you truly love this great land. Be it discrimination, war, or disaster, the object of your love has long surpassed an individual or a clan. But if you surpass the extremes of civilization you belong to, no one will be able to comprehend your love. On the contrary, they will loathe you. Do you understand what you will have to go through to reach the future you strive for? Yeah, I think this was kind of confirmed in Lone Trail, the alien thing. If there is no choice but to walk that path, I will gladly do so. Teresa, a Terran. No wonder Calcet trusts you. She willingly took the risk to wake me in order to help you. When every era comes to an end, there are always those who try their hardest to change the tide in the final moments. Most of the time, their stories don't end well. Nevertheless, there is no doubt you have my admiration. After all, on a certain level, you're very similar to some people that I knew. I will never get to see them again. Perhaps I'll need some more time to get my thoughts in order. Doctor speaking like a geezer or a hag, depending on the player. But no matter, I think I should listen to what you two have to say first. What do you need me to do? So it sounds like they want Doctor to cure Originium, but I think Doctor wants it to keep going. Doctor, you need rest. I'm fine. Doctor, we should take you back to a home. A geezer like Trevor. The lamb tag. I'm no hag, I swear. Maybe playing as Doctor. A hag would be the closest to describe me. Calcet, she's given me lots of surprises, but on top of that, she's given me even more challenges. Waterbirds can survive anything in the world without moving their body for 120 years? Is this like a real thing? I've never heard of this. Sorry, I mean confusion. I still don't have a very good grasp of the Sarkaz language. I saw a lot of unexpected things in her. Surely you did too. I made enemies with her, came to know her, began to understand her wish, and finally admired her responsibility. That black crown shared with Teresa the long history and experience it bears, and she too has slowly gained foresight that no other can attain. I felt perhaps this would be our best chance. With her, with Babel, and with Terra. Waterbirds are one of the most durable and resilient life forms on the planet. I have to look these up at some point. Please send me pictures in Discord. Please, stop learning a new language like it's nothing. I think Doctor just downloaded a new language in like 5 seconds. With Terra, you two are part of this great land now, Calcet. You will take this journey with us too. Right. I envy you, and I trust you, Calcet. But I'm just a researcher. Perhaps the help I can offer won't be as significant as you hoped. They're microorganisms. Like germs? Or like, what's the word? Like, cells? Or a bit the catastrophe. Disasters that we have no methods to resist have been bringing many hardships to these lands. Terra's technology is almost entirely built atop the foundation that is Originium. Fighting over energy, the discrimination against the infected, and the estrangement between warring races are all further tearing these lands apart. Close. Doctor read the log through PRTS neural connection at insane speeds. Water bears look like teeny potato. There's the connection, Brown. Deciphering and learning a new language within a freaking minute. Wow. Water bears can survive in the empty vacuum of space. Definitely most resilient. We should take notes as humans. We should take notes from water bears. We tried, but our efforts yielded very little. That's because we know practically nothing about Originium. We know nothing about this great land. What happened to the sky and the ocean? Where did the ancient ruins come from? How exactly were we born? We hope you'll be able to find answers for us. Surely Calcit must have already shared some of those with you. As for Originium, I'm sorry to say that the person I am now can't give you a good answer. At the very least, not an answer to everything. When I woke up, I tried to access the logs tracking Originium's progress, but strangely there was nothing. And this glimpse of terror that you showed me has made me even more confused. The development of Originium has taken a completely different turn from what I expected. I need some time. We have an experiment. I should look up the research logs for this experiment. I need to explore and see this great land for myself, to understand how exactly Originium has influenced culture, life, and environment. This could take years, perhaps longer, and maybe after an enormous amount of energy is expended, you'll receive only a most disappointing answer. I once made a promise to somebody. Thinking about it now, perhaps all I ever left myself or her was regret. That's why I won't make a promise lightly, Calcit. Forgive me. Civilite eternal, an enduring light of civilization, perhaps. That shares a civilization's history with Teresa. That makes sense. It's like the embodiment of civilization or something. In that case, we will wait. No matter what your answer will be, Babel will last until the day of your return, Doctor. Thank you. Well, sorry, but I'm a little hungry. The RTS showed me that the landship has a temporary cafeteria. That it does, but it might be a little messy there. How about I take you? Thank you, Teresa, but no. This place has a special meaning to me, too. Let me walk there, slowly, by myself. Okay, be careful, Doctor. Never change, Doctor. The awakening has given the Doctor a lot of pressure, but it would seem this one is quick to adapt, and much quicker than I expected. Need to do dailies in CODM. Good luck, grinding in 21 battle pass for a new guy, no? You can so do this. The Doctor wants to learn all there is to learn about Terra. A quick learner too, it seems. If the children were like the Doctor, perhaps they would have the chance to master even more languages and travel to so many places across Terra. And Teresa, you should go back and look for the others. There should be plenty of Babel affairs that need the chairman herself. Teresa? Calcit, there's something bothering me. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I want to tell you. The Doctor seems to be very surprised by the look of Terra as it is today. Treating Doc like a geezer. I mean, Doc is very old. Doctor is incredibly old, as we know. He once told me that nobody has a better understanding of Originium than the Doctor. The same Doctor who said the development of Originium took a completely different turn from the expected. And what should Originium have been like? What should these lands have been like? What should the Sarkas have been like? I'm afraid that the story will, Doctor will share something horrible with Teresa, and Teresa will, unalive. I'm scared of that happening. Is the Doctor ready to depart? Right, the Doctor applied for a transport, some defensive weapons, and nothing else. The Doctor stated an intent to avoid combat zones. Alright, we'll just abide the Doctor's wishes. Your Highness, I would like to follow this Doctor of ours. Considering the background involved, I'm worried. Ascalon, have you ever left Casdell? No, left. If we count how I once chased a quarry and left the area when I was small, then I most certainly have. That doesn't count. Go, follow and protect the Doctor, but do not interfere. I will keep a close eye. No, Ascalon, calm down. I don't want you to keep an eye on anyone. I want you to go out there and see how the people in other lands live. This is a great opportunity. How they live. Outside our homeland, neither war nor suffering is a part of people's daily lives. Food, fashion, arts, culture, they could have so much. Many of us know this fact, but even more of us choose to ignore this fact, because most of the time we don't have the freedom to choose. Don't give me that look, Ascalon. Listen to me. At first you followed me because you opposed Teresa's measures, but what about after this division is over? What will you do then? What will be the next stop for the countless Sarkas who share the same idea as you? That's why you need to take a break from the war and see the sights beyond our homeland. See the life that we should have lived. If that is your wish, it is. Have a safe trip. So it sounds like Doctor is like Doctor and Priestess are both parents of the whole world, sort of. Maybe for a long voyage, there will be no reconciliation. They've never shied away from violence. This guy is so pretty. Teresa's such a mom. Teresa seems like a very protective person. Dear Calcet, the writers need to chill. A big straight 40 minutes of reading between missions. More like a visual novel than Tower of Friends to game. So real scene. They're so real. But to be fair, this is like the most lore we've had in a while. Glad to receive your letter. Hopes you and everyone in Babel are well. A couple of months ago, I rescued a girl by the name of Amia from a convoy that met with misfortune. The accident killed her parents and afflicted her with erypathy. The locals deal with orphaned erypathy parents' patients by putting them in a car and driving them into wastes. I had no choice but to take her with me. Yes, silly. This is a music album, not a game. And this is just a music showcase. The game is just a side effect. We have become fellow travelers by chance. You can't imagine my panic and helplessness as I took care of her. Fortunately, a woman who goes by the name of Savage was a part of Rhodes this early and has joined our little band, which has helped take some of the burden off me. Savage raised Amia with Calcet. Aww. A shadow leaps out of the dunes in the moonlight. Hypergriff does have a music label. This is true. Threatening roar. But it's little Amia. Hey, go away. Don't come any closer. Oh. Rubs claw excitedly. Moves head in confusion. Oh, Mia. Savage is Amia's mom, basically. Oh. Oh, Doctor's also like a parent. That's why Savage recruitment line was her surprise. Doc didn't remember. I could also see Calcet as like a second mom. You seem to have made them even more excited, Amia. Oh, don't worry, Doctor. I can deal with this. Mom and Dad taught me how to chase the sand beasts away. All you need to do is imitate the sound of their natural enemies. Chirp, chirp. We're like fourth the mom real. Pauses in confusion. Wait, that wasn't right. Was it chip chip? Tilts head in confusion. It's still not right. What was it again? Ow, cuckoo, TikTok. This is the closest to a Dante Limbus Company mention. TikTok. Swings tail in confusion. That's not right either. It's okay, Amia. I'll take care of this. The doctor makes a ring with thumb and index finger and whistles, producing a strange sound. Amia speaks fluent Dante, confirmed. Yeah, the doctor's like a parrot to Amia. He stands up startled, mucks around uneasily. He quickly digs a hole. Slowly follows. Well, Doctor, that was just like the real thing. Let me try it. Oh, Amia presses her tiny hand against her lips, but uses too much force and only gets a sound out after going all red and puffy in the face. A pair of whistles echo across the wastes. This is such a cute scene, sending the sand beasts scurrying underground. A child's laughter replaces the whistles. Then the laughter fades away to silence and a soft little sigh. Come here, Amia. Why the soul in luck? The sand beast ran off. I could never remember, even after Mom and Dad taught me so many times. And I couldn't protect you, even though I said I would. Your hand's still wounded. It hasn't fully healed. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. Anyway, don't you remember? It was you who taught me how to make that sound. Tiny baby bunny. This cute scene terrified all sand beasts in the area. It's like a lion roaring for like gazelles or something. I never got far enough to see why she cares about the doctor so much. I feel like Amia has a very big found family trope with like all of Rhodes Island. I did. You see, like I told you, your brain slows down and you start to forget things if you don't sleep. I don't want to sleep. I'm scared that I'll dream of those things. What things? But you told me you dream of your parents too. We have some time before our ride gets here. Have a sleep, but... Can I come closer? When I wake up, The first thing I want to see is you. Of course. Why don't I tell you a few stories while we wait for Savage? Oh, this is so touching. That they were together. Ami is like 13 when the story starts. Ami is like a child, and Doctor is very old. So no, a long time ago, there was a really smart scientist. Her homeland was in danger, and she made a difficult choice to protect it and the people around her. She's 6 now. Oh. Doctor didn't even get 2 lines in the story. And Ami had dozed. Doctor, I found a vehicle. We'll be able to go to the next. She's sleeping. So this parallels with the scene from Ray's event so well. With Savage, Amia, and Doctor. Dear Calcit, I was glad to find signs of life wherever I went. This should be an unfamiliar world. There are times when it feels incredibly familiar. I recall the legends that fascinated me in the past, never failing to capture my imaginations, despite their age. The ancient machines that had rumbled in the mines, and dust once again roamed this land. I assumed she was in her 20s with her being a soldier. A lot of the characters in the game are like forced to be soldiers based on circumstances. Ami is also like leading Rhodes Island as a child. It's sort of like in One Piece, isn't Luffy like a kid who's like leading a pirate group? I feel like it's kind of like that. Like Ami is an anime protagonist. Complete with transformations and all sorts of things. Stories can become reality, and the reality we see can become stories. If you're looking for an older character, Calcit's right there. You can come over, Amia. No need to keep poking your head out from there. And I feel like Doctor is sort of like a spectator. Like at least for a lot of the story, we're kind of just experiencing and witnessing things. Are you drawing, Doctor? Am I interrupting? Of course not. Cal's the definition of hag maxing. And it is so real for that. Take a look. Is it got it? It's the mining truck we just drove together. I've been drawing lots of our experiences. The precursors don't even need to mine anymore. Their tech is too extreme. Have you driven a mining truck before? Even the old miners can't go as fast as you did. I've seen many amazing vehicles before, like Originium slug eggs, but much larger. Once I drove one of them, and went through the bridge between stars. Is Doctor like a space pilot too? The bridge between stars. It's always dark at night, so it must have been really dark. Was it dangerous? No, guides stand by the bridge, borrowing glowing clouds from old stars and making round mirrors out of them. I feel like Doctor's just simplifying what's actually happening. Guides by a bridge? Calcit and the Doctor are the ones who started Rhodes Island, aren't they? I think sort of, but also Teresa. Doc finds mining machines to be quaint because Doc's starship is like a giant egg that can go FTL. Follow the path the mirrors show, and we can see the spires fading in and out of the clouds, and the crown of flowers worn by the stars on the other side of the bridge. Precursors are like a Type 2 civilization, maybe Type 3. I feel like I've heard these names before for civilizations. Remind me what they mean, please. Type 2 and 3. When we descend on the crown, you'll find that it belongs to good children like you. It's a really, really big playground. A playground. I've read about them in the stories. There are lots of children there. Do you want to play with other children? No, I just want to play with you, Doctor. You'll make more friends as you grow up. As I grow up. The way it goes from like this to Ame making so many friends at Rhodes Island, like hundreds of operators. It's all sci-fi, like hard to chef scale. Yeah, Arknights is pretty sci-fi. But it kind of depends. The genre changes with like every side story. Type 1 is full use of their planet's energy. Type 2 is full use of their solar system's energy. Type 3 is full use of galaxy's resources. It's hard for my brain to even wrap around all of that. Wait, do humans even count as Type 1? Full use of planet's energy? The most amazing. I spent a very long time with it. Very long indeed. Was there anyone else with you? In the beginning, yes. In the end, though, I was alone. But it's alright. I was sleeping. I slept for a very long time. IRL, we're not even type 1. Take me with you next time. That way I can keep you company and you won't have to sleep all day. The doctor is here. It's so funny. 4 hours already. Hey Chester, you're just in time. Terra's like 0.5, while Earth is like 0.7. Why are you laughing, Doctor? That's a big promise to make. Are you sure? You'll have your own journey, your vision, your future. Are you sure you want to be with me? But they all say that there's no future for people with rocks on them. So we'll always be with you. We'll have a future, Amia. No humans type potato. How's Amia doing? It's still not great. Still a bit of fever. Maybe oropathy complications from all the excitement. Hard to find oropathy meds around these parts. She acts like it's nothing during the day, but keeps having nightmares. Poor girl. Are there other planets in this? I know there's a bunch of different races and civilizations. I think that's kind of spoilers. There's another Arknights game releasing that's about other planets. But like, we still don't know a ton about it. Every survivor of that accident was infected, no exceptions. Doctor's like 2.9 or something. They were multi-planetary. And maybe multi-galactic. How long does it take for oropathy to progress in a child her age? It's different for everyone. Some disintegrate the day after developing acute symptoms. Some suffer for more than a decade of misery. But in the end, it's always the same. Oropathy? Is there anyone in the world who can cure it? The world? Oh, you mean Terra, a great land? You sound like one of those old scholars. I didn't know you had a sense of humor. Wait, you're serious? I'm afraid not. It's impossible. I need it to be possible. People couldn't imagine the nomadic cities a few centuries ago, could they? I'll find a way. Before her symptoms deteriorate. It may be hard, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Is Doctor's main motivation for curing oropathy like bonding with Amia? Oh, yeah, Doctor is one of the old scholars. Type 1 can sustain their planets while getting the most energy out of them. Say it to a Rimbilly and they'll think you're making fun of them. You never fail to surprise me, but I just can't help but believe in you. It's the charm of being smart. Come on, Charlotte. Is that Savage's name? You're here. I meant you. Never mind. What? No, I meant... Can't you tell? There's something about you. Something that lets everyone know that you're different from us. Amia senses it. Children are more sensitive than we know. Is it that obvious? She's strong. She doesn't even show sadness in front of you. She wants you to see her joy. She doesn't want to be a burden to you. She's trying to take care of you. Charlotte's a real name. Do we become type 1 when we figure out how to fix all the damage? You became the only pillar in her life the day you saved it. But she knows you were never supposed to cross paths. She's afraid that you'll abandon her too. Don't worry, I won't leave her. No, that's the spirit. I knew you would say that. Savage is Charles. No, Charlotte, Chester. We'll be like 0.9 when we do that. Dear Calcit, I thought I'd never be more a passing visitor in this place. One history would never remember. This intentional isolation made me forget reality. I am here on Terra, this great land. I don't know what made me feel it, but the warmth of life coming from a child's palm stings my heart and makes it burn. Oh. It's like a researcher who's so caught up in science, and they start caring about people too. This is jerky and fruit left here on purpose. They know I'm here. Always inscrutable. The doctor left a jelly, jerky, and fruit for Azkaban. Dear Calcit, I'm planning to take Amia back to Babel. Savage has done her best to find medicine for Amia. My ability to treat Amia's oropathy is limited under present conditions. I know that Amia isn't special by any objective standard. I know that Babel faces a crisis no less complicated, but I've decided to bring her back. We need full control over our planet to be fully type 1, and type 1 won't have environmental damage. Really? You think there's a population thing? I see. I met many people along the way. I fretted over money at times, benefited from people's generosity to others, I've seen new things, even some that surprised me for the first time in a long while. The convoy that we were traveling with broke down. We found a herder to guide us through the wilderness of Rimbilliton on the backs of burdened beasts, to the rumbling of drills and engines. Licks docilely. Aww. Good boy, good boy. Are we really not going to Yan, Doctor? We're going somewhere else to cure your sickness. But there's no cure for neuropathy. There's no such thing as an impossible puzzle, Amiya. There's a place called Babel where people I trust are working hard to fight this disease. Let's work with them. We'll have to spend a long time there. Some time at least. But don't worry, there'll be a lot of people with you, caring for you. I'll be there too. That's a quitter's attitude. Doctor, do we really have to go? Lots of sick kids went away to get treated, but no one came back. That's so interesting though. I don't think I knew what type 1, 2, and 3 plants were before today. I think someone was telling me, like, sometime, like, type 1 is a civilization that flies to space, or like, something. I don't remember. Maybe I just misremember about this. Narrator, and somehow she ended up running the place. I mean, I feel like Ami is just special, in general. Amiya is the true protagonist of Arknights. Oripathy doesn't hurt at all, huh? I promise I'll be good, Doctor. Right, Savage? Yes, Amiya's always been a good girl. Are you sure you don't want to rethink this, Doctor? Billy's deal with Originium every day. We know what Oripathy can do. I stay here in Rimbilliton, and at least we can give her a home. Thanks for the super bush. I love this journey of the Doctor, a stranger in a strange land experiencing a new world, and learning to love this strange new place. I feel like that's it. The way it parallels Arknights players to cute Amiya Uriel, of like being introduced to the world for the first time, and at least for a lot of us, slowly coming to love it, even if it gives us pain. Maybe that's more important than the cold walls of a laboratory. A home. You have a point, but I can't just stand by and watch Originium hurt her. I have an obligation. Amiya, I promise you, I'll do my best to cure you, no matter what happens. Savage, Amiya's mom. Savage is one of them. I think Amiya's real parents died, and Amiya's just been adopted by like everybody. How to reply to people? Oh, I think you can out people. Scene. Savage does have a point though, and Babel's in a place that's not entirely safe. You can stay with Savage if you don't want to leave Rimbilliton. I'm sorry to force this decision on you at such a young age, but you're a strong girl, and we'll respect your choice. The doctor's right, Amiya. No need to knee-jerk an answer. Think carefully about it. I trust you, Doctor. I want to have a future. I want to grow up, read books with you, travel with Savage. It's just that I'm a little scared. Thank you, Amiya. The doctor pats Amiya's head and picks her up and climbs onto the burden beast. I've hardly sat down when the ground begins to shake, stirring up clouds of dust. Is this the funny scene on? Growls an alarm. What's going on? Underneath our feet. Must be a deep digger. It's spooking the burden beast. Watch out. Stay, boy. Stay. Whoa. Hang in there, Doctor. Doctor? The burden beast rears up on its hind legs, gives a loud cry, then charges forward. The rest of the pack follows. Is Doctor stuck on the stampeding burden beast? Doctor never change. Never change. Doctor's great. They run toward a shallow still, splashing water everywhere. Also Amiya. And this burden beast looks so done. It's all the doctor can do to grab the fur on the back of the burden beast and hang on for dear life. Amiya's eyes are wide open in the chaos. With one hand on the burden beast, she stretches out the other toward the doctor. Not with the music just being the calmest ever. Grab my hand, Doctor. Angry roar. Accelerates. I have to get them to... Hang on, it's speeding up. I'm trying. Silly admixtures with Amiya. They seem like family picture worthy, you know? Hang in there, Doctor. I'm coming. Hurry. The doctor falls into the water. In the end, I was thrown from the back of the burden beast into the water. Have you been playing since the start? Yes, scene. Yes. Or not the start of the game, just the start of this event. Ami always saying, take my hand. Doc was flying. Also, this is Doc, like first person. My hindquarters and back burned with pain, and I gagged on the water rushing into my nose. And it also made me feel like I was truly living on this land after spending almost half a year traveling across it. I heard the sound of my life surging. I saw lots of hand holding this event real, except for the stages. My back. Oh, my back. So this is 3 years before Chernobog, summer to 91. Kazdel. No more messenger stations from here on. Villages become scarce and bandits become frequent. I'm afraid we have to part ways here, Savage. Why? Oh, the game? How long into it did you start? I started like less than a year ago. And close to a year, like 10 months or something. So yeah, I'm still pretty new myself. The region ahead is in turmoil. You'll be in danger if the mercenaries spot you. You and Ami will be in danger too, won't you? I'll be fine. I've come this far. I'll see your journey through to the end. Charlotte, thank you. Nakata's ears quiver at the mention of her real name. She glances at the doctor. A few months is neither long nor short. True, it compromised only a tiny part of her lifetime, but it was also a span of a few hundred days, filled with countless unforgettable experiences. Under the setting sun, before the sand beasts, beneath the eaves, upon this land. For is a whale in this game. This is untrue. It happened one time. I thought Phora was a plant. Was I lied to you? Me too. You must have a pretty decent account. You've only played a month. I feel like just recently I've gotten like a full team of good operators. Dr. X Charlotte. She'd enjoyed the journey, even if she'd never fully understood her quiet companion, and the many strange and curious ideas that companion had. A goddess who goes by the name of Savage Sighs. What can she do? She's not as smart as the doctor. Savage? I feel like Savage could be really smart, though. Will you come and visit Savage? Of course. The doctor said Babel's new base is being worked on by Billy engineers. Maybe we'll see each other soon. Charlotte loves the dog lots. Oh. Then I'll be waiting for you, Savage. Good girl, Amia. Now, though, I need to figure out how to take you and the doctor through the wilderness. You and Amia stay here and rest for a while. I'll see if the transport hub ahead has any good vehicles for hire. Aww. What does your home screen UI look like? Doctor. Whoa. Do we have time to say goodbye? The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it gets. The goddess girl seems rather determined. It's better for both of you to part ways here. Those exist. The world is a wonder. A whale plant. This isn't like whale sharks. It's like you don't have whale cows or whale horses or whale plants. I suppose you're right. You won't wait for Savage? Sometimes, Amia, we have to do bad things for good reasons. Does it look anything like the limited Rainbow Six UI? Okay, fine. Look, you got me. But it's not a crime. It's not a crime to get the Rainbow Six UI, okay? We don't want Savage to be in danger, do we? But she doesn't want to leave you. It's rude to leave without saying goodbye, but that way Savage won't face danger. I promise we'll get to see her again. Can I leave a note for Savage? She'll be worried if she comes back to find us gone. Good thinking. Go ahead and write one. Okay. Her Highness wants to meet with you, alone. Are things not going well? How's Calcit? Now is not the time. We'll leave once the girl's written her note. Alright, can we trouble you with the note? Certainly, I'll leave it where she's sure to see it. Phora's a one-of-a-kind whale plant. You've discovered a new species, I guess. Allegedly. Also, finally, the stage. 5 hours in at stage 4. At this rate,
Live up to duty.
this might be longer than, like, the stream limit that YouTube allows. I'll see how long we can go.
I'm here to help.
No, a species like that existed. It
let
must
them
be
out the sight.
documented.
Even if your eyes are hurting.
Yeah, just don't be too invasive with your
listening.
research. Okay. I have all people would know of your whaleness. Just I who
Almost
called you.
counting on you again
Once
today,
the water's
little
deep.
I know what to do. You can't hide your
I guess that's
fear.
fair. This is true.
apple. Can your eyes keep
How
up?
long have you been streaming? This is almost 5 hours. Okay, let's play
Sarà una passeggiata.
Vigil. So it looks like summons can be placed on those tiles regardless. Invasive with research, I got it. No, that's all wrong. I genuinely thought you just got on live. I started a bit earlier than usual this week. There have been some earlier streams.
Good timing.
The story's pretty great in this game. A lot more mature and emotional than the other gacha games.
Again today, little apple.
I feel like this and Nimbus Company, and even Reverse 1989, have very mature stories. And they're so good. I speak humor.
I know what to do. Don't order me around.
You are the one who
And then Double Speed. And this is immature and emotional. Isn't Nimbus rated M for mature? It's like M for mature in a very immature way. You're right. I mean, there was a very serious bear, I have to say. Also, is this a kid riding a sarcas? With like a blender? What is this big anyway?
Don't. I will save
Let me
your
read
clothes into shadow.
read the funny
Now you
crocodile
find
people
it.
story. I have to read that eventually.
should not be.
Questa caccia sta durando
Go.
decisamente.
expelled from the city still returns to rescue it.
A woman-only party. I have Vigil.
Eliminazione pulita.
I just haven't.
Save us a lot of time.
As I
if
was
you just
earlier
surrender.
in the game, I had like no men who were great units, sadly. And then I got Vigil and decided to build him. Probably have to leave after the next story. Don't want to, but sleep calls. I'll catch the vibe.
What
Get a good
kind of
sleep,
battle
Bush.
will it end up
Spot
being?
and Vigil aren't dogs.
I wonder.
Oh yeah, Vigil's on the team. Vigil does have dogs though. Like 3 legs. Or Lady Vigil. So true. Fast girl Vigil. I finally caught a plant stream. Hey Twilight. Or should I say Chen? I hope you've been super well. We're just going through the pain that is the story. Vigil doesn't classify as great. He's great in my eyes, okay. Autumn 1091. Rhodes Island of Babel Castle. House progress closure. The last thing I need is another core system control failure. Well, since you had to bring it up, I might have run into a little problem. Vigil classifies as Vigil. Fine, you have me there. Even with the tricks you taught me, the encryption methods used by many of the RTS programs are almost incomprehensible to a normal brain, and my decoder isn't fully compatible yet. I was sad when I finished the event. I feel like I will be too. May not be able to shut the system down before the doctor arrives on the ship. Try again. If you're not confident about getting it done, then we'll go to the contingency plan, cutting off power to the entire ship. Leave it to me. Seems like you're still keeping a lot of secrets, though. I've never seen anyone make you so nervous. That's not important. What's important is making sure nothing happens to the ship. Just a wish for Wiš'adel. Real or meat shield. Is calling him a dog like a slur? I don't think so. Most teams in Arknights tend to be female heavy. A lot of the women in this game are so strong. Like just unparalleled units. Do I really have to be so on edge? And honestly, go off. Yes, yes. It's not the doctor that I fear. Then what is it? You don't need to know yet. Wipe the doctor sporting records. This is for the safety of both the doctor and Babel. And with no male 6-star snipers and defenders. Wait, are there none? Are there any upcoming? The others don't need to know that the doctor exists until the doctor and Teresa have reached a conclusion. It's how all gacha games are. They know their audience. All except for like Love in Deep Space and Tears of Timbers. Alright, I'll work at it. But I wonder why you seem to care a lot about this doctor at at that same time that you're so on guard over the whole thing. You say, but Gem Broca is hot. Gem Broca has such a great design. That's how you write a strong... Yeah, honestly, there are so many great written characters in this game. Vigil's a Vanguard, sadly. He'd do better as a sniper, I feel. Oh, Vigil, you should have been a sniper. But then we wouldn't have the puppies. Vigil is like playable puppies, though. I've got it. The doctor must have dirt on you. Don't bother. You won't find it. Come on, why so serious? What about the girl? The same conclusion. No change. I cross-checked all relevant Rimbilitonian records and had a scout check with informants inside the military commission. Amia's background comes through clean. Her parents were killed when the convoy transporting the laser mining module got attacked. The attack itself was purely coincidental. No one knew they were transporting Sarkaz-related cargo, and the military commission wasn't involved. She must have gotten infected in the mess. If not for the doctor, she'll be spending the rest of her life suffering in Rimbiliton. Good point. I'll handle the girl's examination and treatment when she's on board. You're still concerned about her? I guess Logos just doesn't exist. I mean, not yet, I guess. I think you can play as Logos in IS. Is Logos in IS? Am I just gaslighting myself? Yes, I am. She's too young, and she hasn't had proper treatment since contracting neuropathy. Oh, that kind of concerned. I don't want the doctor's kindness to be the reason for delaying her treatment. Plus, Teresa would call her a gentle child who has the right to choose her future. Logos is the unlimited 6-star on Wiš'adel banner. Who am I thinking of? Who's like... It's not Logos. Who's the elemental healer? Who is like an IS and will be record restore eventually. He's a banshee. Does he really qualify? Amia. Let me sleep. Where are we? Doctor? It's not a herald. It's the other. It was like with thorns and Elysium. What's his name? The one from Air. The doctor's here. Wake up, sleepyhead. You're almost home. Home. Plot twist, the original doctor is Kiostin. That's so funny. In our half-awake state, Amia feels a warm fingertip brush her cheek. You said he, so yes. I guess that's fair for a banshee. That tickles, don't do that. Whoa, who are you? I'm Teresa. Teresa, the doctor talked about you. What did the doctor say? I think I confused Logos and whoever that other elemental healer is. I don't remember. I was having a great carrot cake at the time, though. Teresa should smell nice. Be really warm and sweet. Hey, Reaper. We're just meeting. We're, like, combining a found family that might end in tragedy. Maybe. Probably. What about now? Is she as you imagined her? Yeah, it smells good, warm and sweet. Doesn't smell like carrots, though. Not fully awake, I see. It's not chestnut either. Is it a 6-star? It was like the third in the Thorns Elysium group. They sing the Golden Age song. It mostly ends in tragedy, doesn't it? I was trying to be optimistic, but yes. Most folks forget about Chestnut. How could I forget Chestnut with Heathcliff's voice actor? Lumen. Yes, Lumen. I've confused Lumen and Logos so many times. Will you come home with us, Amia? Home? Yeah, okay. Oh, he's therapist medic. He's not elemental. Never mind. He's therapist. Outside Rhodes Island at Babel Arknights. It's absolutely Lumen. The tiny cot asleep soundly in Teresa's arms, leaning against her neck. Oh, she pats Amia on the back and turns toward the doctor, who's clearly tired. Thank you, Teresa. I didn't expect you to come pick us up personally. Looks like you're not quite all-knowing, Doctor. You have much to learn when it comes to childcare, at least. Sure enough. Phora, who's the healer you rely on? Because I have so many vanguards, it's Myrtle. It's Myrtle and Perfumer. And sort of recently, I guess Gavial or Aya Altar, Aya Barry. You look different from when you left, Doctor. How was the journey? What about all of you? I feel like Reed Altar is pretty popular. Doctor does look really good. I agree, Reaper. Louise. I saw and learned a lot. There are plenty of interesting things on this great land. I also met Amia. It was a miracle I was able to save her. Amia, she's even cuter than your letters said. Poor girl, but fortunate in some way. What kind of berry is Harold? Harold is Haroldberry. I really want to build Harold. Reed and Calcid are the best healers. Reed and Calcid are great healers. Her condition is getting worse. I needed to bring her in for treatment. How's Babel been in the time that I was away? Not quite smooth sailing. We have a lot to deal with, but not everything needs to be handled right away. I just tend to go with Ayaberry or Lumen unless I need some specific resist. That makes sense. I think it's a little sad that there's not a big incentive to build lots of healers, so they don't really get used. Harold's a boop berry. I would love to boop Harold. You must be tired after your journey. Get some rest. Thank you, Teresa. Amia, we're home. Oh, Doctor, did I fall asleep? Oh, Amia, you're awake. Why don't you come down? Teresa will get tired if she has to keep holding you. Amia nods and jumps down from Teresa's arms. I'll just sit in my corner with all my medics. Wait, have you built a lot of them? Going with Chestnut as a president, Harold would be a nut too. Harold nut. She just looks like a small baby. Yeah. Will you hold my hand, Amia? Doctor. It's alright. Teresa's my friend. You can trust her. We'll be spending a lot of time with her from now on. Okay. Oh. Me with 6+ built medics. Yeah, who builds medics? Is it more common than I thought it was? I thought no one built medics. Is this Babel? Yes. It's so big. Even bigger than those mining plates. So this is where you used to live. I spent a long time here. A very long time. Is this your home? Yes, Amia. This is the doctor's home. Right, Doctor? Yes. It's your home now, too. Will you let us help the doctor take care of you? Yeah, Amia finally has 2 parents again. I'll go wherever the doctor goes. So true, Reaper. This is the original logo? Also this animation. How about 17 medics? A man E2 level 40? 17? Reed Alter is a hard-resist demon. I have many medics. They step onto the elevator, and the Babel logo appears before their eyes. The heavy door opens to welcome them in. 18 with E2 level 1 Gabriel. Sensing Amia's unease, Teresa puts a hand on her shoulder. What's behind the door? People waiting to welcome you and the doctor. Are you sure about taking me and the girl in, Teresa? Why shouldn't I be? I'm glad to have more people calling Babel their home. Many here don't know you, though, so I'm sure you'll be busy for the next few days. How should I present myself? Good question. You should talk to Calcid first. She's been waiting for you. I love this song. At least you can sustain Surtur. And maybe use Ak or Spiria. The character designs in this are so good. Unique compared to normal anime characters, right? There's so much variety and so much depth, I think. Like everything in a character's design means something about them or their story or where they came from. I never built that. Tell her your concerns, your questions, and the secrets in your heart. I say Guardian Defenders count as medics. That's true too. I do sort of rely on Saria for healing. How many friend requests have you been getting? I think not everyone realizes the update happened. We've gotten a few. You'll sit there at level 1 for forever. And a fate worse than death for Ak. She'd be very sad if you didn't. You could have. If you really want the King of Sarkaz to reveal the thoughts that you're loath to tell, I will. But I can feel you're still wavering. Let's go, Amia. Doctor, we'll go to her. But yeah, as a reminder, if you've been meaning to, or if you sent a request before that got rejected, there's more room. Sadly, the game goes for my medics. Rip. Amia, you're Amia, aren't you? Yes. Calcit crouches down and gives the girl a candy. Thank you for protecting the doctor throughout your journey, Amia. Thank you, Dr. Calcit. Will you fetch Teresa? We need to do some checks on you. Will they hurt? A little, but the doctor's letter has called you a brave girl. Will the doctor be with me? Of course, the doctor has some things to do first, though. It's alright, Amia. Just wait for me here in the ward, and I'll be back very soon. Maybe I should send her a friend request in Limbase? Yeah, go for it. How much is the max amount of friends? Have we all missed our chance? The max is now 100, and we were at 50, so I think there's plenty. You'll need to do a full checkup later too, Doctor. Alright. Doctor. Yes? Do you plan on leaving again? No, I think I've traveled enough. If you've made up your mind, I'll respect your decision. If nothing else, you're concerned about Amia's health, even though she was a complete stranger to you. There's no fundamental difference between these new lives and us. I'm glad. Glad that you chose hope in the end. Welcome back, Dr. Phora. It's so weird to see Calcit smile this much. Is it just me or does that never happen? Portrait of Teresa, Amia, Doctor, and what a happy family. Surely nothing will go wrong. Right? Plant really the auto clicker. That was Amia. Blood originium levels are high. Currently available inhibitors are not sufficient to stabilize your condition. We need to develop new drugs. I need time and resources. Apples are yours to use, Doctor. We're happy to share our research on neuropathy with you. I'm lacking defender units. I have like 4 built defenders. I think I have like 2. It also has like a grindiness to it, if that makes sense. Sharp lions. You like it, right? Like a lot of the art style is very... It's almost like mature or realist without looking like... What's the word for like the uncanny valley realism? It's a pleasant change to see Cal happy, right? Oh. No, it's uncanny. What can I help you and Calcit with in exchange? This is not a transaction. It's one of the core missions of Babel, to do everything in our power to help everyone suffering from neuropathy. 4 defenders. Defenders, depending on who they are, isn't bad. Cal being happy is uncanny. It's so weird to see. Since the day that Calcit woke you up, I was convinced that you would help with all of this, just as you helped Amia. Thank you. Now perhaps I have a chance to ask you this question, Doctor. How do you view this land, Terra? I don't think it's my place to judge. There's no such thing as superior or inferior civilizations. It took a long and hard journey for Terra to evolve to where it is today. Add to that the sick joke that Originium played on life. You said that Originium did not develop the way you expected. I'm back. This is after Doctor's trip, yes. Hopium. The landship was always Rhodes, the organization was Babel. Is the doc from Earth? Maybe like Arknight's version of Earth or something. I used 7 of all 14 I found. You have 14 Defender Siri. I wasn't supposed to bring such suffering. I have to go back and look at all the screenshots from all like the account reviews we did. Mumbles in her dream. I sense that you are keeping secrets, but there's nothing false about the sorrow coming from deep within your heart. The sorrow that I can't understand. I want to fix this mistake, but I'm powerless to do so. At the end of the day, civilizations largely progress in similar ways. It all comes to an inevitable endpoint. An end field, however bright its light shines at its peak. But Calcit said you didn't give up hope, even in your final days. I had many friends, even in those last days, who faced difficulties far greater than you can imagine, with courage and hope that's every bit your equal. You missed a gummy. How could you make a gummy the most OP unit in the game? 15 defenders is crazy. I had to miss all account reviews due to being busy. Did I not review your account, Siri? Doctor out here being traumatized. According to Supa. We haven't known each other that long, Teresa. I want to know, why do you do all this? What is the end that Babel seeks in compromising with the military commission? There's something I want to show you, Doctor. We had to ask you about Originium sooner or later. That's why Calcit woke you up. Please come and see the results of my brief time at work. It's not trying to be all cutesy. It does have cute characters. Yeah, true, but it's trying to look rough. We're almost there. This place is barren, even by the standards of a catastrophe-heavy region. Closure spent time and effort to maintain this dangerous little trail. A forked trail in the midst of originium formations. You're not keeping any fewer secrets than I am, Teresa. The king of Sarkaz has to have a few secrets, right? How do I connect my account to email? I think you check settings. Don't tell anyone what you see here. What secret is this? All these flowers? Wait, they're so pretty. A long trek through the originium-filled wasteland leads to a small garden. This is IS-3 music. Or no, this is IS-3, isn't it? In the heart of a catastrophe, amidst the ruins on a nameless plain that neither night nor the stars can find. Tiny white specks mark this little sanctuary, isolated from the rest of the world, and the wildlands around it. Even the winds seem softer here. It's a forgotten greenhouse that harkens back to a time in the distant past, when the land was still pure and untainted. Like when man stole fire from up above and lit up a corner of the night sky. Maybe next time you'll submit for review. It's kind of overdue for our third Arknights account review. Teresa picks up a white flower. This place represents the cutting edge of Babel's in my research into originium. Do you have a Discord? Yes, it's linked in the description. So if any of you want to join and share Arknights memes or polls or whatever, feel free. Flowers. No, originium. I'm sure you understand it's not originium arts that made these flowers bloom. The information inherent in originium, the reversal of the assimilated universe. You've already come this far. When did? No race understands originium better than the Sarkaz. Still, what we know is merely the tip of the iceberg compared to the entirety of originium. Even with Calcid helping us understand the nature of originium, the furthest we've gone is transforming a palm-sized piece into this. Garden. Help. They're turning originium into flowers. Hacker voice, I'm in. This little flower is my small contribution. I need your help, Doctor. I want to see the day when flowers cover the cliffs and valleys of Kazdel and all the lands beyond. So Closure's one of the few who knew about Teresa's actual aim here. She's so goofy, but such an important part of it from the very beginning. Right? Exactly. We need playable Closure in the future. It's a future worth taking risks for. You've seen how Kastel's been mired in war for its entire history, Doctor. Right now, at least, I want to use the power of originium to create a home for Kastel where people can live in peace, safe from war and invasion. In the more distant future, if we're able to fully harness it, we'll be able to change the entire race of Terra. I can't. I hope you're doing really well. Good morning. If catastrophes don't bring rain of originium, but soft, fluffy clouds. If the infected no longer suffer the pain of rocks growing out of them, I don't suppose there's anyone who would have such an absurd dream. I think Closure would be a supporter. That's why we must fulfill the rite of sacrificing our wallet to Closure. If you need help with Arknights, yes, true. Use the Dr. Ping and Arknights. It summons the hive mind. Yeah, if any of you are new or like have a question, there are some really big brain people in Discord. Obviously, Closure would be a merchant. You're different from other Sarkaz, Teresa. Flowers that cover the entire land. What a picture of life that would be. That sounds so pretty. Doctor, why? Why this flower? Oh, there's no particular reason. I just happened to come across it outside the valley when I was looking for a good place for my experiments. Merchant doctor scamming you for LMGs. A pure coincidence. As it said, it had a name, Snow and Summer, but it's adapted to changes over the years. Perhaps we could give it a new name. What do you think, Doctor? Snow and Summer is a pretty name. A new path is opening up. All these flashbacks. A path to self-destruction? What changed? Can you hear me, Teresa? I'm listening. I was giving the doctor a tour of our urgent news from Kastel. Closure Skill 3 costs actual originium prime. We've talked about this a little before. Closer is just a pay-to-win operator. It concerns Victoria. Victoria.
We've won a lot of times before, Doctor. Here and
Finally
now,
out
though,
of the
we're
stage.
struggling for our own destiny.
Purge
our own
self-destruction.
future. That's the real fight, isn't it?
Not the self-destruction. Okay, let's take our next poll. Also, this says beta. Like the currency. Weird.
Questi documenti non sono importanti, Doc.
Let's do this because we can.
L'importante è ciò che
Sixth
fanno.
pull on the banner. Self-destructing purge.
Hi, I'm Spot from Operation Reserve Team A6.
Say what you
job
will
is to
about Spot.
protect the other-
Spot's voice acting is so good. I think Spot's voice acting has always been incredible. Do I recognize the voice actor from anywhere? Phora is still addicted. I'm just making my 10 polls. Okay. Okay. Old skin for shop during game's beta stage. Oh, really? Funny way to spell assicle. Hey, Aki, that feeling when 38 pulls in the banner, and you've only gotten 1 5-star? Oh no. Rip. If it makes you feel better, we're 6 pulls in and 2 5-stars. Are you a masochist? The event currency. Rush sugar lumps. A hard currency aboard Babel. A nice vampire lady in engineering will trade for some scarcities. Like warfarin. Nice vampire lady. Just a guess. I'm not a masochist. I have a nice sleep bush, so I'll catch the vibe. Also, a high bush vibe. I have vod bush. Clover's a vampire? Did I know this? Closure's the vampire, Zelia? I must have known this. I must have just forgotten. Your Highness Teresis, Regent of Castel, Commanding General of the Military Commission. Wandering scholars have brought back tales of a new nomadic city on the rise in the distant desert. The fires of the ancient furnace continue to burn. I did know this. I'm so sorry for forgetting. And the once scattered mercenaries have flocked to one banner, to the city walls that grow taller by the day. Your strength and reputation have caught the attention of the Duke of Cavendish. You've changed the way we view the Sarcast tribes. Perhaps now is the time to set prejudices aside and engage in sincere sharing and cooperation that would be beneficial to us both. I, the Duke of Cavendish, hereby invite you to visit my domain, where we may sit and parley. Our venerable empire has use for you and your brave warriors. Duke of Cavendish. Vampire like blood fiends. It's all connecting. Winter 1091. One more time. I have to do this. No point talking about curing oropathy if I can't do something so simple. To be fair, Closure looks more like an elf than anything else. Closure does sort of look like Moo, now that I think about it. Arg. Still no good. What's Doctor doing? Excuse me, why don't you put that medkit down? Leave this stuff to us. Alright. As in Cavendish bananas. It's about the attack on Victoria. Some time in the gym would do you good once you've recovered. Warfarin does too, but notice the red eyes? I see. So that's the difference. At present, there's no way for you to match the physical prowess of a Terran through training. Your talents are better employed outside of manual labor. I know. It's just that, you know, I have my pride too. You've looked on edge since that day. I'm thinking about Teresa. Traveling alone to a city under enemy control isn't the most logical course of action for a leader. The warriors with her may be outstanding, but they're not enough to protect her in the face of an entire army. The King of Sarkaz enjoys unimaginable status in Sarkaz tradition, and Teresa's own achievements are well recognized. The military commission would not act rashly. Doc is weaker than Terrans. Like the R6S ops. Like a human. Red eyes like blood fiends. Victoria's invitation to Castel cannot be taken as a sign of goodwill. It means that Terra's powers have once again set their sights on Castel. Teresa needs to go to Castel and make it clear she will not permit Castel to become embroiled in another war. Is there saying Doctor is submissive? Maybe. Even if I know how the military commission in Babel came into being, In my understanding, the Sarkas can hardly afford an eternal conflict that could drain them of what little resources they have left. They have enough to deal with as it is. They have a complicated history, and that brings different attitudes toward outsiders. The Sarkas people have a right to choose the path they believe is correct. Teresa's or Teresa's. Looks like we've got a lot to deal with beside Oripathy. No way, doctor's submissive. I feel like a few doctors might be. There's a big difference between knowing and understanding. I guess looks like there's much I still need to learn about the history of Terra. This time you'll be the one to guide me, Calstet. Of course. All we can do right now is make sure Oripathy patients at Rhodes Island have access to proper treatment. What's happening? Your submissive Inspector Alter shows up. What's going on? An attack now? Word is, Her Highness has set out. Listen up, we exalt only Her Highness. Destroy Babel and she will return to the embrace of Casdel. If we're branded traitors, so be it. But the Regent must not be hindered at this crucial juncture. Casdel will take back all that we've lost. May the Sarkas be united as Her Highness wills. This is the first time Doctor is in command. Scar Market, Casdel. Her Highness is coming. Her Highness? The one who's still on the run? His or her, it's not your place to talk. Say, did you take that job? Wouldn't pass up an opportunity like this if it's the last thing I did. Londinium, that den of scum. They say the columns in the feline palace are covered in gold, and the nobles walk on floors paved with glowing stones. Capital of a great empire, a commission from a Grand Duke. There's gonna be so much money here. Ascalon and Scar Eye again. It's been a while, Ascalon. It's been so long since you last visited. Why not sit down and catch up for a bit? You're sending mercenaries to Londinium. Now, I must object to that accusation. This is where trauma intensifies and depression goes to overdrive. People just follow the money, and it leads to what the Regent has provided in Londinium. You're dragging Casdel into another war. Have you been fooling around with those dreamers at Babel for so long you've forgotten what it means to be a Sarkaz? Since when have the Sarkaz been apart from war? The giant's hand lunges forward. Ascalon surprised to find she cannot avoid his face. Seeing the future is hard. Seeing through what you will do next, less so. Did you think you were the child of destiny, so special you could bridge the rift between the siblings? Think back to the day when you saw them for the first time. That seems to be the entire game. It is. Trauma and depression are the game. With some wholesome moments, though. When you skinned the young mangler and followed the trail of blood through the wilderness until you walked into a storm and met the King of Sarkaz. How did you? How did I know? Are you surprised, Ascalon? I saw the prophecy and led the tribe on the wastes into the storm that day. You happen to be the one who lived. No one truly understands prophecy. No one can interfere with the future. But I wanted to catch the tail of fate. I wanted to make a prophecy. Account bound. Nice. Ready for next account reviews? Everyone's just having the roughest of times, really. Theresa's didn't kill you. Instead, he kept you and raised you. Maybe he wanted to tempt fate. But you never changed. In all these years, you're still that poor, lost child on the wastes. Have patience, Ascalon. You're not a threat to me yet, and I have higher hopes for you than this. Master said, your blade points at all the enemies of the Sarkaz. Teresa's raised you to be a deathmonger, yet you understand less about him than a warmonger like me. Did you think Teresa's would be content to be some puppet for those dukes? Spare your breath, if you don't know the full extent of his plan. I'm curious, how would you stand before Teresa's if he was sitting in the room behind me right now? You're simply repeating the words of others on behalf of the one behind you. I am the game, No, exactly, yeah. You seem to have put a lot of thought into this war. I don't mean chat's having the hardest of times. And unless you mean with all the banners back to back. All the great banners. There are so many good ones. How many hostiles? Exact numbers unclear. We've detected hostiles both in front of and behind us. A lot of them. I'm still not financially recovered from whaling on R6 Calamity Run. That's so real of you. Whether it was Teresa's intention or not, the other generals of the military commission seem intent to crush Babel while Teresa's absent. That way, the Sarkas won't have a choice. How many combat personnel do we have? The best soldiers went to negotiations with Her Highness. A good part of the remaining ones have been assigned to the supply convoys. We only have less than a third of our normal force. I've looked up Moodang the Hippo ever since I saw him in your schedule. I get Moodang posts everywhere. I'm glad I could infect you, Sora. Moodang is life. Moodang is love. Moodang is life. Gotta catch them all like Pokemon. This is worse than anything else in game. Maybe 8 through 10 are the roughest you've seen. 9 is traumatizing on a new level. At the very least, we need to break through the roadblock ahead. I'll sit. I'll take command. Doctor? If, as you said, this attack was launched by only a few members of the military commission, then they're undoubtedly planning to get this done in one go. We can't let them set the pace. Find out where their lines are thin, disrupt the rhythm, and we'll be safe. Big brain, Doctor. Have you fought a war before, Dr. Phora? He's a cute hippo, but he'll crush my skull when he's grown. He does have a biting issue. But hey, there are love bites even if my leg bones get obliterated. I'm glad you understand, Sora. Not the flesh and blood kind, but I've been trained. I'm able to reconstruct a battlefield as a computable data model. Take the front line, Calcit. I know you'll be able to protect us. Of course. Welcome to the Scar Market, Your Highness. Things must be busy here lately. No need going against the will of the many. Am I right, Your Highness? The voices of the few are worth respecting too. Many know nothing of what's happening in the lands beyond. Their lives will be turned upside down. Okay, I think to be faster, because at this rate we won't be able to finish in a day. I'm just a humble merchant. I'll click through a little faster. I'll talk to your biggest client, the one in the room behind you. Your Highness should go no further. Since when have you started meddling in the affairs of Casdell? Who is this? Is this Logos? Please don't make things difficult for Scarai, Your Highness. You understand that there's only one way this can go, if you and the Regent come face to face. Confessiaris? Confessiaris? I beg Your Highness pardon. Please tell me Confessiaris is playable. Looks like you've made a decision. Is this Terrace's position? I'm not surprised. I haven't played all that much. But what you did play was a bummer. Or we'll have Babel's Dream Part 3 in 2 weeks. Yeah, in 2 weeks, we'll probably play Babel, like the challenge stages, and then read Arknights or something. Shining's dad, bro. Shining's people. Shining and Neural. Part of like that cult, right? He hasn't decided to abandon our city, but take a step forward to go on a long expedition away from home. That's all. You've made us stagnant. We want to progress. I still remember when you and General Viserys came here for the first time. Even fate itself stepped aside for the two of you. But look at the people here now when Castel is divided. The bustling Scar Market has lost its usual commotion. In their eyes is silence, but the King of Sarkas hears the voices of their hearts. Confessarius? Confessarius is an embodiment of Alabama? Is it like a cult or something? Most of you have made up your minds. Then there is no point for me to try to stop you. One of the Sarkas suddenly kneels. He has not changed his mind. He hasn't turned away from the temptation of Teresa's plan. He simply feels a sense of guilt toward Teresa, one of the 6 heroes who rebuilt Casdell. Kneel if you feel you should. Neither General Teresis nor Lord Scar-Eye will fault you. This ancient gesture signifies more than just fealty. I am more familiar with its other meaning. Penitence. This name? Quisartu Stye? Have you found the meaning of your name? Not yet, Your Highness. Then forgive their sins as you must forgive yours. Teresis and I will carry all your sins. As you bid. Nerl's on her own thing. Shining was a member of the Confessarius and Nightingale's an experimental subject. When canvas Zarya's event? I think we need one. I bow to you, King of Sarkaz. It's so mysterious. What a handsome deer, real. In millennia of Sarkaz history, it's always been an honor for warriors to go to war with their kings. They've tasted struggle and glory, picked themselves up from the bloodied soil. But the kings of Sarkaz always stood in front of them. Where the kings point, that's where home is. They're all kneeling. Now, though, they've abandoned their king. I promised a home of peace and safety, where Sarkaz will be forever free from war. You have to listen to Winter Absolution. Have we heard it so far? Before I set foot here, I had a sliver of hope that perhaps someone would follow me. This song is so good, but I saw fire in your eyes. I saw the city that none of you had seen with your own eyes burn. The ancient city comes in many shapes and forms in your eyes. A city of desire, a city of hatred of wealth, a city of glory. You all believe you'll plunder what you've longed for in that unfamiliar land. That's why I changed my mind. I decided to see Kazdal's bravest warriors off. Kazdal will embark on a path of conquest for the first time in many years. I honor you, even though I never wanted you to take this step. Death awaits you far from home. I'll drink some more water, LP, thanks. Yeah, it's been 5 hours. The sorrowful king of Sarkaz walks among her people. This is BP7. Is it 7? This might be a 6, yet their determination does not waver, even if it means defying the king. We're going. Voices rise and fall as though the warriors are singing elegy for themselves. We exalt your highness, but we cannot follow you. The regent promises Londinium will be a new start. There lies the Sarkaz future. There lies our future. Yeah, be for Babel. Take care of yourselves, my warriors. Even if you will never return to Kazdal, the white figure passes through the parted crowd. They no longer follow the king they once exalted. The other possibility for her people, the home full of flowers that she strived to build, did not come in time for the Sarkaz. Oh, this song, Manfred. You knew this day would come. What do you think? Hesitate, and all we've worked for will be naught. Imagine seeing that scene animated, everyone bowing to Teresa. 6, 7, 8. Her Highness did not hesitate, neither should we. Make your preparations then, Manfred. Do not forget the feelings that burn within you, no matter what they are. Oh. Secret entrance of Scar Market. The air robot getting uprated. No need to be down, Ascalon. Or will join us when Babel grows strong enough to provide shelter for more people. Being followed. Wait, Ascalon. She's not hostile. That was a hard hit. Is that a sleeve blade? Is this wind chimes? Or it's Julie? Anyway, Your Highness, I'd like to leave with you if that's okay with you. Thank you. What's your name? It's Julie. Yep, Shining was a member. She didn't agree with her experiments on Nightingale, so she took her and fled. And on their own they met Neural and formed the Followers. Is the Followers like another cult? Separate from... what's his name's cult? A nice name, one that's not often used by mercenaries. Did you make it up yourself? No, I don't have a name. Someone else gave it to me. She said having a name gives one sense of belonging. She's right. Why not follow the rest of them to Londinium? I've had enough of fighting. She says Your Highness will bring about a life where we don't have to fight anymore. Wait, her name's Julie. Was it Calcin? I wanted to challenge you before deciding whether to go with you, but I didn't even have the guts to raise my sword. You're a strong warrior. At least I can be sure she wasn't playing me for a fool when she said you were once a great hero of Kazdal. A reason so simple is hard to believe. Or was it Ascalon? No, because Ascalon didn't recognize Julie. Isn't Neural a part of Rhodes Island? I think so. A lot of Rhodes Island members are like dual not like dual citizens, but like they're part of multiple groups, you know? The followers are a wandering squad of medics. Really? Neither side of the followers are aware of each other's past? So Neural's just kind of there as a defender. The red-haired mercenary scratches her head. They wandered the wastelands helping people in need before meeting Rhodes Island. I guess I liked the way you talked just now. Not sure I understood most of it though. Where's your friend? She can come too. She's already here. Her sword and her clothes may be a little loose-fitting though. She was a strong warrior. Felt a little like this one over here. Wait, who is it? Neural, Shining, and Nightingale all work for Rhodes. I'm a little something of a tailor. I could hem it for you. There's no need. I'm used to it. Let's go then, Julie. There are other mercenaries here who want to go with you. Teresa looks toward the dark exit of the Scar Market. Once that becomes two become three, and many more emerge from the darkness. More and more follow. Just because we're used to battle doesn't mean we're willing to bury ourselves in the campaign with no end in sight. I got far enough to meet the people from the city ruled by a lizard. Some were part of Rhodes Island. I think of Rhodes Island as like an organization, kind of. Sort of like in school you can be part of multiple clubs. It's kind of like that. And like you also have a country you're from. Neural isn't infected. Neural's a guardian defender, so a defender that heals operators. I didn't realize. I'm sorry, I haven't built my Neural. I see a mommy. Chat is down bad yet again. Make Julie playable. I heard some people are secretly recruiting the willing in Casa. I'll make arrangements. Let's go, Julie. We have a lot to do. There are plenty of people for us to house, after all. And the Sarkas don't view being infected as a bad thing. They view it as a blessing. It's like separate from what you actually swear allegiance to. Yeah, exactly. You're back. They've retreated. Outstanding work, Doctor. They're all clapping for Doctor. Who? A group of medics hurry through the corridor. Oh, those were footsteps, carrying several stretchers. Casa turns to block them from Doctor's sight. The enemy was essentially making suicide attacks. It was inevitable that there would be casualties as we broke through. We lost fewer than we had any right to expect. How many did we lose? There was nothing wrong with how you commanded the operation. You don't need to be involved in the cleanup. Dr. Calcit, we're running low on plasma. I'll deal with coordination and surgery. Oh, Cal. The medics have already gone. The doctor's not sure whether the terrifying scene just now was a figment of the imagination, but the smell of blood simply would not go away. A sense of dizziness. I must have remembered wrong. Same. Same. I'm able to reconstruct a battlefield as a computable data module. But it's not numbers that fight a war. Living, breathing people are fighting for their survival. How long has it been since Neural Alter isn't infected, but Standard Defender Neural is? Wait, really? So Neural goes from infected to uninfected? That's actually so interesting. So Neural's cured from infection? Doctor. First time seeing the blood and gore. Her records say she is, but she isn't. Oh, it was an excuse to get her out of Casimir's. Never mind. Never mind. Neural was never infected to begin with. That makes sense. You could say that. I got excited for a cure for erypathy for no reason. We didn't have so many lives to waste in the wars I've had in the past. Treat yourself to a sweet drink. It'll make you feel better. I speak from experience. It's all thanks to your command we were able to triumph against overwhelming odds. Are your battles always like this? No, this was one of the easy ones. I'll gladly entrust my life to you. If it means our future battles will be so easy. There's too many words in this game. I agree. I agree. It's kind of nice, though. You're not the first to ask that question. This attack is only a sign of things to come. I have great expectations for you, our tactical genius. Scott believes in us. The history books would record that the two Sarkaz rulers declared war on each other in the winter of 1091, causing open hostilities to break out between the military commission and Babel. For the Sarkas themselves, the civil war had begun in 1086, when isolated conflicts started to escalate. There's far more words than you think. The 2 centuries of peace Castle enjoyed have come to an end. Uncle set it up to get her out of Casimir's, and after she left, he set out to find her and become the obscure wanderer. That's Minar. Arknights has endless infinity of words. And characters.
Stay close. Don't run off.
What are these? They're giant bunnies. The bunnies are so cute. I love the bunnies.
Good scenery here, Doctor.
Okay, let's start with the...
I'm listening.
Wait, those are capybaras? Those are cappies.
Phew. Oh, we're counting on you
These
again
words called
today,
characters
little
of the
apple.
world
I
and the
know
weight of the
what to do.
situation.
You can't hide
It's a lot, but you
your
learn
fear.
to appreciate it when they make you feel the weight and emotion behind the story. So true. So true.
A new challenge.
Okay, let's place. Place Vigil
Prenderò io
here.
il controllo se salta fuori qualcos'altro.
Rust.
Vigil hide here.
Rust. Tail like a shooting star. That's
This is
what they say.
BB5. I know because this is the defense stage. I need to fuel my aura on fire. This is still BB5.
Good timing.
I think I like this spot for Typhon. There's so many chains.
Whew. Gather around me, guys.
Let's place Perfumer.
So this is about
So,
how break the
let's get
spell,
Heidi.
expel the
Next to Enos.
No one will find
Activate
Questa caccia sta durando decisamente
Lure.
troppo.
Vigil.
Ah, losing sight.
Okay, Starry here. Double speed. You're playing a tower defense while you read a book. That's basically what's happening,
Today,
honestly.
little apple.
You hit the nail on the head.
Don't. Nothing can mask.
And a scuff until
Yes. My fragrance.
this capybara is hit really hard.
Solidify.
Pull you back.
Who needs healing? Come over!
Let me with a girl
Get Heidi.
expelled from the city still returns to rescue it.
At least Sorry is still there.
Il vostro sacrificio
Just
non
go.
cambierà nulla.
Okay, the top lane's getting overwhelmed.
Witness this with me.
Yielding
So
is
we
not
should
an
play
option.
Spectre.
You are the one who awoke me. Ah, losing sight.
Spectre for overflow.
I know what's better than your step.
Let's some of these are invisible enemies. I'm gonna think the walls, but just never going to attack anything worthwhile. I think you're actually so right. It's really just the wolves doing the damage. I think we'll scuff our way through because our units are leveled.
He's fresh tail like a shooting star.
But
That's
yeah,
what they say.
I should have placed the wolves like a space back or Vigil like up here,
Together.
a little closer to the front.
You can't hide your fear.
That makes sense. Ina's doing nothing.
I know what to do. Don't order me.
È tutto il vostro sacrificio non
Get your scuff.
Pick up the pace.
Hang in there, I'm coming!
The wolf is doing nothing. Or the explorer wants to explore your stream. Arknights is part novel library, part gacha, part tower defense, part
If you want
music
treatment,
album.
you gotta go
True.
closer.
Ah, losing
I think that's a good way to describe it, honestly.
I'm listening.
Here's Enos. I have to get a better, more reliable stage clear. So I can auto this. Virtuoso is good with anything with a big tanky boy. I have to build Virtuoso. Rock from BB4 and 1/7 are better and cheaper to farm and require less LMD. I wonder if Neural's older brother will ever be playable. Right? Supposedly the strongest Neural in the family. 1/3 1092. Border battlefield cast out. Those rampaging Sisty beasts, are they migrating? He's too busy T-posing over the Casimir's border. What older brother? Maybe 4 and 5 cost the same sanity. I'd use 1-7, but I need event currency. That's real. Each random shard needs 2 rock or 1 device. 5 seemed ideal. And these soldiers moving in perfect coordination without exchanging a word. None of that was in the intel. That's not what you need to worry about. Oh, this is the new playable character, isn't it? I am the ranking officer now. All survivors form up and retreat immediately. Musula. What rocks you need always for more stuff. How did things go so wrong, even though we made our move earlier? The intel was good. We were delayed by the mercenaries transporting supplies. This is why I hate mercenaries. Another coincidence. It's not a coincidence if it keeps happening over and over. We've had way too many setbacks. Not enough rocks. Another mommy. The amount of daddies and mommies, just attractive characters in general in this game. Ursula, huge. Really? Focus. Babel forces must be. Scout, a flash of light and a hole appears in the soldier's forehead. Leave the supplies behind and you may leave unmolested. You should pick a better word. You've been warned. Scout language. She seems to be competing with Utage. Second largest chest in the military behind Manfred. The myth, the legend, Scout. They used to be believable. Is that Scout? Seems like Phora wants a harem. He's dead. We need to withdraw. Just a bluff. Keep your head low and stay with me. Don't get separated. As for the Vanguard, we're in no position to think about them. ABSD, and with Catherine, we'll be getting a playable hack. Wait, is Catherine a new playable character? Or is indeed a harem protagonist? You really think so? They're retreating. I suppose nabbing supplies isn't so easy after all. Be patient and follow the doctor's instructions. The chairman said that the priority is to minimize casualties. I know, Mantra. Wait, Mantra? Who's Mantra? Mantra's lips are closed, but Scout can hear her voice clearly in his head. Is this another elite operator? She's the perfect coordinator for Babel's covert operations, and a shadow that eats away the enemy's sanity. The enemy vanguard has been scattered by the herd. Incredible character design. Yes, elite. The survivors have fled into the woods. Mantra and Ace are such great characters. The enemy's actions were spontaneous, unplanned. They must have known we decrypted their communications. We can leave the rest to Ascalon. No need to worry about the follow-up. We have the doctor. This is so impressive. I think I'm starting to see the elite operators for who they are. I think she was mentioned during the Chernobog infiltration. Who directed this operation? The evil spirit again. Just what is that, Commander? If they can do this to us, they can do it to you too. Why would you sell your soul to something like that? I'm getting out of here alive. Got you. It's Ada. She's the squad leader of Elysium Squad. You're wounded too. You think you could kill me and walk away alive? Get out of my way or I'll kill you. You're not taking Marcel's things. He's going home. Our home is Castel. The mercenary keeps swinging a sword at Ada. The mercenary's movement slows down. Babel, morons. Wasn't it the military commission who betrayed Castel? Relax, he's dead. Be more decisive next time, Ada. The entire squad is dead. They should have died an honorable death, not tormented by fear. This isn't the right time to show mercy. Bring Marcel. Do you remember his name? I remember everyone in Babel, the living and the dead. Ooh. I could have saved him. It's just hard to raise your weapon against your own kin. Even if it's to avenge Marcel. Your father died in the chaos of the city. Have you ever thought about seeking vengeance for him? Ada takes a deep breath. Ada doesn't know that Ascalon's the one who killed his father. Muscular boy. So true. I hate the people who killed him. But vengeance doesn't change anything. A classical idea, rational, righteous human. What if your vendetta is with a cold-blooded deathmonger, with hands soaked in blood? Would you say you kill for justice and your ideals without a hint of hatred? I'm not sure. Do you regret killing mercenaries who threatened Babel Arknights? No. Finally a boy that's that's a man. Isn't Otto like at least 20 something? Otto's like in his 20s here, right? Sadly his dad was a generic mook. He never stood a chance. Weimar, we will not take this a good luck slander. Not without the power of means like Kevin at least. Good luck is a memeing name. His luck has finally run out. Then I won't either. Even if it means I have to. I'm sorry, I'm saying silly things again. Don't mind me. All Babelites are important to Her Highness. The Punisher of anime. The fandom literally created Kevin. Okay, that's fair. Kevin was just manifested by all the doctors of the whole. What are you here for? I've already said it many times. It was my own decision to betray Her Highness. It had nothing to do with the military commission. You want to execute me? Make it quick. Ace? Ace? I'm just realizing how tall Ace and Mantra are. Kevin's a Zay and Av now. But his army in pink. I'm not here to torture you. I brought some wine. I don't need it. Are you sure? This is Victorian fruit wine, not some lousy swill. What are you here for? To catch up about old times. Ace is a meat tenderizer. I wish so hard that Ace was playable, ever. We have nothing to talk about. I know Scout's hiding something from me. Ascalon would too, because she knows we know each other. You're not a sore loser. You're unhappy because the doctor's an outsider. Everyone wants Babel and military commission to get along. You believe that Dr. Calson and the doctor have widened the rift. I'm an outsider too, and I'm still fighting for the Sarkaz to this day. The wine? You're drinking out of your hat. Do you see a wine glass in this cell? You should have brought one. What happened to the rest of your team? Gintako's down fat. Is there a playable dad op? Is there? Maybe. I'm not down bad, I'm too down bad. But just like Frost Nova, he isn't, and we all know why. If you've played Chapter 1, you've known true pain. Is Ace the guy from the start? It is soon. This is a flashback to before Ace died. We've seen some grandpas and an uncle. That's true. Skull Spear, White Smoke, Grey Sun, Strass, Walnut, Kung, Herb. So the sniper's name was Herb. Are these all names of cannon operators? If I ever get to mentor the young, I'll raise them to be that kind of fighter. Selfless, honest, cautious about picking a side, but committed once they've made their choice. How sentimental. Do the Sarkaz hate outsiders in Babel that much? Fools like you who'd give their lives for Her Highness wouldn't understand. Babel's meaningless. Her Highness didn't have to have her hands tied. The doctor helped Chairman Teresa a lot. In what capacity? A researcher, a military commander? The more people like that, the longer the war will drag on. Ace has been baked like a loaf of bread. Skelter's the only what-if op we have. Are there others? Is Skelter really the only one? I could have sworn there was like at least one other. If Scotty Alter is playable, then there's some hope. Ace Alter someday. Her Highness' achievements are grand. She solved problems all her life. Now she leads the fight against Orbidia. What's happening now? I almost forgot. You're a mercenary, but you're not a Sarkaz mercenary. True enough. I only came to Babel because I was with the others. I got involved in this because most of my people were Sarkaz. White Smoke is dead too. Arguably the collab ops. That's fair. Maybe. Collab operators, they're what-ifs. I bring her up now. I thought maybe there was something going on between you two. Doesn't matter, she's dead. I'm starting to envy her. What happened? Only the two of us survived. But she lost her legs to an arts trap. That's when we ran into Chairman Teresa. Well, we ran into the doctor first. Ace Road's elite op at your command, Doctor. That would so be the recruitment line. Evil Spirit showed up on the battlefield personally. Believe it or not, I thought I was looking at a Lateran priest when I first saw the doctor in the distance. The doctor was praying with that black hood bowed low, next to the glowing chairman. Wasn't even kneeling or doing any sort of ritual, just gazing silently into the distance with Chairman Teresa. That evil spirit you're talking about, Dr. Phora, is not some heartless monster. The doctor is torn, wandering in solitude, and still, in the end, chose to bring victory to Babel. So you came to preach. You're trying to guilt trip me. Has a decision been made? Yes. Death sentence. The doctor and Chairman Teresa had reservations, but Calcid and most of the fighters won't have it any other way. What about you? Your betrayal cost us dozens of lives. This time, I'm with Dr. Calcid. Are you going to be doing it? Yes. Dr. Phora sounds menacing. That's a Dr. Phora. Imagine me saying that. That's Dr. Phora to you. It sucks he's actually dead. Oh. You'll see Ace around in stories though, seen. And if you watch the anime, you should watch Arknights anime season 1 once you finish like the first few chapters. You'll cry. You'll cry. I want to learn how to cook noodles inside her mouth like Doctor. Taco, I think it's time to take you back to the therapy sessions. Dr. Salad. Well, like all of you are doctors too. Dr. Sage, Dr. Scene, Dr. Blueberry. I came to tell you that even though you did something stupid, Babel will remember your name. Train some promising young ones while you still can. Guess so. See you again when the Sarkats can finally live in peace. There's an anime that's nuts. That's so dark. The traitors and spies have been executed. The death noise. Yeah, there are 2 seasons, and there is a third, at least, that's in production. They've gone through, 7 chapters of the main story. 6 chapters. I'm Dr. Gintaka, who specializes in diagnosing men. Good work. What about the unit that entered the war zone? Scouts report they blocked key passages leading out of the mountains after attacking Babel. The general did not order this. Unlikely. Reports indicate no particular bloodline characteristic to the witchcraft. It's a rebel. The unit may be rogue, but they just happened to cram Babel in with the catastrophe. Isn't that a good thing for us? The others are watching the show to see if the enemy chooses to surrender. I wouldn't overthink it if I were you. Maybe some of my family are in the catastrophe. It had production issues, but it hits where it counts. It is so good. I think especially season 1. I think season 1's my favorite. Season 2 is great. Season 1 is so good. Season 2 will be better once season 3 releases, I think. You don't care? And I try not to. It's faithful. You can see some budget constraints and CN censorship, but it's a good adaptation. Rhodes Island at Babel Castle. Sorry, I'm late. Pet though. Pet in the story. No need to start from the beginning. Ace was called on short notice. Just follow Mantra's instructions. Go ahead, we don't have much time. Emergency. I'll keep going then. We have 2,500 souls in the catastrophe radius. Mostly medics, infected civilians, prisoners, and injured mercenaries. The scale of the catastrophe is larger than the catastrophe messengers are predicting. It's currently expected to affect 5 outposts, 3 key passages, and a field hospital. Well, she is one of the elites. Yes. Pith, incredible elite operator. Pith, sharp, scout, ace, mantra, Rosmontes. Is Arknights Chinese? Yes. Arknights is originally a CN game. I think the anime's in Japanese though? They'd almost made it out of the catastrophe radius. Their path was cut off by mercenaries. Is Manfred willing to go to such lengths these days? It's not his style. The 3 commission units have retreated from the forest. The military commissionist casters on the cliffs, ready to annihilate any armed unit attempting to pass through. But they're not trying to hide what they're doing. It was JPVA only when game released. See, an original anime was JP. These mercenaries are different. They came out of nowhere, attacked our positions, destroyed important roads and bridges. There seems to be no reason with their actions. It was their employer. Is this reunion? We're still looking into it. But based on what little intelligence we have, it's very likely that the rogue. Revenge. A struggle after being abandoned by Terraces. Doesn't matter. I'll find out who their leader is and kill them. Without leader, a band of aimless mercenaries is just a useless rabble. It's not reunion. If Ascalon's after their leader, I bet it's Scarai. At least they're allowed to tell the stories they want to. Yes, so true. It seems to be a difficult country for making things. I think it depends on the game, maybe, and the context. Like, Reverse 1999 has some pretty dark stories, and like lots of characters in CN. I wonder. You go save those people. We'll regroup back at base. I'll leave them to you then. One last message. Her Highness says this operation is not part of the campaign. We should be relieved. In a war that's become increasingly gridlocked, the opposing sides have a chance to work together for a common goal. Death. Season 3 is called Baking the Donuts, spreading misinformation on the internet. Yeah, Season 3, Baking the Donuts will be crazy. Hoyo's Chinese. Hoyo's Chinese. What are the others? Arknights is Chinese. Reverse 1999 is. Is Path to Nowhere? I think Path to Nowhere is Chinese too. Punishing Grey Raven, Withering Waves. And a war that's become increasingly gridlocked. Saving lives from catastrophe. I feel like there are others I'm forgetting.
Take a breather and
like,
tally up your losses.
Dislights, another
Nothing worth
gacha game I've heard
celebrating
of.
here. We might be dead in a second or two.
Japanese gachas like to stay in Japan. Though I've heard there are more releasing soon, right?
Questi documenti non
A
sono
few new
importanti, Doc.
gachas, they're coming global.
L'importante è ciò che fai.
7th pull.
Ally, I salute you in true
Hey, Matterhorn.
Skyrim fashion. My code name is
There's
Matterhorn.
Neverness,
I'm one of the
there are some others people have mentioned too. That was a love letter to lore readers. A love letter to Malco specifically, I think. It's 40 for 5 pulls. I have Fermanix and Cantabile. Well, we're back. Oh no, it's Matterhorn. Matterhorn's not horrible. He makes good food. Maybe 6. The banner of war flies high in the distance. Also, how many stages are there again? Best to cook. Matterhorn just the guy to hang out with and sip some beer. Not really though, Genshin and Honkai are Chinese. The event stage menu design is a heartbeat monitor. That's what it is. Who could it be for? Is there another path? The catastrophe cloud is still over our heads. They have wounded and children. The originium crystals in the ground are starting to glow. They'll kill us before the catastrophe has a chance. We need to. Oh. What the heck have I been listening to this whole time? I have no idea what's been going on. Not enough potato. That's so true. There have been actually some verbatim potato mentions. Basically, the origin story of a group of doctors who try to cure an illness around the world. Hey Roku, how are you? On this wonderful, ever-blooming day for it. Thanks for the music. Incredible. Incredible. But also traumatized by the story. Have you been so well? No medicine for more than a week now. All the injured, infected. Damn it. What's that sound? Is someone bombarding? No reinforcements from Babel. They keep looking for a path. The catastrophe's clouds fully... Oh, it's the catastrophe noises. Fully formed. Stick together. It's too late to try to get out of the catastrophe yet. Doing this to the wounded. Terraces. Therese is like unalive after this chapter. I'm feeling like guilty. Mom, my leg hurts. Don't cry. We're almost home. No, it hurts. Oh, don't spoil it, but like, that's my theory. As sad as it is, the sound of children crying, the sound of conspiracy, of death, of struggling to survive. The catastrophe is deaf to all that, turning wind and snow into storm. A few figures stand on a distant cliff. The woman stands on the edge. A merciless catastrophe. Life echoes in the valley, reaching Mantra's ears. Oh, I hear it. Children are crying. It's starting to snow. This isn't good. This is giving reverse 1999 vibes, right? It's like right before a storm. We haven't seen a ton of catastrophes in the main story, but at least in these flashbacks, they seem really prevalent. 2,313, all confirmed. Fewer losses than expected, but time's of the essence. Watching your rights up close is always a remarkable experience, Mantra. Was the Chal in HR able to get you a few assistants? A shame. Message sent to all squads. The children are in the cave, but the drones have found us. They don't want to face my squad head-on in this terrain. Just going to say hi. We'll try to take Manfred alive if he's leading them. Don't take unnecessary risks. Doctor here. Sorry I'm late. Operations in the CA area have concluded. Continue to carry out Mantra's plan. I'll provide support elsewhere. The priority is to help the civilians and wounded. Good timing, Doctor. Thanks. Misery is distracting the military commission, but he needs help. Yeah, we're talking. Doctor voice lines. Don't worry, I'll lend you some potato. Is this the part where I volunteer? Yes, Ace. Awaiting your orders. And Teresa will go directly to the affected field hospital at the center to prevent further casualties. If all goes well, I'll meet you there. Yeah, pre-amnesia's talking. Remembers Tacked Up Destiny, the anime for the gacha game? That died before making it 3 years? Tacked Up Destiny. I've never heard of this. Fires stir beneath the frozen earth, and blizzard brings with it the sparks of catastrophe. Every breath seems to carry the weight of all of Terra. The weight vanishes in an instant. They look up to see an astonishing sight. Snow floating in air. You played global until the last day. It's Pit. The snow crystals here are almost indistinguishable from originium crystals. Control over them can be achieved with sufficient focus. It's not so difficult to hold a snowstorm off in an originium-rich environment. Pith is so strong. Have you been paying attention in class, Aiden? Pith, you're here. I can give you 10 minutes. Go back to the meadows at the bottom of the valley and head south. Don't you remember what I taught you? I'm surprised there was even a global. I should look up this old gacha, just to see what it was. You have acute oropathy patients in your group. What were you thinking? Take the syringe. I'll do what I can. But you, move it. One more thing. I'm using several kinds of arts at the same time right now. I want to see an essay from all of you on my table by this weekend, explaining which schools these arts belong to. So you better damn well make it out alive. That's so funny. Number 4, elite opposite roads are weird. That's true. Pre-amnesia's funny. Post-amnesia is someone who looks over their shoulder every time they take a step. It's too true. Too true. They're too strong. Or the global orb. For this one hell of a teacher, you're not allowed to die until you've submitted your assignments. Yet you can't die until you give me an essay about why. A royal court high rank amongst the Babel forces and refugees? Impossible. Look it up. Doubt there's anything to look up. Manfred probably made up the excuse on the spot. Even if they were there, they're Babel prisoners now. But we have to do it anyway. I'm planning on playing a horror game for Halloween. I think that's a good idea. Probably. Hit the mommy, the college teacher. Chats down bad for 5th 2. Damn it. Get Thorn Squad to check the blockade. 86 here. Hello? No response. Where did they go? It's not time for the shift change. This is another reason for you to murder Manfred. What did Manfred do? Isn't it a little too quiet? There were foul beast cries only a moment ago. All the animals must have fled the catastrophe. It'll sweep through this place in 5 hours. Hand me the schedule. I said hand me the... Where'd you go? This is Squad 86. Anyone hear me? Anybody? Manfred ordered the blockade? It was Manfred? Scout again. 3 squads silenced. No alerts. The path is clear. Follow these coordinates. Medics, take the injured and follow the markings I've left. There's something I need to confirm. It's the military commission's frequency, all right. But these were scouts. Doesn't like Manfred word. Scepter and Manfred have beef. He trapped the patients and civilians in the catastrophe. Mission briefing, strawberry. Is that why someone said it smells like strawberry? Just monitoring the retreat of the civilians. Manfred even lied to them that there was a royal court to high rank here. I guess I'll leave the rest to Ascalon. Aww. The music. Babel. Who is this mercenary? Are you my death? You led the attack on Babel positions. Whose orders are you following? It's just doctors and infected civilians. I got beef with anyone with a dodge mechanic. The first gacha I played died at Second Annie. Played it till server got shut down. I hope you didn't lose too much money, Gintako. The sword comes before she can finish her sentence. Something feels out of place, but Ascalon adjusts quickly. She's always been more familiar with the language of violence anyway. This song. The sleeve blade is out of its sheath. What are you? You're still alive? And you shot Ascalon? Language of violence, floor of language. Gapara, red mist. Bomb, you're crazy. Surrender, you have no chance. It's me. I'm done. Sorry, couldn't take him alive. He blew himself up. Something's not right. He recognized me as Babel immediately, realized he was no match for me, and quickly chose to blow himself up. Abnormally decisive. Could be some experienced spy, or... Wait. So I hate Manfred, hence why I call him Manfred Word. Let me guess, do you hate Squidward too? I am loyal to the games I like. Aww. I'll literally play them till the servers get slapped. I found a pouch. It's undamaged. I must have cut it off. There's a Babel sleeve patch and a military commission medal inside. It's not unusual for a mercenary working both sides of war. And a piece of paper. Probably personal notes. Most of it's illegible. The only thing I can make out is Del, home. Castel, home? Forget it. Not important. It's deep right there. Yeah, the language of violence is so deep. Communications are out. I guess the old stuff won't do when a catastrophe is so close. Let's hope the other team has found a way out. Don't just stand there. Bring all the infected who can't move over here. Just do it. It's not like you have anything to lose, is there? And some of them are comatose. My god, a mom! Julie, scream time. My condition isn't that far off from theirs. I'll end their suffering. Oh, I'll take the brunt of it. Take your bow, keep your distance, and finish the job. Hell no. Doctor's here? Doctor just snuck through. Stay away from the infected. Julie will deal with them. Infected? You're just leaving them here like firewood. I'm not doing it because I want to. Is there any hope for them? Doctor being doctor. Love the idea that Doctor is just invisible. You like Squidward? You hate SpongeBob and Patrick, though? Really? So why Manfred word? No, just death. They'll turn to dust in 10 minutes or so. They could have been saved. Just letting a little longer count as being saved. Their conditions are too severe. If they don't die here, they'll die in some forgotten alleyway in Casdell. Give them these suppressants. It'll at least relieve their pain. Where'd you get these suppressants? No, who are you anyway? When did you get here? Don't move. Your ID code now. Let the doctor pass. This song? It's fine. Everything will be fine. Do you look familiar? Your Highness, how could you? We're right in the middle of the catastrophe. We're very grateful, but... Teresa, you shouldn't have come. It's too dangerous. The white sarcasm appears on the battlefield without a sound, as though she's come out of nowhere. The crowd whispers amongst themselves. Is she truly the King of Babel, one of the living 6 heroes, the mother of Wiš'adel? Now she looks evil. Teresa simply nods at confused and bewildered crowd. She kneels by the side of the infected. Your Highness, I'm sorry I came late. Too late to save your lives. Please, don't. Teresa gently holds his hand in hers. Oh, it sounds stupid and Manfred may 17 adverse mode of pain. So he's been named Manfred. You're so real for this stage. I love that for you. The other infected, all the ones still conscious, those who've not fully given up on living, feel a little bit of gentle warmth. I'm listening, my children. I will remember how all of you lived and died. Forgive me that I could not promise you more, but for your family, children, friends, and comrades, there will come a day when they will no longer live in fear. Your life should have been so much more. At least you shouldn't do men only, chapter 10. If you have, like, enough men units, maybe it's fine. Now, though, dream a warm dream. A dream that will come true. Sleep, children of Wiš'adel, in the warm embrace of home. Thank you. The infected begin to glow with the colors of originium. Tiny stones eat away at flesh and blood, transforming their lives and desires into fleeting sparks. Teresa holds their hands to the end. So the themes of this chapter seem to be home, hope, and, like, farewell. Like, we saw logos and, like, the banshees in general singing these elegies for people. And here's Teresa. Men don't have any operators that can bypass dodge. Are you sure? Really? That's rough. Literally brute force the boss fights. So you can call me anything you like, even evil spirit if that's what you prefer. I don't mean that. It's just, this is the first time we've spoken to each other alone. You brought us many victories. I've had a hand in some. I also say you're an expert on originium. Expert. It is the first time I've seen infected die like this with my own 2 eyes. You're lucky. I never thought it would be so. This flashback. Never mind. It's time to go, Teresa. Manfred's a guy from this? Oh, you thought it was Manfred von Karstian. I've never heard of Manfred von Karstian. But yeah, I've seen Manfred is a huge villain and, like, another character in the story. Sort of like not a rival, but sort of to Ascalon. Why would anyone play Male Knights? The boys are seriously lacking in the meta department. It's a niche. Maybe just because, for, like, aesthetic reasons. If you're into men, Male Knights is kind of where it's at. And it's easy with men 620 plus. Gintako is just built different. Manfred is Teresa's guard, yeah. Also me who plays waifu over meta. See, it's just the same. Some people are waifu over meta, some are husbando over meta, some are both, and some are just like... Some are just meta in general, meta over everything, or aesthetic. That'll be fine. CC underdone with the men. Gintako, I'd love to see your clear. If you recorded it. Let's go home. Edit all rotating map max with the men. Kill me. The after action report writes, the King of Babel and our most trusted men led her people out of the valley. With a single touch she parted wind, snow, and flames. Gentle as a mother parts the bed curtains to put her child to sleep. Our casters and crossbowmen observed the procession, but none dared take the first shot, nor give the order to. The flowery report and Manfred's false intelligence earned an admonition from the commission, but no further discipline. I'm not far enough to know who these people are. No worries. No worries. Doctor, I heard about the operation. You. Doctor, there's something I want to ask Cosset. Go ahead. As a physician, is it saving life when all you can do is stave off death for a little while? Unless it goes contrary to the patient's wishes, the duty of a physician is to save lives. That's what we've always worked to do. Why do you ask? Looking at Amia and the people around us makes me feel that you shouldn't have to deal with this kind of suffering. And my doctor's an actual doctor. For the first time in the whole story. Dr. Calcit, there you are. The intelligence meeting just ended. The unexpected catastrophe has led to a stalemate and some breathing room for us. The two of you need to get some rest. Especially you, Doctor. You've hardly slept since you've been back, right? I'm fine. Teresa glances at Calcit, who seems to sigh wordlessly with her eyes, looking of sarcasm since his guilt and restlessness. Do you think all of this is your fault? It is. I won't run from my responsibility, and I won't wallow in self-pity. I just need time to accept the present. I don't know if Originium is supposed to hurt a newborn civilization like this. But Originium is the only way to protect all life in existence. Is this priestess voice, like the black on white? Doctor's a researcher, but has war training. Basic medical seems to be his standard. I guess that's fair. But can you expect a basic medical doctor to solve Originium? Flashbang. You're tired, Doctor. I'm grateful you've chosen to bear the burden of these emotions for the sake of this great land. Is this doctor's mental debate? Your pain and struggle shows your kindness and ideals. I won't try to wipe them away. We could share this burden if you're willing. Teresa wants to hold the doctor's hand, perceive the doctor's guilt and anxiety-filled soul. This is how the doc got the ghost of Babel. Exactly. Did you think the doctor was an astrologist or some other kind of fake doctor? She wants to help the doctor. But a tiny speck of noise echoes ominously in the king's mind. The doctor is rejecting me. Or is it? Sorry, Teresa, but this is not something you need to take on. No need to use Civilite Eterna on me. It takes a toll on you too. There are more important uses for it. More important than helping someone who's given everything for us. That doctor is a title, that's fair. Like every professor, or a ton of them, are doctors. Thank you, I mean it. You and Scout said we have some breathing room, right? I'll make dinner for us then. I learned it off Misery. Cooking doctor for our future challenges. Doctor can cook too. More than just mouth noodles. Doctor isn't a scholar professor, not necessarily medical. I see. No, wait, don't trust the doctor. What are these? Witchcraft Ballista. Deals 100% attack as arts damage to allied units hit. And it heals enemies. Skill disabled when under the effect of a stabilizer chain. Sweep to set up a stabilizer chain. I think I see.
Good scenery here,
Pop can cook
Doctor.
something that isn't mouth noodles. The biggest revelation so far. Honestly, I would never have seen that coming.
Picked out your bait yet?
Ooh, okay.
Biggest reveal in Babel by far.
Don't keep me. I will sink your corpse into
Sigil.
shadow. No one will find it.
Good times.
Space Typhon.
So this is a battlefield.
So does the chain like
Stay
protect
calm.
people?
I need you, Shadow.
How do we make the chain go all the way through? I'm not sure it's possible. Okay, let's try this.
Sarà una passeggiata.
Don't keep me waiting.
Switch on.
Give me orders.
By the way, Read Alter destroys the towers on this level with ease. We can destroy them. I just realized they're breakable. funny Matthew would be one of the things an alien would think about when saying noodles. For real?
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
I guess that's just further evidence that we're alien.
È tutto pronto. Mettiamo fine a questo trambusto in prima
Let Vigil deal with this. Doc can get something that isn't Matthew rules. Also, welcome to the rock mines. Is this the stage? Is this a rock mine stage?
Doubt your bait yet?
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Capital speed. If you recall correctly, Doctor's like a title given to leaders. Just like on Enfield, the administrator was asked if they want to be called the Doctor. An administrator Doctor.
My home.
This is Blue Rock stage. It doesn't seem so bad, honestly. But I can sense the pain coming. It was a weird. What do you mean by that stage?
Gather around, guys.
Okay, double speed. Are we? Is the Doctor not the original? I think so. That's a reveal for later. There's a reason they asked if we wanted to be called Doctor. Someday I'll finally be able to play Enfield. Someday. I remember watching the trailer and being so excited.
Just as planned.
Mettiamo fine a
This
questo
was
trambusto.
slower. Enfield win. Please. I've been waiting to play Enfield for forever. GG's. GG's. The piece of originium crystal lays quietly on the test table, glowing orange-yellow under the light. It looks pure, beautiful, harmless. Priestess, what have we done? Last I checked, you're the alien onion from space who's interning as a VTuber. We just watch you. That's true. I guess I do sort of sound like one of the Doctor's species. An alien from space. A little bunny. Doctor, it hurts. Oh, thank you. It was like in the final story note where it's properly revealed about the implications of the administrator, about who the administrator really is. The Doctor picks up the originium crystal with one hand and stabs it into the other arm. You're infecting yourself? It leaves a bloody gash on the arm but nothing else? The pain grows distinct, yet it's not the pain of originium infection. The instruments show the same. There's no sign of assimilation of originium in the cell. Originium won't infect me. Did we ever imagine that such pain would come? What would you say about what's happening in this world? So Doctor is canonically immune. It's so funny to form this very cutesy style levels and then it turns into serious. Real. Originium. The last spark that we passed on. This part is heavy. Doc is so desperate. Aww. Steady breathing. Nanomushy. It's working. It's several times more effective than existing suppressants. Omnia's blood originium crystal concentration has dropped significantly. It's just a prototype. I haven't found a way to mass produce it on Terra yet. It responds to a Ripathy infection. Oh, Doctor. I know you're experimenting on yourself, but you really don't look well. Just some research on blood. Originium doesn't infect me. We've had safety measures in place since it was just an energy project. Maybe this could be used to mitigate the symptoms of Ripathy. And Teresa, she's not like you. Civilate Eterna is not some kind of powerful magic. She simply created originium arts in its most fundamental form. With her help, we may be able to develop more advanced Oripathy medicine. I'm more concerned about you right now, Doctor. Fine. If originium has transformed you into beings identical to us, then there will be a way to create a serum in place of my own. No matter how complicated the present issues are, if Babel can develop an effective Oripathy medicine, and then amnesia happened and all the progress vanished. Right? Like, it feels so hopeless. There'll be more than just the Sarkas that support us. It will be all of Terra. And then we can foster a future with originium, one that is peaceful, happy, and eternal. No, listen to me. Calcit grabs the doctor's arm. It's a lot thinner than she remembers. Yes, Origenium is life. You've not relaxed for an instant. From Umbiliton to the Sarkast Civil War. I chose to wake you up in order to point the way for this civilization, one that surprised me at every turn. I don't want you to waste away now. You need to take care of yourself. It's funny how much they made the doctor look like an edgy... an edgy Azio or something? The doctor does look sort of edgy. Sorry. Right now though, what I want to do most is alleviate Amiya's pain. Is this the first time Cal's looked worried? Okay, so we're inside the ship. 3 months later. Rhodes Island to Babel, Castel. Nice to you, Amiya. You can come out. Doctor, am I interrupting anything? Cal looking worried looks weird. It is so strange to see Cal with other emotions than, like, apathy. So adorable. No, just curious how you got in when I didn't hear the door open. I found a lot of secret passages. Secret passages? Yeah, Closure said not to tell anyone, so I haven't. No wonder Kelsey can't find you for checkups. You've been hiding there all along. Funny daughter. Doctor looks like... There's a bucket. The hood does sort of look like a head bucket, or like the face below the hood. Since the doc has ADHD like me, I too am forgetting to eat or drink when I focus on something too much. Maybe so. Alright, I'll try to make the time. You've been really busy, Calcit. You've been really busy. Calcit said she even has hardly seen you lately. Whenever I see you, you're all by yourself, carrying a stack of papers, head down, walking from one end of a corridor to the other. If someone says hi to you, all you do is nod, then keep on walking. Bucket only cannot has the bucket. Not exactly ADHD, more like extreme desperation. Ooh. Sounds like you're describing a really rude person. Sorry, Amiya. No, that's not what I meant. You just seem really unhappy. Why would you say that? Before we came to Rhodes Island, you were curious about everything. Cuddled up with the bird and bees tonight, crouched down to look at tiny rocks in the mines, and went to pick fruit from Buckbee stems. You enjoyed everything, even the things that didn't interest me as a kid. But now, all you say is, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Amiya. The bucket is stylish. You have that one too? It has a bucket on the head too. Little bunny already had main protag hairstyle at a very young age. It starts when they're young. Protagonist from birth. It's got drip. Are you unhappy because I'm not getting better? It's not because of you, Amiya. This is about me. And you can hear noises outside the ship, can't you? Yes, like the huge drills in Rumbiliton. Me, Teresa, and Calcit, we all have a lot of things to do. It's not your fault. Alright. Do you have any time today, Amiya? Yes. I want to go up to the deck and see the clouds. It's going to rain. Don't you have work to do? It's okay. I'll be done soon. Drip from the water that was in the bucket. This Dr. Buckethead slander is crazy. Also, is this new artwork of Rhodes? Fair. Amiya, if there comes a day when we can cure oropathy, not just for you, but for all of Terra, when the day comes that Terrans no longer live in fear of Originium and catastrophe, let's go on a journey again to see the rest of this great land. This time we'll bring Calcit, and Originium will become the light that guides the next civilization. All consciousness shall foster new hope in Originium until the end of time. Cannot good enough is the only worthy merchant to have the bucket helm. I think it'd be so funny if Cannot became a playable merchant character. Since that's an actual class. Doctor. It's okay, the doctor just passed out on the deck. Thank goodness it's not something serious. What about the wound on the doctor's arm? Trying to contract oropathy. The doctor tried many ways, breathing in dust, exposure to Originium-dense environments, even a direct incision. I tried to get the doctor to stop, and I asked Scout to do the same, but no one wants to see the doctor get hurt. Maybe the doctor's in more pain than we see on the surface. Cannot already has a chibi model? Does he really? Good thing I'm not a merchant then. I guess my favorite character in Arknights is Cannot. That's such a great favorite character. The position, her back must be dying. Yet Teresa has the Malkuth pose from Lobotomy Corporation. What about Amia? Terribly frightened, she wouldn't stop crying. Aww. This is a sculpture? A gift from a rescued infected to the doctor. Ace was the first to hear Amia's cry. See, Doctor, you have established connections with so many people. What are you hiding that you wouldn't even tell Calcid or me? The doctor truly wants to help Amia and Babel. But I feel the doctor leaves some thoughts unsaid, some concerns, some doubts. I believe these sentiments were the result of such an abrupt awakening. But they haven't. They've been gone away. The doctor's being torn apart by these unsaid things. Perhaps I don't understand the doctor as well as I thought. No, Teresa's always doing the JoJo post. You can fight Kanad and Ayas if you touch his merchandise without paying too much. I have never seen Kanad's battle sprite. I'm excited to see it now. All or none, I always say. Always just what makes my day. None is never, none's a bore, all is what I came here for. That's a catchy rhyme. I normally stand leaning backward. You're so real, Cian. Then the Doctor of Babel will always be alone. Calcid. Yes, I will explain to the doctor in time. Teresa puts her hand on the doctor's forehead. Teresa's reading the doctor, Civilite Eterna. Origenia must rewrite all. Only then is there value in existence. Is this the beginning? Or the future? You haven't heard the Cannot song? I haven't, BSC. From the emergence of intelligent life to the lights in the cosmos and the maelstrom of the stars. Originium will continue to replicate and transform until even time ceases to exist. TBH, Teresa design is quite eye-catching. So true. Doctor cannot fight, he pays others to pick you up and buffs them. This is Originium. You should listen to Canot's music theme. It's meant to be our April Fool's next year. It's called Terra Investment Masterclass. I'll look this up at some point. Yes, invest. Originium. The first light before the Big Bang. She said that only by covering every inch of the land in Originium, only by returning matter and time, tide and wonder, light and wailing to the vast ocean of information. Only then will we find change and advancement and avert the fate that is the end. Even though it is not a transformation, but a death. It is not an extinction, but a continuation. Does everything have to die? Investing will help you. When was this memory? The doctor's emotion, pain, hesitation, and fear. Who was that accompanying the doctor in despair? No, Calcid said there was another. The growth of Originium is silent, beautiful, and calm. All signs of life have been overgrown. Civilization has vanished from this land. But Teresa feels only fear and suffocation. The memory is trembling, collapsing. There's a force somewhere, trying to fix an error. The Originium in the memory continues to grow, even assimilating Teresa's consciousness. Teresa. Calcid. Oh yes, she was by my side. Carmen's with Doctor. This is terrifying. Teresa. She seems to see the doctor, before her consciousness is fully absorbed by the nebulous Originium light. Again with this ringing. Teresa. What happened, Teresa? What did you see? I saw Originium. It assimilated the entire continent. The doctor felt pain and anxiety over it. Was that the doctor's memory? No, a dream. Give me a hand, Calcid. This feeling, the noise and the wailing. Teresa, I told you that Originium once decided the distant future of this land. There were two choices. We were too focused on tangible suffering, catastrophe, or apathy. Casting our eyes toward the future brought too much difficulty and too little meaning. The doctor's was one of them. The future that the doctor spoke of to me, personally. I could not forget that future the doctor described, never in all these years. But the other cold and empty thought has often shot up my spine in the middle of the night. I cannot speak of it. But you can sense my anger with your power. That means that Civilite Eterna exists outside the boundaries of language. Originium is life, literally evolution. It's so creepy to see it silently overtake everything. So, Teresa, if you saw a future you're not willing to accept, I hope you, Civilite Eterna, can change the course. Only you can. If you saw the side of myself or the doctor that's strange to you, Calcit. What's a Wiš'adel? C8, don't worry. Wiš'adel's not real. We can pull for Ascalon. A roach with wings. just Gregor. Gregor with bombs. No, Calcit, that's not what I meant. The doctor's feelings toward Omnia, toward us, toward you, are sincere. Trust the doctor, and trust me. Doctor. Gross. She's broken beyond belief. Yeah, a future operator coming to global. I think Wiš'adel releases like in a month or two. And Doctor, you're awake. What happened to me? You fainted as you were leaving the deck with Omnia. Where's Omnia? A little shaken, but she's fine. You're still in bad shape. What were you thinking? I want to cure Omnia's neuropathy. I want to change the present state of the Sarkas. I want to walk among the civilization I helped create, to take in the vitality of new life, something that we once had, but have long since lost. Even if everything we see, all that we know, all that we cherish, no longer exists after a millennium. I want Logos. I do too. I'm excited for Logos. I want to cure autism.
I see you managed to complete the mission without
C8, I'm afraid
causing
that's
any
terminal.
unnecessary pain to the
I'm
party.
afraid to say autism is permanent.
Not bad.
There is no known
Take it
cure.
away. Sip a hot drink and get some rest.
BB7. Okay, let's collect it. We get our aura.
Maybe you don't remember me, Doctor. I used to
Maybe you
work for
don't
you a
remember
long
me.
time ago.
Aww.
Oda. That's my name.
Oda. Oda's voice acting is great. Bayer. Should I? Should I really? Roach Princess is just a bonus next to Forearms of Rhodes Island. The roach can kiss my face. Yeah, we have Oda.
Questi documenti non sono
Are you
importanti.
saying I should buy Ascalon?
L'importante è ciò che fai.
Okay, let's make our 8th poll on the banner. Poll number 8.
Reserve Op Team A6 Catapult reporting in.
Our mandatory catapult.
I can tell you're hella different from that stuffy
Oh,
old
yes,
thing.
Oda, not that one.
I mean,
Rip is real. I think we'll have enough for one more poll after these stages, at least. 1 or 2. I'll try to move a little faster with all of this. I'll save for the Omnia skin. One must imagine Plant being happy. I am happy, what do you mean? I'm so happy with my 2 5 stars and a few pulls. Okay, BB7, it's here. Enable administrator level encryption. Image number 0018 admin. Activating recorder. Encryption. Beginning video record. While I slept, the ruins of our homeland nurtured new life. Originium is what guides their development, reshaping the life forms from Talos 2. Talos 2 is Terra? To have a similar appearance to us. I'm rather fortunate. I've been able to leap across the millennia to communicate with them. I've even considered myself one of the people of this land for a time. But in the end, I'm not up here. I've begun to feel uneasy about Teresa's efforts. Here it is, revelation of Enfield. If the Originium project ends in failure, even if it's merely postponed for some time, Teresa, Calcid, even the future I promised to Omnia, the inhabitants of this planet, some of the few life forms known to us, are but illusions that will break at the slightest touch. I've been lying to them and to myself for a very long time now, but how will I explain it to Calcit, or Teresa, or Omnia? Am I supposed to tell them all the pain they've been through is the key to their salvation? And they must stop fighting? Talos 2 is Enfield? that all of Terran civilization is a fleeting dream, and only by being assimilated into Originium will we have the opportunity to avert our fate? Seeing the lives of those they call the infected dissipate like smoke brings pain to my heart. It's long been a common sight on Terra. It's been too long since I've heard a voice full of life. But what I see cannot be called a warrior's death. Should I bow in silence at their deaths, or should I quietly rejoice at the smooth progression of the project? It's for this reason Teresa dedicates herself to her research. Calcit has also chosen to believe in the potential of Terra, chosen to resist Originium and put an end to war. What about me? The Originium project was built upon the efforts of countless generations, and in that time, billions of our compatriots have died, all in exchange for a mere 10,000 years that I've spent waiting and waiting. And now the flint and tinder are in my hands. After all the long years, how could I abandon it? Because Terra's left me pleasantly surprised in a few short years, because of the choices that Teresa and Calcit made. Yeah, Doctor is a great character. If we resist Originium, how will we gotcha? Yeah, don't resist Originium, accept the gotcha whale. Yeah, this is pre-amnesia. Even if Ami has moved me to compassion, would I not have been the selfish one all along? They awakened me to be their salvation, but in truth I'm destined to bring them to annihilation. They awakened me, their destroyer, as if I were their savior. Chokes back tears. Oh, accept rock. Become one with the rock. Doctor's eyes. Before amnesia, what should I do? Priestess, what should I do? Perhaps I should reveal everything to Calcit and Teresa. Originium's led them down roughly the correct path. Arrogant though it may be, this has been sufficient for these souls to perform a new kind of miracle. Perhaps I must re-examine Teresa and Calcit's plan. Babel's research has proceeded faster than expected, but Terra's political structure is rather primitive, and Babel does not yet have the ability to transcend the barriers of race and nation so that it may represent Terra as a whole. Oh, yeah, we can't pull for Doctor because we're Doctor Scene. Doctor is like the self-insert player character. We can't be pulled for it. We're the commander. We send our operators to fight in the front while we stay behind and command. Believe in Terra. Believe in the people to build their own future. Carry on with the project. At least the vestiges of those who came before can live on within Originium. Believe in her. Stop her. The choices. Is this what I think it is? Is this thing in the sky from IS-4? I don't think of Doctor being self-insert. Yeah, the Doctor's so torn. I feel like I read somewhere the Doctor was like the player. How could I ever blame you? Yeah, I know. I thought it was a good design. Doctor's design is so good. Because Doc is not literally forced on the story. That's true. Casual mega structures. It's like you load into that one Minecraft server where your friend is just... your friend has taken so much time to build something. I understand your dilemma. Our debates are far beyond what these little life forms known as humans could participate in. Priestess. But this is the only way. You and I both know that much. If perhaps we still have time before its return. Its return. We can envision things together, achieve them together, describe anything and everything within the boundaries of the universe together. This is Terra before the Star Pod, and when the ancient civilization still thrived. This is a flashback. Yeah, that's the gate again. I hope that in those fragile moments you'll always stand by my side. You will, won't you? This choice. And that concludes my report, Your Highness. The Commission seems to be certain we'll retake Regency 810's village and supplies. There are, however, some officers who've begun to use tactics completely different from Manfred's. This is highly irregular. Ah yes, Carmen. Our spies have reported seeing Notchers entering the troops' camp. Nissalem? What does the Doctor make of it? The Doctor believes that no matter how the Sarkaz god of war intends to participate, our arrangements will be thrown into complete disarray. Everyone's well aware that many members of the royal court have always favored the military commission. But on account of certain restrictions, None of them are willing to participate in the civil war. 6 hours. It's like 8 a.m. for me. It's still pretty early. I'll try to move pretty quickly through all of this. If the sovereigns were to decide to wage war, those Sarkas who haven't returned would once more be unable to find Babel on the map. If the court sides against us, the military gap will be concerning. For many troops, this is the first time they've ever held a weapon. Oh. If Nesalim is no longer holding back, then Dukaril is likely to act as well. Plant tends to do 8 to 9 hour streams at times. We've gone to 12 hours like twice. For 3 weeks in a row, the Rose Riverbank has no ships. It's the most excellent spy network. Tell them to pull out immediately. It will be done. Your sleeping pattern must be gone. This is the life of a streamer. The royal court, they possess the most direct capacity to use force. Although rather troublesome, it's a challenge that we would have had to face sooner or later. Babel does not blindly reject violence. It's clear to us that if necessary, we must use force to defend our beliefs. But this also means the Sarkas will further devour themselves. Go drink something. I'll drink some more water. Yeah, you can go back and watch the VOD at 2 times speed for speed reading. You've been reading too much. My voice will probably be dead by tomorrow. If I don't stream, you'll know why. Welcome to the Phora community. It's well known that my sleeping schedule is non-existent. Defeating the military commission will not solve all our problems. Please enter. Your Highness. I see Inez and W. They use the updated Inez sprite. Your wounds have not yet fully healed, Ascalon. There's no need for you to make your report in person. I've recovered. Besides, this is top priority. Hoderer's team has successfully intercepted a witchcraft decoder. Hoderer? Phora streams as long as the sun is shining somewhere. There's no schedule. It's so real. Ask on the op that doesn't exist. The doctor's already begun deciphering our enemy's codes. I believe we should see results soon. I joined your Discord earlier and saw your schedule. You actually stream every day. This sounds weird to say, but are you good? I do stream every day most of the time. There have been a few exceptions, but yeah, for like the past 7 months or so. Except recently. Recently, like after summer ended, like schedules changed again, and I've been like refining a stream time. You've done very well. Thank you, Your Highness. I hope we'll crack our enemy's comms as quickly as possible, so we can plan our next ops. Where is your captain, by the way? Outer took a few flesh wounds. Nothing too serious. He's getting treated in the infirmary right now. If that's the case, then I won't waste your time. We're secretly one of those unemployed people we often hear about. I guess VTubing sort of counts. There are other things, like, I guess I'm more of a student / intern than like a fully fledged person. Thank you kindly, Highness. I guess like combining everything, I'm sort of a full-time worker. Or as a pro streamer. Go to Hodera. Alright, got it. I guess he still ain't dead. If that's all, Your Highness, I have other business. That reminds me, I still haven't thought of a real name for the girl, have I? 1093 Winter. Castle Border. The doctor listens to the pitter-patter of the rain on the leaves, eyes closed. The doctor's heart rages, filled with torment. I don't think I've ever seen someone who puts that much work in. Do you occasionally pass out for like 2 days at a time? How did you know? If I can, then it happens. But I don't always have time for like passing out to recharge. Answer my questions or die here. Ask away. Are you betraying Babel? I have never been a Babel member, but I've also never abandoned them to face their struggles alone. Why have you come to me? I have a request. I will not speak to a myth with no name, evil spirit. Who are you? Phora. Dr. Phora. Are we talking to Duresis? Out in the rain, Phora. Duresis lowers his weapon, the rain falling from the corners of his eyes onto the earth. He does not look at the one who invited him to this clandestine meeting, instead gazing upward at the colossal statues of heroes. It was Dr. Phora all along. 6 stars for 6 hours. Let's go. Some problems coming up. You should have seen the library for on a run. It was close to 12 hours for a while. This is real. Statues raised to commemorate the founding of the nomadic city of Kasdal. Even after 100 years, his stone self still stands, sword drawn by her side. Not long after she crushed the rebellion that sought to destroy the new city, joyful people of Kasdal invited us to witness the unveiling of these 2 statues. Heroes. They were to watch over the border we'd marked with our own 2 hands for generations to come. I once swore an oath to her below her statue. My sword would behead all who stood against her. The perfect VTuber, playing a game for 15 hours. Every fan bails. Honestly, every fan would bail before me. No way, Dr. Phora, how could you? The doctor stares at the statue of Duresis, gaze unbreaking. The drama's crazy. Does the military commission not stand against her? No, there's no part of Kasdal that's truly risen up against her. And what of you? Duresis looks at the figure, rainwater gathering at the hem of a long hooded coat. The shallow puddles below ripple as falling drops strike them. Hey, Winnie. Can't wait for the Dandy World Live. How late is it in Netherlands time? Whatever 5 p.m. PST is. I think if you look up 5 PST to like your time zone, you'll know the time. You ought to remember that most Sarkaz who once lived here have long since died, lost to history. You came here on foot. How far have you walked? Very far. You've broken the witchcraft cipher created by Manfred's team that he's so proud of. I did that a long time ago. I just never told anybody. Doctor is so casual. Even Teresa believes I only began my work recently. So I created this opportunity to meet you, alone. You're confident I would not kill the strategist who poses the greatest threat. I'm confident that what I'm about to offer is worth enough that you wouldn't. Technology that can control Originium. How far can you go under such pressure from Victoria? How do you plan to completely change the Sarkaz? I can give you the answer you need. How do you spell it? The letters PST. You are a boastful one. So what is it you wish me to do, evil spirit? Destroy Babel. Scatter her followers. Let Teresa in on your plans. Unify the Sarkaz under a Kasdal rule ruled by the military commission. Doctors imagine the emotions that speaking these words would incite many times over. Destroy Babel. Only a sense of relief came over the doctor. The doctor stares at the statue of Teresa, unmoving, without the slightest hint of emotion. Oh, the ghost of Babel. She and I have never relied on the charity of our enemies in the course of leading Kasdal to where it stands today. It's true that this war will only end with the decisive defeat of one of us, but you should not be the one to propose it. Tell me more of why you should make this request, evil spirit of an age long gone. You already know. There are no surprises here. Considering the near 200 years you and Teresa's been working together, you should be able to guess. I seek the expansion of Originium. Babel's struggles will only prolong the dying gasps of this land. So Doctor betrayed Babel. Can you Google it for me? I'm kind of in the middle of streaming. But I think if you check the schedule, you should be able to see or like Google it yourself. I'll have a waiting room up in like... It'll be like 36 hours. A little less than 36 hours from now. No matter if you resist or accept it, Originium will take on myriad forms. If you ever looked up at the sky, beyond that sky, far beyond the twin moons, there's a place that we would once return to. But I'm the only one left here speaking with you. Why did those gods die? The shadows envelop the doctor. Teresa suddenly feels the one standing before him is even harder to read than before. The burden I bear is greater than the future of the Sarkas. I've already hesitated for far too long. Destroy some things to create a ladder. Do you do this full time? I guess my hours are like enough to be counted as part-time. It's not like a full-time job or anything. You speak lightly of sacrifice. Nothing light here, Teresis. Believe me when I say, you couldn't even conceive of what I've been through. And where do I see your sincerity for our cooperation? Is the shard not enough for you? It's far from enough, evil spirit. It is only enough to spare your life. I require an even more direct means to advance this war. If you wish for the Babel members to be spared, then so be it. The Commission promises you that as long as Babel concedes defeat and departs Castel, it will not exterminate those who desert their surrender. No, you can't. 12 hours part-time. like overall, I feel like my overall stream times it's not like 40 hours a week or anything. Who would have thought that the evil spirit who so aroused the interest of the Nashor King would be such a coward? You can't both let Teresa live and allow the Babel members to leave safely. It's a total contradiction. Only with the destruction of Babel and eradication of its members can Teresa leave for Londinium with me. Even without my order, such things will happen naturally. Perhaps you believe Teresa would be willing to step back and watch before her eyes. You know what I ask of you? Make them willingly admit defeat and surrender to me. Then slay their king. And then I will allow Babel to... Does Doctor kill Teresa? Slay their king. As it collapses, it will no longer be considered a Sarkas endeavor. Destroy some things to create a ladder for it. You're right, there's nothing light about this. In your opinion, what's the meaning behind this civil war? Merely a small and pitiful species trying to grasp their fate. In that case, I will tip the scales of destiny. Destroy Babel, divide them, weaken them, allow them to return to their former lives, so that they can know a moment of peace in the final century. This is the last 100 years. Is this a side job, basically? I've never seen a streamer do this that much when they have a regular job. It must be the most motivated person alive. I might not ever sleep, but yeah, I'm pretty motivated to be a VTuber. To keep like learning and growing if I can. Hey VTuber, good evening. That way we don't have to kill Teresa. At the very least, we can minimize the loss of life. I have a question myself, Doctor. Are you the only one of your kind? I am. That is good to know. Go now without guilt and do what you've decided to. If you worry, there will be no one to tear you down from your lofty heights. Don't worry, I will do it. You're just in time, the event's really good. I'm excited to see what else we have. We have 5 hours before YouTube, like, bonks the stream for being too long. Until there are none left to toy with our fate. Teresis is gone. The rain stops. I watch you daily, you're nuts. Be sure to sleep yourself, too. Pale sunlight begins to seep through the gaps between the statues. The doctor cannot feel the slightest bit of warmth from it. There stands a figure who does not leave for a long time. Aww. That's where the stage ends. Okay, BP7. Rising Shadow. Tower defense time.
Ricordate, non lo facciamo per la violenza,
If
ma
only
per
I
la
brought
vittoria che
Reed.
ne consegue.
If only I brought Reed.
Good scenery here,
Let's start with
Doctor.
this.
A new challenge.
Just generate the
Oh,
DP.
counting on
I
you
think
again today,
skill
little
2,
apple.
Typhon skill 2 was perfect for this. But like Doctor, betraying everyone was not what I saw coming at all.
Tail like a shooting star.
That was so
That's what they
shocking.
say.
I'm listening.
This event is a lore bomb.
Stay calm.
So true.
Out of my home. Oh, these lost souls on the battlefield. I offer them to you.
Knives.
Sarà una passeggiata.
Also plays Vigil.
The orders.
I think this is a partner.
Guys,
Let's go. Don't worry, I assume whenever I wake up, they'll probably be streaming. Not all my streams are this long, but maybe. Oh, also this side. In that case, let's place. I kind of like Spectre here.
are the one who woke me.
Spectre and Saria.
Let me witness this with my own eyes.
Don't.
Well, that can be nice.
Just who are you beating?
I think we can squeeze in another healer.
I won't be afraid.
This has been answered a lot of questions. I feel like it does. Like for sure.
Yielding is not an option.
Who is this guitarist? Your ability is elemental damage. Oh, that's like... That's pain. This guitarist is just destroying everybody.
Ready to heal.
Okay, another healer. Tinkerer. Attack steal arts damage. Start with low altitude hovering. And reduced attack range when losing hovering.
Just who are you weaklings going to stop right at that?
So you are really long range with arts damage.
Any instruction? Come on. Let's
The
pick
dude
up the
from Mad
pace.
Max. These guitarists are kind of annoying.
This will
Sorry,
be
just solo. Just solo.
È tutto pronto. Il vostro sacrificio non
Three,
cambierà
eh?
nulla.
Vigil's animation noises. This music goes so hard too. I'm not sure how the capybara bunnies are lore relevant. They're kind of just here, I think.
This will be
They're so real.
My courage will survive your
Typhon carry.
Any instructions? Kill
Let's slow down a little.
Fino a questo trambusto.
around, guys. Don't get yourself killed, dummy.
I think our healing is barely holding on.
Let's begin.
Sorry, healing too. At least we have Spectre ready.
Just who are you weaklings going to stop right at that?
Flame tail Seeker.
Let's pick up the pace.
See the girl with sideways hair, a 3-star character. Yeah, Orchid's just 3 stars. The reason I have Orchid with me is just because of trust farming. 3 stars are kind of clutch in IS stages. They kind of go so hard sometimes.
He's fresh heavy. Come on. Let's pick up the pace. Hang in there. I'm coming.
Oh, GG's. Just so easy. We just have to wait for this one enemy to get closer. Flame tail sweep. You see, this is why you should build your flame tail if you have one. If you have her, build her, please. Please. Flame tail PSA. I assume I'm a mom, but I assume 3-star people were almost worthless. Really? Okay, to 94. The nomadic city of Castel. Oh, moron. Even the 2 stars have their uses sometimes. Also, if you build them enough, you get like, some of them give you free Originium like challenge stages to give you extra like polling currency. Please wait, General. You're too impatient. The Duke's envoy was almost ready to spit on. I got partial usage rights for the industrial area and the right to cross the border. The Victorian Dukes have you at their beck and call, treating us Sarkas like tamed beasts. Is that not all that we desired? Perhaps you would prefer Victorians treat the Sarkas as their greatest enemy from the beginning. I understand. I know it's necessary for our enemies to think us weak. But this... Did I promise them honor? Do the Sarkas have honor in the eyes of Victorians? You've been far too impetuous lately, Manfred. Dignity is of high import. You fight for the rights of your men, and thus do people respect you. For those ordinary times, perhaps I too would commend you. Their prejudices have left them weak, and the Sarkas are in hunger. I understand. It's always those 3 or sometimes 4 stars that end up being important to the lore. So true. And a lot of them get altar units too, who are some of the most OP 6 stars. Like, Yato altar, the original Yato is 2 stars. Also, the 1-star Friston robot is maybe the most important to the lore out of all the robots. Honestly, maybe even more than lots of 4 stars, who just haven't appeared in events. Ready to depart at a moment's notice. Our people sent in advance to Londinium will support us. We march to destroy Victoria. I wish to be alone. You never drank before. Remember we were young, and the general led us to an ancient battlefield for swordplay. The night was cold, and only after the general made some soup did we realize we had nothing to hold it in. You, me, the general, and her highness, carrying cups made of shell casings, were sitting in front of the fire. Ascalon. The one that heals. Oh, do you mean... I don't think Friston heals. I think... What's the name of the robot that heals? It's like... something 3. I have that robot. I don't have Friston. I think Friston's different. Lancet 3, thank you, BSC. I remember, it was a peaceful night. Just like this one. The frigid moonlight of late winter falls through the window. The air is still, and the 2 of them can hear the other's heartbeat. Lancet 2. Why did I say 3? You're going to Londinium tomorrow. I know you wish to see the general. And you couldn't. I gave up. The first thought that came to my mind was that I should kill him there and then. And you should applaud yourself for maintaining some reason. And so you decided to come to me. I heard you've improved your swordsmanship. Why don't we see for ourselves? Don't beg for mercy before you've even fallen. There was the one time we fought in Her Highness' study. We knocked down an entire bookshelf, and the general took our weapons away and made us tidy up the room within 30 minutes. I know you did it on purpose, wanting attention from their highnesses. Is that so? Ascalon hides herself away in the shadows. Another blink and Manfred feels a chill running across the side of his neck. I call that one Lancer. I don't know what you mean then. I probably know it, but can't remember. No, you're a good scene. I think Friston, if you use a recruitment tag for a robot, you can get Friston. I don't think you can pull for Friston. I'm still missing, like, Friston and Castle, a couple of the other 1-star robots. He didn't have the time to draw his sword and fight back. He didn't have the time to even think about fighting back. Perhaps he was too tired. If I cut your neck here, at least there will be no need for you to die in Londinium. I can just throw your corpse into the furnace. It would spare many from dying on a distant battlefield in a foreign land. If you've made your decision, then kill me here. It will be your final chance. You've made yours, I see. The general says you lack conviction. It was like a drone you get automatically. Hey again for it. It's been 7 hours. Have you drank some water? Hey, I'll take another sip. This bottle's almost empty. Robots can be recruited in recruitment with the robot hacker, and usually need to apply less than 3 hour time to get them, which sort of feels like a waste. Which is why I haven't really pulled for them. I know I should. It's only recently I've realized I'm not as resolute as you. We've been brought to where we are by the invisible tides of fate, but ever since the day this war started, there's no going back for us. I won't hold back next time. Neither will I. Okay, this is outside Rhodes Island. The cold wind scatters the thick clouds of late winter. Ascalon stands unmoving by a guardrail. Above the stairs, there's a clear rustling of cloth dragging against the ground. Yeah, I don't know. You're good. You're a good scene. Less than 4 hours. Also, I think the funny thing is that people always assume the robots are like the ones we have now. Small. But these robots are person-sized. Some were the size of a really small car. Isn't there a picture of Friston being, like, really tiny in one of Rope's outfits? Thermal EX is pretty useful as a Bob. I do have Thermal. Thermal EX's voice acting is actually so funny. It's the best ever. Teresa, did I disturb your rest? I thought I wouldn't make any sound. No, you're welcome at any time. You should put your shoes back on. Nothing you wish to tell me, Ascalana? You mean the reason you returned to Castel? It was my own decision. I thought you wouldn't agree, and I didn't know how to bring it up with your highness. Why would I not agree, Ascalon? Since it was your decision, I would trust your judgment. Did you manage to see them? Manfred and Teresa's are both well. They're strong men. We should finish our preparations soon as well. The operation to retake Castel isn't too far off now. Why does your brow seem even more furrowed than before? Our recent combat plans have been radical, and they've won us some battles too. Still, I've been feeling uneasy. Babel's changed a lot, especially the doctor. The doctor's changed a lot too. Become more efficient, more clinical. It's like the doctor's now a machine that never makes mistakes. That's just what a commander should be, you know? Why would that make you worry? You've got an incredible commander, now sure, but I think I trust the weirdo who kept falling off a burden beast more. Is now really the best time to attack Castel, your highness? Your intuition has always been on the mark. Do you remember? We faced countless insurmountable odds over the years. We've overcome them all. We've always been in danger. Babel carries the hopes of many, Ascalon. Faith has gotten us this far, and we cannot stop now. They don't know what the doctor's planning. I will be at your side, keeping you safe. In the future, you must go further afield to protect others. Relax for now, and bask in the sunlight for a moment. No, right. Remember to not always rest on your feet. If you're tired, you should go and enjoy a nice nap in your room. I'll remember. The sunlight shines upon Ascalon's face. The moment the shadow faded, she felt some peculiar emotion flooding her chest. It was an unwillingness to part ways. Back in Londinium. These guns will never not be so creepy. Message from His Grace the Duke, storming Londinium like this was well done. Assemble in Central in an hour. To be reviewed there, then you'll receive your bounty. Did you get all that? Yes, your orders have been received. Do let the Duke know on my behalf I'll be there on time. The Sarkas thank him for his generosity. Uppity devils. The general in his blood-stained uniform says not a word. In the skies above Londinium, a dark cloud floats by.
We've won a lot of times before, Doctor.
GGs.
Here and now, though, we're
But, like,
struggling for our own destiny, our own future.
That's crazy. Those are
That's
some
the
very
real
big
fight,
tanks
isn't
that
it?
I expect to shoot a mountain level blast. Yeah, they're huge. They're so big. Okay, BB-8, final countdown. If this is your choice. It's finally time again. Time for more gameplay. I find it so hard to believe that this happened so recently. Rose Island of Babel, Castel. Oh, it's so peaceful. I knew you'd come, Ascalon. I'm the only one left. After a few years here, you're the only one left out of everyone I knew. This upcoming mission of yours. And Londinium, you knew that already, eh? To tell you the truth, I'm a little bit bothered by it. This isn't my first time going undercover. But it's the first time for me to step outside of Castel. I heard you used to travel around for months. It's not the same as going to Victoria, though. You're going to be a sleeper agent in Teresa's mercenary army. When the time is right, you'll be provoking an armed rebellion. Will killing Teresa's really solve our problems? No, the military commission is no longer reliant on any one strong man. This is exactly what Teresa's wants. So the best way for you to accomplish your mission is to cause a disturbance at the right time. And then you guys will beat up the whole National Court and take back Castel, right? Still, Julie. Oh, don't be like that. I've been undercover before. It's just, you know, having to fool both Teresa's and Victorians at the same time. I've barely met any feline who can do that. I've been practicing my Victorian just for this. Never mind. Here for you. What's this? My old clothes. My name's been sewn into the lining. Did Her Highness do this? Oh, Julie. Your Highness wanted to give this to you in person. I'd rather not she have to suffer too much. You know what I mean? Your Highness knows this. I told her you all left earlier than planned. What a good outfit to wear when you're undercover. Exactly. With your name stitched on the outside. I didn't even think about that. I'm sorry, Julie. Might have wanted to meet Her Highness too. Julie does not reply. She remembers how Her Highness would teach them lessons. She's more used to killing people than learning things in a classroom. That's why she's never raised a question in class. I wouldn't want to see Her Highness one last time, but I don't mind it's you who gives me this. You're not thinking you might be more qualified for this mission than I am, are you? No, I'm not. There were some people who actually mentioned you at the meeting. As for me, I've always been on my own. You could go and join Scout's team. I really wouldn't be telling you all this if it wasn't for the fact I'm about to head off already. To be fair, they hired a lot of sarcasm mercs, so I guess that's true. So like blending in with the other sarcasm mercenaries. Do you have anything else you'd like to say? Nope, I never expected my first time leaving home would also be my last. Oh. Answer me honestly, Ascalon. What's it like out there in the lands beyond Castel? There's being undercover and then there's looking hot. What's more important? I feel like you can do both of those things. They don't have to be at odds with each other. Maybe just maybe she's using magic to disguise herself. Both is good. Both is a great choice. I pick both if I'm ever undercover. Ascalon does not answer. Julie simply gets up and leaves at a languid pace. Ascalon watches her as she walks off into the distance. Aww. So we're in Victoria. 3 months later. Come out already. There's no use hiding. We've blocked off all the other roads out of this village, and don't even think about passing through me here. It's another of these. Wait a sec. This is who Calcit was fighting right before Teresa died. See, people can share one brain cell. Exactly, yes. Got you. Look at your wounds and all. I doubt you could beat a civilian in a state like this. Or maybe you're waiting for your buddies to come help you out. They're all dead as a doornail. All your friends are dead. Death is but a mercy, my friend. Who the hell are you guys? That does not matter. Your blade struck true. She hears the assassin break out in laughter. Who are these? They're so creepy. Only once he's finally stopped breathing does she peel off his mask. Julie freezes. She thinks hard for a long while, before finally realizing the identity of the Sarkaz based on the marred birthmark by the corner of his eye. His portrait had been circulated around the Scar Market's book of bounties. He had many aliases, but nobody knew what his real name was. He's been active for far too long enough to become the subject of boasts and quips from drunken mercenaries. But the 2 horns that marked his bloodline and identity have been cut clean off, leaving eternal scars on his head. These are like hornless Sarkaz. I couldn't tell just by looking at you all that you haven't dealt with Her Highness Teresa before. Well, don't you worry, I'll burn away your faces. You guys can't go back to Castel, and this is the only thing I can do to help you. I can't go back to Castel either. Julie and her companions pile up the assassins' corpses, set the grisly pyramid alight, and set off in the direction of Londinium. The blaze behind them crackles. A thought suddenly pops up in Julie's mind. The furnace in Castle doesn't sound like this. I can't remember any of it. That's so weird. Because the castle furnace is where they burn like dead Sarkaz. So it should sound the same. Our elites have been deployed to all the key strategic points. Good. Listen up, there's a clear power gap between us and the military commission. Laying siege to Castel would have been an impossible operation. But thanks to the Duke of Cavendish's ultimatum, Tresses has marched to Londinium earlier than planned. Londinium is being London all over again. Not the shankings. Not the stereotypical shankings. Castel now only has some of the royal court factions aligned with the military commission to oversee it. He must have abandoned the city. Once the banner of the commission falls, Her Highness Teresa will proclaim that they have abandoned Castel, and in turn proclaim the liberation of Castel by Babel. This battle line will be formed by multiple points rather than an entire front. We must strike swiftly and precisely. Almost every single one of our armed personnel has been assigned to taking the city. Thus the landship's defense will be relatively weak. Once the gates have been broken open and the path to the soul furnace made safe, Her Highness will meet with the main army at all speed. We have 6 hours to storm the city. By the light of the setting sun, Babel will capture the furnace. And when that time comes, is Londinium a place where walking the streets will end with you getting stabbed? Just happens sometimes. It's not like a repeating thing. A ceasefire will resound across all Castel. I have faith that we will all succeed. Hey Sage, yeah, we're still going. I think we're just on stage VP8. Wonderful organization, Doctor. Just some big talk to boost morale. It's not quite Teresa's style, allowing so many flaws to go exposed, but I trust you, Doctor. I believe with this price we must pay, we can take back Castel. I like that our elite ops are featured a lot in this event. I feel like they're underrated characters, right? It's so nice to see all of them. Mantra, Ace, Pith, Scout, all of them. All of them. Is there no room for 2 Castels on this great land? Perhaps there is, but if we were to split our combined strength in 2, we would not be able to resist the next invasion of our enemies. It's not a bad place. 50% of the time you don't get stabbed. Totally, not everyone gets stabbed. Are you wondering if things would be different if it was Teresa's who wore the crown? No, they wouldn't. The Sarkas who come rushing into the city, escaping from wars and trying to feed themselves, would still band together and fight their king. Aww. A unification under the banner of hate would be effective yet short-lived. It's not that Teresa's or the Sarkas don't understand all of this. It's just that the war broke out anyway. Perhaps the war will still go on. I'd like you to look around the city. It's my home, and the home of many Babel members. It's also Calcit's home. You've fought for Babel for so long, but you've never set foot in the homeland of our memories. I haven't been a very good host in this deal of ours, have I, Doctor? Teresa doesn't know that Doctor has. Yeah, we're almost done. See how the soul furnace brings light and heat to Castel? I will. Betrayals in the air. Outskirts of an abandoned town, Castel. How are things in town, Oda? We're still pursuing the remaining mercenaries. They pretty much all hold up inside some abandoned buildings. I think this sprite just didn't load. Yeah, it disappears sometimes. A catastrophe. Its brutal winds batter Ascalon. Faint blasts from the horizon distract her. Who is this? It's you. Long time no see, Scar Eye music. You've grown, Ascalon. You really have toughened yourself up on the battlefield over the last few years. Me, follow the Regent? I'm afraid you got that wrong, Ascalon. Mercenaries never follow anyone. All we care about is profit. Here in Castel, the only thing that helps you earn that profit is violence. Lucky for us, we have the knack of sniffing it out. Is this when you kill Scar? Ascalon's sleep blade stabs the giant's back, only to find his hand blocking the attack. If he thought you could stop us yourself, I'm afraid he's living in a fantasy. The mercenaries are here because of the Regent's commission, and it's none of my business. But I'm here to see you, Ascalon, a completely unrelated matter. Ascalon, the town. Another ambush. Oda. I didn't say you could leave, Ascalon. The moment those people stepped into that town, their fates were sealed. generic anime arch nemesis speech. It's so true. I wish so badly that Scar was playable. Do you still remember the first time we met? We're already at the confluence of fate. Here I see a rather abrupt ending. The Cyclops-controlled prophecy. Get lost. Or die. I already told you, there's no need to try for any surprise attacks. Or was Maddie lost and couldn't accept it? As Sagara was just coming back for another rematch. The music is actually incredible in this game. You should look up the Rainbow Six Siege boss fight music. It's incredible. The blade in my hand can solve most of my problems. Scar, can you see nothingness? A thick mist spreads across the area. His design is neat and we have so few Cyclops units, right? I just want to know more about the Scar. Everything is indistinct. The assassin's figure gradually becomes a blur in the fog. Doesn't matter if it's a fate or prophecy. I've had enough of your tricks. You believe you can rely on fate to guide you to your profit, but you're nothing more than an addict playing at fortune teller in the end, Scaraya. Ascalon's voice fades away. We meet again, Ascalon, for the last time. Strange. Even though he can see 100 different ways of his own death whenever he wakes up, now he sees none. Cutscene. Crack. His mask shatters. His eyes have been hidden beneath that mask for nearly a century. He doesn't need them to see reality. Too many people, too many things unworthy of his sight. And as the evening light rushes into the cracks on his mask, seeping into his excited, dilated pupils, do you see your death vow? No, he sees a precipice. A story from Scar. What is your story? Maybe we'll find out later. I doubt it'll be the last time. Yet the art is always fantastic and nice. Cool. I'm expecting to see running enemies death. Sark has assassins with invisibility and high physical and arts dodge. Vatican's stabilizer chains can pass through blocking units at low HP. Okay, we have to get rid of them like immediately.
I'm listening.
Okay, let's face it. Has sunlight a gamer's weakness other than grass? Women are being social. There are women gamers out there. I know it doesn't seem like there are that many.
I know what to do.
I promise you they exist. Okay, let's face Typhon.
A new challenge.
They're so strong. Typhon's go.
Break the silence first.
That was crazier. Can Typhon handle this one?
Almost get it already, guys.
Prenderò io il controllo se
I
salta
think they're
fuori
weak against
qualcos'altro.
chains. Okay, let's try it.
Stay calm and make your move.
Alright, and next you'll say you're not really a plant. I swear it's real. Look at all the streamers. Look, there are so many VTubers. There are so many streamers.
So this is a battlefield.
Here's one of the runners. I feel like I should place
Ready to heal.
you here. This isn't looking good for us, is it? There's another. This looks really bad. Okay, let's
Don't order me around.
let's wrap Sarah.
Orchid, ready to move.
Is Orchid. Which are plants and the others are creatures. This is fair. That one just killed us immediately.
Here.
Yeah, fine.
Okay, let's try fast redeploying.
Don't get yourself killed, dummy.
How strong are these? How strong are these enemies? MMORPG. Oh, they just all leaked. They just all leaked immediately. Which are plant and the others are creatures.
An eye,
I need men
or
online
maybe
role-playing
something else.
girls.
More than enough to trade for a few
I swear not
enemy
every
heads.
VTuber.
Or would
Let me
you
know if you
rather
want
bear the
advice.
price of failure?
Actually, advice would be incredible.
Suit yourself.
Maybe I should bring a support character. The chains slow them down considerably. So like setting up chains. I think I just have to master the chain mechanic. Bind also obliterates them. We just have to set up the chains. This is the gel farm stage.
Die Einsatzpläne liegen in deiner Verantwortung
Oh,
und du
okay.
in meiner. Gib mir deine Befehle.
If you fast read to play lesson, did you build Virtuosa? Not yet. Because Vigil just got a module. I think I've raised Virtuosa's skill a little. Did you build Ayla? I haven't built Ayla either. The BGM just sounds so depressing. I think that's the vibe of the story so far. Use practice mode, you have 30 of them. I just clicked. If this goes horribly, we'll switch to practice. There's just 3 more stages after this. It can't be that bad.
Let's go!
It can't be that bad. So it seems like
I'm here to help!
Space Myrtle.
Picked out your bait yet?
Pull back Inez.
Hmm?
Go.
Serious now.
Think so.
A new
You
challenge.
can do it. I hope so. The next stage is a pre-made party stage. Well, that sounds nice. That's reassuring.
Dags att välja vårt byte. Any instruction. Kill like a shooting star. That's what they say.
That's right, I have to set up chains.
Out of my home.
I have to set up the chains. Like, maybe we could brute force it. Maybe. I think I see the vision.
Prenderò io il
Place
controllo
Vigil
se salta
here.
fuori qualcos'altro.
Sun as long as possible. Work it here. So you have to walk through the chain.
I have to get serious now.
At least we're delaying this one. That sounds nice, Phora. Keep in mind you set the next stage is now. Yeah, totally. Totally.
Un'eliminazione pulita.
Okay, we're just doing fine, I guess.
Healing, come over.
Your fast redeploy lesson ready.
I'm
Use will
listening.
find ready.
Any instruction. Come on. Let's pick up the pace.
It's not enough, is it?
I know what to do.
Okay, let's go,
Hide
though.
your fear.
I could also play Spectre.
Come from the depths. of
Spectre
the
has skill
ocean.
2 and can't die. Pull back, blessing.
È tutto pronto.
Please, let me know the results.
Alright then.
Play Spot.
Please.
Have to get
Return to the
skill.
abyss. I have to get serious now.
Pull you back.
I know what to do.
Pull you back,
Don't
play
order me.
Saria.
Vermin. Hang in there.
Have to get skill.
Losing sight.
This will fast redeploy blessing.
Meine Hilfe ehren. That's
Permanent skill 2.
If you want treatment, you gotta come closer.
Blessing's on enough.
Humbly awaiting your
Spectre
command.
back. Like, I guess we have Orchid.
Ready to move.
I feel like Orchid would die too.
Yielding is not an option.
This is fine. This is totally fine.
Kill like a shooting star. That's what they say.
At least Saria can stay mostly alive.
I'm listening.
Just face Ina. So,
Solidify.
This one's about to waltz past.
Don't. Better watch your step.
This one on the bottom right's about to waltz past Flame Tail. Is there anything I can do about this? Be nice, that not that hard gameplay-wise. Emotionally, morally, and psychologically, though, it's hard as hell. Is it really? It sounds like pain right now.
Sarà una passeggiata.
I'm here to help.
Let's get in as much damage as possible. This might not be enough, though.
Solidify. I know what to do. Don't
Pull you
order me
back.
around.
That's fine. What fragrance
Flame Tail's
provides?
dodge is incredible.
Any instruction feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it? Whew,
Someone just
almost
died. Vigil. I was about to place
Yeah,
Vigil's Wolf.
Yielding is not an option.
This one's just walking through. There's no way to block you. Okay, that's one leak. I think I'll have to retry this off screen.
Any
Or
instructions
else
for
the
me?
stages are nice.
Any instructions? Come on.
Vigil
let's
deploy.
pick up the pace.
I thought they were walking through this path. I didn't realize they go through the middle.
I'm listening.
Stay calm and maintain.
Everyone's doing nothing but holding
No
the
need to
chains.
justify. This will be over soon.
This wasn't that bad.
Keep better
We
watch
could
your
have put
step.
Vigil to deal with the one on the top right. I see that. I see that. I didn't realize. I think by the time I noticed, it was too late. Place Typhon and spot a perfumer facing down. That's smart too. Typhon facing down would have been perfect. I said this could be called prophecy. Ascalon did not kill me. But we see that Skara is killed by Ascalon. The Cyclops Court is nothing more than a big sick joke. I have a question for you all. What are your opinions on characters with animal characteristics? I feel like this is a pretty big debate people talk about. I soft left with Defender and Passenger. Someday I'll pull a Passenger. She's bound to come, then I'm dead. Come confirm that I'm dead. When that happens, you lot can nail down her shadow and rip her to shreds. She's wounded too. You're aiming at me, really? Who bought you off? Nobody, boss. It's just a good opportunity to get a promotion. So they're turning on Scar. It's a good plan, fellas. I can put mine on support if you're not planning to farm. That's the thing. I think I need gel to build some of my characters. I think I have to farm gel for like Todd or Z2. Fate did not kill him. He made it. He'd reversed a prophecy. And then he died atop a stage of his own making. I knew he wasn't gonna die. The stage is slowly solving my gel shortage. It seems like it's exactly what I've been waiting for. I've needed a gel grind stage for a while. The huge palace complex situated in the center of Ladinium is always too quiet. Showing mercy to your enemy will only result in your death, Manfreda. Forgive me, General. By the time he murmurs his covert orders, a group of silent figures are already appearing on the chaotic battlefield. The reason behind shortage, Ebenhold, and his dang modules. He's become a beef sandwich, like a passing gale rattling the raindrops in a storm. Again, these soldiers. We'll handle these. Julie, you and the rest keep going. Julie and Manfred, don't even think of getting close to the General. No need to rush. It'll be your turn soon. I'm the General's guard, Captain Assassin. Then you're gonna want to hold your sword tight. An inconspicuous arc sweeps past Julie's eyes. Her body stiffens. Terraces. Enough, Manfreda. They've come to me in search of an honorable death, not mercy. Yeah, Eben has like 3 or 4 modules. Eben with all the modules. The favorite child of Arknights. You're in a race. She's facing countless threats in Kazdal just as we are here. Such a race only ends with my life or hers. I will give you a chance. Come, deathmongers. Kill me. Do not disappoint Teresa. Modules. Got a lot of modules. Favorite child. Now that's a W. Countdown. 2 hours, 7 minutes, 21 seconds. Hello, ghosts. I simmed for the sad goat playing as a best friend. That's so real of you, Siri. Also, logos, artwork. The gates have fallen. Notify all operations within the city to disarm the patrolling troops. The defenses in the city are weak. We'll strike at them before they can regroup. Move fast. Send all our intelligence back to the doctor. Take down the military commission's flag in the plaza. 49 minutes, 59 seconds. Prepare for the land shift's connection. We want to let Her Highness and the others enter the region that we control ASAP. Also, contact Ascalon's team and tell them to rendezvous quickly. Where to next, Dr. Cassett? The former site of Babel? Cassett walks along the street. She's still familiar with the route to Babel's officers. The Sarkas on the street quietly move about, coming as high as they can on the surrounding buildings, gazing at the same ruins within the city. A flag that's not been seen in Casdell for many years slowly rises. Babel has returned. Babel has returned. Mantra's latest report says we've managed to completely clear 5 main roads. Everything's going according to plan. Cassett should have seen the fires of the sulfurs by now. Castle defenses are but crippled, Doctor. We can board the city now. Might not be able to completely avert the destruction of Casdell Center City, eh? I felt them. They're still here, but they have no intention of aiding anyone. It seems some arrogant bystanders have joined our battle. I also feel enemies, not ordinary ones. It's time. The military commission's assassins? This was also within my calculations. But this time there's no wagering or planning our way out of this. We must defeat the assassins. We're gonna get jumped. I'm getting a feeling in my gut telling me that. Since last time I walked on something similar, I got jumped. No. No. Boba Tea has returned. Babel's returned. Rejoice for the return of Boba Tea. The return of Babel. I will go control the land ship's defense systems and mount a defense. Doctor? 22 minutes, 48 seconds. Closure, have you made contact with the land ship? Still no response. I'm still overriding the city's broadcast power settings. I'm doing my best to bring it back online. This is the doctor's betrayal. 12 minutes, 57. I sense something peculiar, Dr. Cassett. My mother. She's prepared incantations for every person dear to her heart. I'm still in good health at present. Cassett suddenly feels her blood run cold. Doctor's in this room. Don't do this, Doctor. Arknights prepared a cry edition. Teresa's was right. They can't unite. Division of the Sarkas will be the new norm. Even given a long time, the Sarkas are unable to go from a weak community to a world leader. I pointed out another path to Teresa's. His plans in Londinium will have a greater chance of success if the Sarkas corrupt the land with Originium and destroy their enemies. Isn't this a good thing? Such a determined race is now our followers. They will become the first brilliant bloodstain on the curtain of Originium as it spreads. That's right, we have no need to destroy them. No need to kill her. I should use the Civ Light Eterna. I should try to guide its hidden functions, and then I wouldn't need to. Searching internal array. Administrator permissions found. Verified. Valid permissions. Welcome, Dr. Phora. Entering shipwide defense system. Are you disabling the defenses? Please confirm subsequent operation. Should I really let Babel continue their actions at this point? Am I really going to renounce the sacrifices of billions of our people in the distant past? All for a race who doesn't even know what the barrier is? Oh, this hurts. If for the sake of Terra, Originium was stopped. If Teresa truly succeeds. Then what have we been waiting for during the 10,000 years? Teresa and the races of Terra, do they really not have even the slightest chance of success? They do not. How could I be so naive as to believe that? They're disunited, narrow-minded, undeveloped, an accident of life, of fortunate survival, that's all. All lives have the right to believe in their own hopes. But we have no time left. It is right in front of us. Oh. Doctor, can you hear me? That's strange. There are some peculiarities in the Doctor's emotions. We've been waiting for destruction now. Intense and shadowed. Doctor, what exactly? Look. There's the fiery light from the torn-apart portal, like a smoldering gash across the sky. Only after centuries will it dissipate into nothingness. The stars are leaving from where we stand, like leaves trembling in the night. Yet that ship from Talos 2 still arrived at these rebel-strewn ruins. This reminds me of Dark Souls prepare to cry. That is life. That is what we lost after our final day. That is the ancient ode to dispel any darkness. To this day, we still do not understand how life appeared in this vast sea of stars. Originium is our song. Flashback. Oracle. Who's the Oracle? I have reneged on my promise. I have betrayed she who waited within time itself. Is Doctor the Oracle? It is because of the love I felt. Love for life, love for existence. Love is eternally pure. Keep this in mind, okay. It leaves me unthinking. Kelsit, learn to love. Learn to believe. You have to think, go and lead. Go and face the rolling stones that fall down the hills. But in the end, I believe that you can learn to love. Go, Kelsit. Go see your surroundings and see what lies by the most distant of mountains. I must go back. May we meet again next time. We will meet again, Kelsit. I believe in them. I believe in you. Kelsit, I do not have much time left. Search for traces of life. Search for hope in the future. Go find your own answer. Oh. Are you sure you want to disable the shipwide defense system? All of our options are saying nothing? Silence? No. I like this scene because it's you. You were the Doctor, so you have to push the screen. That hurts so much. Doctor! Restart boarding ID verification. Restart shipwide communications modules. Countdown has reached 0. Oh. Doctor. How could we? The fluorescence of the control panel reflects off the Doctor's mask. As the screen shuts down, the face beneath the mask is shrouded in darkness again. Oh. How would you describe those who would pay any price to defend their people? Some would call them heroes, some would call them legends. But such titles best take root in times of widespread war. Oh. The children who hear such tales will ask, why have all the people who bear such grand titles disappeared? Because they chose to stay in the past. They had seen through their duty. Legends are forgotten, heroes pass out of memory, and death arrives as it always does. None can escape it. Duty is for a hero to write an answer with death, to tread a muddy road. That is our fate. The eve of Babel's destruction. Departure from Kasdal, 1086. So this is a flashback. Perhaps after many years, those who were left behind and banished will join us in our causes. Perhaps the twins stand shoulder to shoulder. By means of the memory stored within the Black Crown, they walk along the battlefield of yesteryear. The two mixed blood Sarkas step off the king's collapsed chariot, walking toward the battle, toward the future. So is this where we part ways? It is. Here where we joined hands to change Kasdal, we part. Back when we were still young, I'd often prick my fingers as I was sewing, staining the robes I would sell. Do you remember? It hurts so much to prick your fingers while sewing. I still remember when I was first learning to hand sew. I'm not the best at sewing, but like, I've sewn some things. At the time, you were still a gloomy recruit, unallowed to wield a real sword, always dreaming of becoming a soldier of Castel. I still did not understand why we had to hide wherever we went. And then came the day the royal court took note of my work, and I got to meet Elise. I summoned my courage to ask the king of Sarkas, where does our future lie? He had no answer, only bidding me to leave. Only once I saw our defeated troops did I finally understand. The answer is here in Castel. It will only return to glory once one of us is gone, but the one who's destined to lose is you. Must you persist with this, Teresa? Most Sarkas who have suffered oppression and humiliation choose rebellion and violence. No matter if those who remain wish it or not, they'll eventually be swept along by the tides and drawn into wars. Even if I cannot change the future, the hope that will ignite the spark must be carried forward. All I can do is give them a push. And so I will stay here. I choose to stay in the past, where the new generation of Sarkas will one day look back, just like you.
Perfection is for suckers, you know.
That's so sad. I'll go back and clear the stage with 3 stars later. Maybe 9. I'm sorry, child. This should have been my burden. The dust is settled. We couldn't pick a team. This is just sad. I don't think it'll really have a happy ending. I don't think so either, Reaper. Outside Rhodes Island at Babel. Maybe 9 trauma stage. Babel is defenseless, as the regent said. Keep quiet. Keep quiet. The spelling, stay alert. Stick to the original route and find the king. A-Route and B-Route stand by. Babel's guards still haven't noticed us. His Highness was right. There's someone high up in the enemy's chain of command helping us. We settled this quickly. This stage broke me so much. No. 10 minutes ago, Amia was roused by a strange sound. Babel's continually being maintained and renovated. It's already seen massive changes compared to when she first arrived at her new home. Maybe Closure's busy fixing things again. The doctor left Amia many picture books in her room with illustrated stories she'd never heard of before. Her favorite is one that tells of someone who falls from the sky riding a fantastical vehicle and the many adventures that come of it. But she's not fond of the ending. The hero repairs the vehicle and has to return to the sky, saying goodbye to the children on the ground. I really don't like all this noise. I need to go find Teresa. Same, honestly one of the hardest stages in the game. I feel like Typhon can carry us. Hello, Mr. Downing. You dropped your pliers on the ground. Thank you, Amia. Where are you going? I'm going to the speaker's office to find Teresa. Have you seen the doctor? It's been a few days. So does this mean that Logos, Closure, all of these elite operators know about the doctor's betrayal whenever they reawaken the doctor? I knew the doctor must be busy with something. Bye-bye. Don't run so fast, oh my god. There's still a lot of places being overhauled on the ship. And you die? I don't think they know about our betrayal. Was it just kept a secret then? This one's handled. Proceed. Our men on the inside are already on standby at every ambush spot. If you see anyone, don't hesitate. Anyone, including Amia? I brought my book, Teresa. Why is the door shut? No. Teresa, it's me. Are you in there? Closure once taught me another way to open the door. I think only Calcit, Ascalon, and W know of what we've done. I wonder what W and Ascalon think of it. Closure once taught me another way. Teresa? What are you doing here, Amia? I heard some loud noises that sounded really close. I got a little scared. We can go home soon. You look tired. Would you like to stay with me while I work? Is this a storybook? I see. Well, as long as it's for you, I think I can take a short break. The doctor and Dr. Calcit won't mind. Thank you, Teresa. All right, come sit over here. Once we finish this story, I'll take you to my homeland to play. So where did we leave off last time? I mean, W wants us dead, so... I guess that's true. W was looking for us with Reunion. But, like, W also joins Rhodes at some point. Nessalam, stand back, Doc Royale. You're covered in the blood of the mediocre. It's a grave disrespect. Should you not be retreating and defending the inner city? W still hates us. I have to go read W's recruitment lines and like all of the W interactions. That has nothing to do with the war I'm waiting for, even if she's part of Rhodes. Is this not you being contemptuous of those siblings yourself? The reason would not stoop to such methods. So you still feel sorrow, as do you. I guess I'm not surprised. The wreath of Reed slowly sinks into the riverbed. Gloomy mists have not dispersed for days, Reed mentioned. Afanil, are you still by her side? For whom does the elegy ring out? Oh no. Why did you stop, Teresa? I thought I'd leave a little suspense for you, Amia. Would you mind if I used another more comfortable way to tell you the story? Here it comes. But, okay. Watch out, Amia. A bubble. No, this is... Black ripples continuously wash over the pure white room, as though Ami is plunged into a pool filled with ink. I don't know what's happening. Are you transferring the crown? The black bubbles cut off all sound, just as they obscure Amia's sight. Beyond the bubbles, Teresa's figure becomes more and more indistinct, retreating further into the distance. Teresa. I'm starting to tear up again. Oh no. Stay inside for now, Amia. Sleep well. You will be safe by my side. Oh. Teresa, Your Highness. We will use our lives as proof of the future that the General pursues. No, I was sighing about something else. Honestly, there's no need to cover your face in front of me. I still remember you from back when you accepted Ulysses' orders before his chariot. So Ulysses is the king's name. Your heroism and valor in that battle moved me. I remember most of your fellows as well. You're all worthy of the title of brave warrior, and no way inferior to those heroes fighting in Castel this very moment. We knew they would do nothing here. We've cut off our horns, abandoned our names, even destroyed every inch of our skin that can be used to identify us. All so that after we use such wretched methods to kill the King of Sarkaz, we will not be remembered by the Sarkaz. Oh, do it. The rushing air engulfs the assassin's blades like a swamp. Swoosh. They continue to stab. I remember your names. I remember you, Luca. You held back a steam knight on your own. You hid yourself within the steam to pull them out, and beheaded them before friend and foe. The assassin's life fades away. I remember you too, Lians. Out of the countless Sarkaz of that name, you're the one who stood out most. After being taken captive by Spire casters, you freed 3 of your compatriots from their camp. It's almost like saying your name kills them. Another death, and yet it cannot stop them from approaching Teresa. And then you, Levin. You took an arrow for Teresis. I do not wish for you all to die nameless and unknown. At the very least, I will remember. Interesting arts against all of them. More and more corpses pile up by her side. She sighs, wiping the blood from her neck. We want to do something for the Sarkaz before we die. So now we stand before you. We've come to kill you. Oh. And this is the stage. If this is like you can do nothing but just watch what happens, the dust is settled. This hurts. You're just... There's Amia too. You're just sitting there. Teresa, what happened? It's okay, Amia. I'm here. I'll take care of things. We can't do anything. Not nothing. The RTS access detected. Are you sure you want to disable all defense systems confirmed? Optimal route calculated. No. Don't click ×2. Okay, I won't. Is this your final decision, Doctor? I honor your resolve to die for your goal. This song. Aww. Unidentified targets detected. Activating alarm. Alarm cancelled by administrator. Optimal route loaded to command system. Tactical configuration complete. Safety window countdown has begun. Immediate action required. I can't do any of the others. I have to place it there. I can't put it here. What if I just let them go toward the blue box? No. This is why the stage broke so many. I hate this. I hate this. You can do this, right? You only have 3? No. No. The theme is different. You're just sitting there. Your charge is so slow. You won't last another 10. You're the doctor committing betrayal, looking at a screen right now. Why you do this? Why you do this? I'm assuming everyone's played this. Oh, how could you? Also on me, like fading in and out. Is this you, Teresa? I'm wrapped in some invisible bubble. I can't see or hear anything. How could you? Why did I have to name my doctor Phora? The fact you don't do nothing but actually contribute to her death hurts. We're all monsters here, Amia. I never thought it would end like this. Aww. Are you transferring the crown? I knew Calcid didn't trust us for a reason. I didn't realize it was this bad. I thought we would have more time. The King of Sarkaz. I wish I did not have to pass this burden to you so suddenly. But the truth is too cruel for you now, Amia. Someday you'll be able to decide if my decision was right or wrong. No. The BGM hits so hard, it does. We just sit here and watch this? At least you're a little stronger. But they keep coming. No. Please recharge in time. Why is it taking forever? Not like this. This is just sad. And it's level 5 and above. And with your last moment you save Amia. The little detail forcing the player to put a roadblock makes the immersion so good. Oh. Goodbye, Amia. It will all be over when you wake up.
Mission accomplished.
Hieroglyph, thanks. I hated this. This was like the worst stage I've ever played. The last thing Amia remembers is sleeping inside the black bubble. Teresa gently cradling the bubble wrapped around her, telling her a story that she's already heard many times before. Within the desert of despair live many terrible shadows. The black-cloaked shadows were the echoes of the oldest despair and sadness. If they catch you, you'll never escape them. Is this the doctor? The hardest stage, yeah. In the desert, the little puppet met the king, who was covered in pure gold and precious gems. Despite the king pulling him back, the little puppet ignored the captivating gems and pressed onward. But very soon, the black-cloaked shadows caught him. They kept throwing themselves at him, over and over and over. Bang, bang, bang. So Teresa's the king. The puppet took out a long spear made of a needle and some threads. seamstress fighting the shadows. He ran as fast as he could until he reached a large river of tears. But as he soaked in the tears, he began to sink until he touched the riverbed. It's not just that you did nothing, you lead them to Teresa yourself, yeah. We're so implicit in this. We're so horrible. We're the villain. He'd failed. Was this how the story ended? Amiya could not believe. Maybe Teresa read it wrongly. Teresa, can we save the little puppet? You wish to save him? I really, really do. All sound fades away. Teresa's figure becomes clearer and clearer. I'll just watch like the main characters in this, knowing we can't do anything. But we know something is gonna happen. Just have to watch them slowly slip away. Out of the corner of her eye, she sees dark red seep out of the black-cloaked shadows. Who are these people? When did they arrive here? Ami had so many questions she wanted to ask Teresa. She did her best to open her eyes wide. She sees a white dress stained crimson. She sees Teresa's bloodshot eyes. Was Teresa okay? She could not make a sound. It's okay, Amiya. I'm here. I beat those bad people from the stories. What happened to Teresa? Amiya wants to wipe the weariness off of Teresa's face, but she could not move her hands. Oh no. No. This art. I'm sorry. I can't change the ending of the story. But you can, Amiya. You'll walk along a difficult path, just like the little puppet who tried to cross the river of tears. All I can do to help you is bestow this crown of black upon you. For 10,000 years, the limitations imposed by history led my people to misuse this crown. It's been stained, it's been bound, but it should not have been so. If we're to break this curse, I need your help. Do you want to rewrite the ending? Amiya wants to say I do, but she cannot utter a word. She anxiously nods her head, thinking perhaps she could help Teresa by saying yes. Perhaps she could save her. Though there's not much strength left in me, it's enough for me to transfer its permission to you. I've sealed most of it away, so that its boundless information does not overwhelm your mind. Forgive me, Amiya, for making you bear the weight of this crown. Oh, there's not enough time left for us. I selfishly consign this weight that I bear to you. I'm sorry, child. Are you stabbing Amiya? Amiya tries to scream, but she cannot open her mouth. Cannot move her limbs. That black blade seems to penetrate her chest. She ought to feel pain, but this blade leaves behind only warmth. This is the picture from the trailer, power transfer. You will be confused, you will hesitate, but please trust Dr. Calstit. She will help you dredge back up the secrets of survival. You can bear it, can't you, Amiya? You've always been a strong girl, one that never ceases to amaze me. I'm so very tired. Rest for a while? Teresa shanking Amiya like some Lydidium backstreets has been known for years? Really? They'll always be with you. Aww. Teresa hears a familiar voice. Doctor! Amiya! Teresa does not raise her head to look at the one who just arrived. The crown has left her and found another. Doctor, there was no need for you to come. I felt your emotions. I saw your past. You could have waited elsewhere, waited for my death to come. You knew that this time I would not escape nor retreat. Are you here for Amiya? Or perhaps... Teresa does not need to hear the answer. Behind the one she asked, a tide of assassins poured out of the shadows. So that is your answer, Doctor. No, and now I know why. Don't play this music. Don't give us this music game. We don't deserve this 3-star music. I think there are just 2 stages left.
Questi documenti non sono
Like guilt, dread, and
importanti.
grief. I could feel everything in that
È
stage.
ciò che fai.
Yeah. That was crazy.
The name's Rope. Nice to
Happy
meet
music
you.
time. Yay, we
ID
leveled
card.
up. We cleared a stage. That was wild. I was not expecting any of that to happen. Also, I think we can do this. 159 at Arknights official concept trailer 2. This was in the concept trailer? Okay, I'll save for this. Module obtained. And the event's not... Yeah, the event's not over. I like this module design. TAC X. It's boss stage and the final story node. Okay, boss stage. We can do this. So who would the boss stage be? Farewell, Doctor. All this should have belonged to you. Umbral Door. When destroyed, Amiya loses a percentage of HP. Amiya's the boss? You feel like you don't know the season schedule. I do, but I don't. Goodbye, goodbye. Amiya's the boss. Do you speak in a soft way on purpose, or is it just your natural voice? You have such a nice soft voice. I feel like my voice has always been kind of weaker in general. Back to IS3 music. But yeah, this is my natural voice. Bring fast replays for boss. Oh, nice. It's okay as long as you buy more polls. Well, we get 24 free polls for the next event. Phora's voice is eternal ASMR. Teresa is glad to see Amiya asleep. Amiya did not see the doctor's betrayal, nor Teresa's final bout of sorrow. The crown finally lands neatly in Amiya's hands as Teresa takes down the final assassin in the room. It's alright, Amiya. Everything's fine. It's over. Teresa does not look at the one frozen in place before her. I'm still waiting for Plam ASMR. I'm working on getting a microphone. You have a very nice voice. Oh, you're good, you're good. Don't hurt Amiya. Like the game, but progression, but saving all of the world, but Originium. That's obviously so much more important than Amiya. How could we? I feel like a seaborn priest calling you into the deep. Teresa, I can't throw away this opportunity I spent millions of lives and myriad years to reach. I can't ruin the plan for Originium. And that's why you put Amiya in harm's way. I believe there's no need for any further explanation. Do you hate me? You hurt Amiya. You're about to hurt Calcit and the fighters The fighters who trust you so deeply? Is this how you treat those lives? I'll do what I can to ensure their safety in the ensuing conflict. God, I hate ASMR, no judgment though. It took me 142 pulls to get Ascalon. Did get Ray along the way. A nice Ray spook is great. We only need you to die. Did you present yourself before me out of guilt? Guilt is too light of a word compared to everything I've done. We made too many choices in a time that even Calcit isn't familiar with. When Amiya grows up, if she remembers me, if she asks about me, will you tell her the truth of how I left her? No. I'll help them search for another way to live. You'll help them search for a final moment of peace before Originium destroys Terra. That's the one thing that's set in stone. You know it's futile, and yet you still wish to cure Amiya's sickness. The doctor is truly a human. You did 55 pulls for Ascalon, pretty average. Even if her family and homeland will all turn into the same hunks of Originium in the not-too-distant future, along with anyone and anything you'll ever know, you still don't want the girl before your eyes to suffer. That's what you sincerely feel. And actually, I'm glad, Doctor. I'm glad you're real and true. The one who Calcit willingly trusts. You're the creator of Originium, Phora. You're the poison that ruins everything, but also the antidote to it all. I did none. Good for you, Sage, for like holding back. But are you sure? Are you sure about this? But Ascalon. What? Teresa strains to stand up, stretching her arms toward the doctor. The doctor tries to move, but fails. Sorrow far surpasses the collapsing rationality at this moment. Teresa touches the face beneath the mask. You're crying, Doctor. Well, that's the kind of person you are. You know your own fragility. You know how much of a threat I pose to you, even at a time like this. And yet you still came here. So I still am willing to believe in you. To trust in who you really are. To trust in our Phora who brings the rain, dew, and sun. Doc is so conflicted. Promising to an old civilization and the new bonds and the new era. Cutscene? There will be other opportunities for Ascalon. I know. This face is both familiar and strange. Teresa knows its features well. She never had a chance to directly perceive the emotions on it until now. Someone should totally edit like a picture of Phora underneath the hood. Time to forgore. Is Teresa the one who makes us forget about everything? Teresa makes us forget about everything. She smiles and stretches out her finger, snipping the scene before her in two, as if it were made of cloth. Then she slowly pulls out a loose thread from the rift, and the remnants unravel as the doctor's memories dissipate. It was all Teresa. I wasn't planning on spending money this patch, but after reading this amazing event, I bought 3 packs. Hypergrip deserved it, they so do. She's the reason why we're there. Both punishment and a gift. Teresa goes in deeper without looking back until every memory is taken apart into a mess of disconnected white threads. Like the very night a long time ago when she was still young, teaching herself to sew with Teresa's by her side. Dun dun dun. The memories disintegrate until a mere fragment of the soul remains. The silhouette stands at the end of that memory. Teresa thinks the figure both familiar and strange. It's the doctor. It's not the doctor. What are you doing to me? She took all those bad memories that were keeping Doctor stuck on the road to bad ending. We're done here, but I suddenly feel like leaving you a surprise, so don't blame me for this, Doctor. I'll say to you this one thing. Find yourself. What's the surprise? Not the Doctor deserves any of this. It's planned. The surprise is that Doctor was actually reborn as a VTuber. Doctor was just replaced with a VTuber. Made the amnesiac protagonist trope fit in the story. It's so good.
All operators must maintain strict discipline.
My memories, they're fading. Sever the past and seek your true self, Doctor. Amiya. I was right. The memory that your mind refuses to give up.
What kind of battle will it end up being?
We have to fight Amiya's memory. Amiya doesn't want to be forgotten.
Dags att välja vårt byte.
Aww.
Picked out your bait yet?
But honestly, we deserve it at this point. I can't see their health bars.
Stay calm and continue to your shadow.
Can your eyes keep
That was a
up?
mistake. Skull.
Don't think you can't hide your fear.
31 enemies. Direction changes.
Feels fresh every losing sight.
Is Amiya fighting Baka? It's Spectre. Have you spent any money on Arknights? I've spent a little. I was on stream once. Towers. Destroy the towers.
Stay calm and make your move.
These two are in
No need to
Typhon's
worry.
range.
I got your back.
I got the chains. We've gained freedom.
Sarà una passeggiata.
Oh, there are 2 of these.
È tutto
I did
pronto.
this so poorly.
Feels fresh
Let's go.
Pick up the pace.
Vermin.
Okay, there's Typhon.
It's my turn.
I should have placed you back. That was a
This will be
mistake.
over soon.
Big mistake.
Ready to heal.
You
I know what
pull
to
you
do.
back.
Humbly awaiting your command.
Just who are you weaklings going to stop like that?
Da, wo ich hingehe, wird meine
Fast
Hilfe
redeployer.
eher als hier.
Return to the abyss.
Never mind, they're leaking. 4 is a whale in this game. Plants have answered once my set recall into the waters.
They must.
One of us now. Skill 3 Enos can deal with the towers. Okay, skill 3 Enos. You spent like 400 pounds on it, not because you played too much. You were just drunk. Does it feel ashamed?
Getting this
Aw.
crew together wasn't easy. You better make them count.
Don't worry, you're funding more stories. You're funding great creators and artists. They still circle around before
You
thinking.
want to go together?
I think this looks fine. No Yato altar. I don't have a Yato altar up here. I could bring a supporter. You need to block the bubbles on the ascending. They slow the attack speed of your op, so I should have brought skill 2. Skill 2 blessing. Did I? I don't think I did. Also bring a support. You don't get anything to auto the stage.
Don't let them out of sight, even if your eyes are hurt.
I should
Du
have.
kannst rennen, aber ich werde dich kriegen.
Oh, this is fast redeploy
Ich
blessing.
bin schon lange bereit.
Desaya.
Can your eyes keep up?
Flame tail 2.
This will be over soon. I'm listening.
Any
Oh, we're getting swarmed.
Let's pick up the pace.
This is a problem. So this is where they circle. How to handle this?
Sarà una passeggiata.
Okay, you here.
Solidify.
Any instructions for me?
The back flame tail. How far around do they circle? Okay, this looks okay. I think we can handle this.
That's att välja vårt byte.
Typhon here.
This will be over soon.
Stay
There are
calm.
more towers forming. So now Typhon's in range.
Won't be able
Being attacked.
Mettiamo fine a questo trambusto il prima possibile.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Totally. I can't reach that one. Let's handle you.
I'm listening. I know what to
8
do.
hours, is that
Don't
all?
order me around.
I don't know. Yeah, 8 full hours.
Ready to
Okay,
heal.
let's heal.
Just
We need
who
a
are you
ranged
weaklings
attacker.
going to stop like that?
Okay, here's this one that's looping. Don't you worry, we're gonna pull through to 12 hours.
Don't get yourself
Not
killed,
exactly.
dummy.
È tutto
So I have to
pronto.
pull out Vigil.
I come from the depths of the ocean.
Attack 2 more towers. I just can't reach this one.
You can't hide your fear.
They keep spawning everywhere.
I know what to do. Don't order me around.
Let's get scared.
What do you need?
Let's go for you too. I wish I was a whale. You could totally become a whale. There's still time.
Hang in
Kill
there.
Perfumer. You're moving upward.
A new challenge.
This is great. This is okay. Pull you back. They regain health when they cross the towers. Flame tail dodge. Metal versus tower. Spot skill. Okay, guitarist is down. Inez could reach this one.
You can't hide your fear.
Just get rid of this one. That'd be nice.
Get around it, guys. Whew, almost there.
Here.
This is the place.
You know who else is good for the tower? It's Virtuous.
Don't get yourself killed,
I
dummy.
know. I know.
I know
Okay,
what
pull back
to do.
Inez.
Don't
Pull back Myrtle. So the towers are what lowers Amia's HP here.
Lose your target, doesn't it?
This is pain.
Prenderò io il controllo se salta
Special for
fuori
this tower.
qualcos'altro.
Blessing.
Come on, get it together.
Ich habe schon
How did I miss
verzwickte
Blessing?
Situationen
How did I miss
gemeistert.
Blessing?
Ich bin schon lange
He was
bereit.
right there. What is Virtuosa not good for? Great question.
If
I
you
don't
want
think there's an
treatment,
answer.
You gotta come closer. Any instructions is
Let's
that
go.
lose your
Put
target,
up.
doesn't it?
Place Perfumer.
This is a battlefield.
Un'eliminazione pulita.
So now we just need a ranged attacker.
sink your corpse into shadow.
You've got this, Inez. They're back again.
Feels fresh. Listen.
Phase 2.
Don't order me around.
They're attacking everywhere.
You are the one.
Big tower time. Okay, let's handle as many as we can. You can't damage them. I'm looking forward to the day we can enjoy gacha without it costing everything we have. Isn't that kind of the point of gacha, though?
And joy unto me. I'm here to help.
Rule here.
Come on, Chino. Come on. Let's pick up the pace.
This Factor's attack speed is so slow. That's rough.
Da, wo ich hingehe, wird meine
Let's drop Blessing, ne?
Ruf mich das nächste Mal
Blessing
früher
back.
dazu.
I will sink your corpse into shadow.
Ina's here. Ina's is focusing on the wrong enemy.
Any orders for me? Gather around me, guys.
We do have a game that we don't lose everything in. I'm coping. Doing a lot of biting because I didn't
Don't
say
get yourself killed,
Ina's
dummy.
refrain is facing right with ranged attack. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Prenderò io il controllo se salta fuori qualcos'altro.
Solidify.
The struggle is real. Let's get rid of these guitarists quickly here. Just distract them. And tank go.
Humbly awaiting your command.
Activate
Return
Scare.
to the abyss. We're counting on you again today, little
Just
apple.
survive. Just last a little
Instructions for
longer.
me. Feels fresh every kill like a shooting star. That's what they say.
The Guitar Hero 5 gamers. There's so many here. Okay, they're almost all gone.
È tutto pronto. Diamo fine a questo trambusto il prima possibile.
Full Spectre.
Don't keep me waiting.
Just speed. Just speed run.
Any instructions for me?
Yielding
Is that
not
word
an
inside
option.
my head? No justice, no justice, no justice. Don't spend money on Limbus. Yeah, if you don't spend money on
È tutto
Arknights, just spend it on another gacha game. Totally. Blessing is also ready.
Ich habe schon verzwickt. Das Einzige, was einen Zweihänder ausbremsen kann, ist die Feigheit seines Besitzers.
I love Blessing's Italian. And this is a bit too easy on players, it's a bit concerning. Absolutely. I think I'll let this jetpacker run through.
Better watch your step.
Okay, there's another tower. But this enemy got in the way. And this is the gacha game. It doesn't know how to be a gacha. Except when a wall purchase event drops. Yeah, exactly. I couldn't have explained it better myself.
Any orders for me?
That timing was horrible. Okay.
I come from the depths. A new challenge.
Two more.
Come on, chin up.
Find someone who can do this. Hand over fist.
Target,
Only two
doesn't it?
games that it made me almost lose my money here. Epic 7 and Fate Go Grand Order. While we're just in season resets, fund the game. Well purchase and every reset. Oh, it's a mirror of before. We're still wearing our gloves. We have doctor's memories. Teresa holds the hands of the one before her, as if it was their first meeting. She quietly faces the other pair of eyes, looking at the emotions shifting within. Gonna sleep, Night Scepter. Oh, I spend money to buy Limbus things just because I want them to make money. That's so real. Music to break heart. Are you happy defeating Amiya? If this will make Doctor your less of whatever Doctor was before, absolutely. Plant beat up small rabbit daughter. Hydrate stretch. I'll drink the rest of this water. And take a big stretch. Ugh. Thanks. Donkey. It was just Teresa wiping Doc's memories. No children were harmed. I have to remember this. I have to hold on to this. Because otherwise, it's horrible. Like, it's already horrible, but it's less horrible this way, I guess. She knows that every memory has been wiped clean, the soul purified. Your memory is gone, and your soul reborn. The music is really good though, you're right. A truly terrible trick. But they underestimate your benevolence, your desire for victory. They underestimate us, and what makes Terra so tenacious. Doctor, allow me to call you by this name for the last time. Did you forget Teresa's stabbing on me? Okay, that's true. But technically, it didn't hurt. So it's not the same. This is my little revenge on you. And also, my final gift to you. Memory does not shape who we are, so with your original self, live again on this land, see the world, feel the various emotions life brings, meet the many people of Terra. Perhaps your journey will start in suffering, and you may never manage to escape the murky moon shadows of this land, but you will always get to see the sunrise. I trust you will find a new solution, one that is truly your own. An answer that sounds just like the murmur Calcid and I once heard. A most moving answer. Oh. Life slips away. Teresa's NTRing priestess. Your ears gradually pick up an elegy from afar. Acramaline did establish a connection with her after all. Teresa feels her own breath growing feebler, but she also feels unprecedentedly relieved. She tries her best to keep Ami in her arms protected. Amia's heartbeat calms her own. I'm a little tired. Exhausting, holding onto that crown. I should rest when I'm tired. Isn't that right, Amia? I once imagined that perhaps one day I'll be able to let everyone on this vast land fall into peaceful slumber. It may take a long time to come, but maybe you could see it for me. As much as you hate Gotcha's Arknights is great, sorry. And your real scene. If these memories come flooding in, we're definitely gonna snap. I feel like maybe Doctor's the final boss. Amiya, when you wake up, it's like Light Yagami memories thing in Death Note. Oh, you'll have to keep going. I'm so tired. No, she's not here yet. She clings to her final strand of remaining strength. She's waiting for someone she must see. The sound of her footsteps already draw near. Final boss Oracle, the ghost of Babel. And then finally, even though she no longer has the strength to keep her eyes open, she knows. She is here. Calcid. Oh. It'd be a scripted fight because Doctor's obviously not controlling the squad. That's true. Unless Doctor was like on the field or something. Zero sanity Doctor becoming canon. Teresa. Amiya Doctor. I knew full well this possibility always existed. Why? I should have stayed behind. It's my... Teresa. We should have. Oh. Teresa confirmed dead. Monster heed my command. Prepare for any follow-up attacks. The Doctor and Amiya, nothing must happen to them. Protect them at all costs. Calcid. It's Amiya. Amiya opens her eyes. Pink rhombus is faintly visible in her pupils. Face covered in blood. Teresa's eyes remain shut tight, but Calcid knows. It's her. Calcid, I've been waiting for you. Teresa using Amiya's voice? Teresa? It's alright, Calcid. It's fine. Listen to me. Once more, Frame. We knew for ages. I'm already dead. What you see now is my consciousness put into the crown. I'm borrowing the body of this girl to bid you farewell. Using these arts? Calcid, tell me, did you raise Babel's banner high up in the sky over Casdell? I sent it back to Casdell and watched it ascend myself. Thank you. I came back too late. Don't blame yourself for this, Calcid. I managed to hold this long for you, and that's enough. You distinctly remember it from concept trailers? They were planning this from the very beginning. Are we running out of time to say our goodbyes? I'm sorry, Calcid. I understand. We trusted the Doctor, and I hope you can continue on your path into the future. There's no need for any further misgivings. I took a life, but I also saved it. So take it to where it should be. If it can wake again, guide it, and it will in turn lead us to the end of our path, though. I have no doubt about that. Some smart people are writing this game. It's so true. I understand. I'll entrust someone I notice in the doctor to Ursus. Who brings the doctor? Chernabog will be safe. I did ask Alana. That's good, Cosset. I'll leave the rest to Amia then. She will walk a difficult road. She's so young, but so strong. Too smart for you. I extremely recommend watching Concept Trailer 2 to appreciate this event even more. Giving the crown to Babel. To break the cycle and deal with what is to come. The king cannot only be a king of the Sarkas. The role is no better controller or power. The role is a key. But keep this secret from Amia. She'll understand what she embarks on that path. And you, I'll be gone in the pursuit of my ideal. You can see art made before the game was released and listen to dialogue written 6 years ago. A new war is about to begin. Tyresis will descend into the cradle of Victoria that belongs to us. She's leaving us. I'll bring suffering to the other races on this land. A last-ditch effort. If Mommy Cosset tells me to do something, I'll do it. Racine! Deathmongers, do not attempt to abandon your efforts. Prove to me that our path still holds the chance to win a future. Prevent that day from turning true. Prove to her the peace you strive for is still worth a response. The call to repay this blood debt is already resonating. Aww. Castel's hatred should not continue to spread. Her death has been determined. You've lost a Sarkast king. Oh, my people. I will hear your voices. Revenge for a survival future. Don't worry, I'm on your side, just too dumb to realize it. You're good, Zine. You'll see where the Sarkast true path lies. These bodies. Comparing this to the scene of everyone kneeling to Teresa earlier. This is also the blood on the steps. You know, in the stabbing part in the PV, you never connected it to Teresa doing it. I feel like a lot of people are just putting this together. Let's make this place a new beginning for us. I can still hear the Sarkast voices even now, Kelsit. Suffering will descend once more. All of terror will surrender. The Sarkast will rise again. Will ruin the land. They planned it from the beginning, it seems, yeah. We have to stop and Kelsit. But that's not something Babel can do as it is now. You'll find a way. Besides, you'll never be alone with the Babel we built together. Our companions will help you. Your Highness. Ascalon. Oh no. They wield a fierce determination. Your Highness. Oh, hey Redford, there are hints of what would happen here way back in the records of operators. Some of them are very old. They've been building up to this. Can you still hear me? I couldn't wait a little longer. Damn it. I'll make them pay, every single one. Even if it's Master Teresis. He must face me. I have to find him. All traitors will suffer. Your Highness Teresis. My only two. Oh, she's lost her light, her faith forever. Even the Arknights Anvil trailer is connected to this event by explaining who Oracle is. She struggled, she strived. Only death remains for the one born in the storm. And they burn her body. Ace. Logos. I don't know, let's retreat first. Let's return to Babel. We knew that she died and that Doctor had something to do with it. They will never doubt our ideals, even for a second. It's over. Why? I too am baffled. The ones left behind, you do not need to question their loyalty. W, no way. Who sent this calm? I don't believe it. The land ship. Should be this way? She couldn't have just died like that. Is this when W leaves? The King of Sarkaz dies. Yillis dies and Castel falls into ruin. 898. The explosion of the soul furnace sends dust flying all across Castel's territory. It falls to the ground like black snowflakes, burying the ruin once known as Castel. Aww. Castel is no more. But Castel has never been gone for good. That's what I heard from the King of Sarkaz. Perhaps that was just a ploy by Yillis to deceive the people. He's dead, Teresis. But even if it were only a tale he spun while wasting away in the palace, I could sense a strand of longing from his stories. It will always be rebuilt. A yearning for a stable life. What happens after victory? Our people will praise us as heroes. What can we even do now? I seem to have picked up the myriad souls whispering in my ear from a while ago. Their voices are becoming even more distinct. What about you? I hear the same. The myriad souls beckon us. You three react to daggers and heritors after the third story, because it's connected. At least the King of Sarkaz rests here for eternity, underneath a massive mountain of corpses. In the far future, not a single soul will know there was once a king who died here. He was so mediocre, so ordinary. Sarkaz do not remember the defeated. They only remember their heroes. I remember this place. This is where we started. A clothes maker and a guard. The myriad souls speak from under our feet. There it is. To think it was this small. The crown. With death as a witness, as well as the myriad souls, the twins raise the crown in unison. You should wear the crown, Teresa. The King of Sarkaz is but an optimistic fantasy for the pitiful when history chooses to stay silent. In this age of despair, it will bring a glimmer of hope to our people. Oh, the war has just ended. How long will we wear this crown? Until we find a home again. Until everyone under the same sky can fall into a peaceful slumber. Lead the way forward, you said. Do you still remember that adventure of ours? You held your sword and carried me, and you guided me through the bushes until we got home. Teresa. Allow me to crown you myself. I swear this vow to every Sarkaz. We will always be equal. This music. End of stage. End of stage. That was crazy. BDST3. Also new outfit. Aww. That's crazy. Are these the headphones Ami wore as a little kid? What are you talking about? The Sarkaz wanders across the wilderness of consciousness and soul. It's the final moment of our existence. I said back to Teresa. Erasing memories. This is something Teresa lacks experience in. She knows not what she'll see. She's made the final decision of her life. Memory fades away in silence. She walks through a world she's never seen and could never understand. How did such a glorious civilization meet its end? How do geniuses as bright as shooting stars struggle for a solution to their problem? Is resistance futile? Is Terra's future already set in stone? What of her loved ones? She has no answer. She can only continue meandering in the void. Finally, she sees someone familiar. Who does she see? Cal said, "Is all their enthusiasm overwhelming you? What brings you here, Cal said? Should I not be present at the celebration of your latest victory? It's been a long time since I last... Days like these were rare back then, you know. Or should I say I've grown so unaccustomed to it now. You'll get used to it again. That W story that happened right after this event. I think I did react to it though. Is it like the long animation of W chasing someone down and killing them? We should enjoy the celebration. I think we've done this. But I will read the W event too. Yeah, we watched this already before it. This isn't an older reaction. Teresa watches Cal sit past the doctor before gently pushing that very back into the waiting crowd. Some taller and gutsier ones even try to put their hands right on the doctor's hat for a good netting. Sorry about that subordinate of mine, doctor. My arm's injured, so I couldn't make it in time. Recovery's going pretty well. You spoiled yourself. I did react to a lot of the PVs before playing most of Arknights. It's a pity you won't get to enjoy many drinks here. That's alright, doctor. I'll have a few more pints on this guy's behalf. But I didn't know what the context was, like, at all. And chat was really good not to spoil me back then. Let's slam a few glasses to honor the doctor. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Oh, see, there's an old PV, an animation about W after this, who goes on, like, a revenge, basically, to find the assassin, I think. Or, like, to find people responsible. I'm afraid my alcohol tolerance may disappoint you, Ace. Excuse me, make way, please. I have to see the protagonist of the day. So many people in here. This is the first time I feel that the command center is too small. Everyone's cheering for the victory you've brought us, but you seem a little bit uneasy. I thought I was masking it pretty well. I'm just a little nervous in crowds. Oh, Amia. Teresa and I made you a cake, doctor. The oven was so hot I got a blister on my finger. It's an actual thing. Yeah. There are so many trailers. If you look up the original or the official Arknights channel on YouTube, you can find a ton of trailers, a ton of animations. I think for every event there's at least a really short animated scene too in a trailer. Are you okay? Does anyone have some burn cream? They went all out for the latest anniversary. I can't wait to see the rest of the CN trailers that I missed recently. A gentle cough sounds in the room. Teresa sees a woman dressed in white passing by. She's looking at herself. I forgot this was Teresa's POV for a sec. The joy fades away. Teresa erases the memory she's all too familiar with and continues forward. She sees a record she's never seen before within PRTS. This record. Invoke imaging capabilities. Image number 0091 admin. Add subject, this is for you. Even how to collab with Mealy. The Mealy song is really good. Yeah, it's a real thing scene. Activating recorder. So Doctor is sending messages through space. If I didn't hold on until you woke up, you'll see this video. I'll remain here in the safest of places until everything settles. Once I'm done with everything, I'll vanish into silence, disappearing before all those who hate me. There's always a voice inside me, reminding me, asking me who am I? Her own watcher, or a traitor to future civilizations? I can no longer recognize myself. I'll get an answer after checking all the logs I left behind, but for now at least, I'll no longer hesitate to do what I should do. When you awake, I'll have already disappeared in your past, and also unable to appear in our promised future. That's why I hope. Pause recording, delete all previous content. The Doctor's re-recording. Have you reacted to Pepe Brain Rot yet? I think Pepe is the most recent trailer we've reacted to, and like the Pepe EP. I still need a bit more time. It's so iconic. And all the Pepe dances and art styles. She does not pause or sigh, just continues what she ought to do in silence. Teresa goes deeper into the buried memories. I need you to contact the closest rescue team. This is when Doctor saved Amia. Direct transport has a bulletin logo. This is your squad. I hear someone's still alive in there. I got your call, but it'll take some time for us to rush over from the nearest landing plate. There's been banditry at your location. Armed security. And you pull out Amia yourself. No. You did not just do this. You did not just do this. It's the same. Doctor took Amia's hand the same way Amia took Doctor's hand a few years later. This is what happened. I'll get you out of there myself. Please stay with me. Oh, hold tight. But I'm so tired. What's your name? Name? Instead of a doctor, Ami is even making the same hand pose that the doctor does in the sarcophagus. Mom calls me Amia. Amia, just hold on tight. I'm holding. I won't let go. Oh, this shot is in concept trailer 3. The memory shatters. This is Teresa's destination, the terminus of the doctor's memory. Teresa. This is impossible. Every memory should have been Teresa. She follows the voice to avoid, and it speaks once more from behind the nothingness. Where am I? Don't cry, I can almost feel your tears. This is a really sad moment, though. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you. Doctor. Doctor? Not many people call me that. They prefer my team codename Oracle. So you're the one Kelsa believes in. They've let her down terribly, but we had no choice. I'm entangled in an inescapable plot. They had been watching you from here as you went around nurturing your hopes, as you suffered betrayal, as if I was looking at my past self. It was in PV3. I'm sorry. Your only residue of the doctor's burned away emotions. There's no way for me to preserve your emotions and memories in our current circumstances. You reached your destination, so just do what you have to do. Thank you for trusting me. It may be a little late for this, but I'm glad to meet you. I'm glad to meet you too, Teresa. Oh, Oracle walks into the distance of the endless wheat fields, disappearing within the stalks. A draft of wind tears through the plain with a roar, and the final scene disperses until only the end of a thread is left. Teresa holds the strand. It quickly loses its luster and turns into powdery dust. It's time to say goodbye. We'll meet again in the future, won't we? Cast it on Mia. Phora. Hey, cover up what the manager doing. Unraveling the biggest plot twists and secrets of Arknights. It's actually crazy. And also crying her eyes out at the story. Teresa lets go of the final strand of thread in her hand and watches it disperse and fade away like starlight. She takes a step forward toward hope, toward death. Oh. Clamped. GG's. And that's the end. That's insane. Good night, Tara. Goodbye, Teresa. What's the best word? Gabber-smacked? What's the word people say when they're like fully shocked? Because that's me, I'm fully shocked. I'm just spoiling myself. Gobsmacked. Farewell, Teresa. Yeah, I'm gobsmacked. I'm a gobsmacked. Whatever the word is.
Documenti non sono importanti, Doc. L'importante è
That's
ciò che
crazy.
fai.
Oh, we got Vigil's module. I might make another pull-off stream. Probably. That'll make 10. Dyslexia moment, you're good. I feel you. Then I'll save. I did see Scotty and Miguel in a raid up. Scotty could be nice to have. Also, Executor. I didn't notice Executor was right up earlier. Oh, this was insane. The peakest of stories, which will be like, let's go out, everybody. Also, if you still haven't, well, there were a lot of people waiting. If you still haven't added and you would like to, there are plenty of friend list spots open. So yeah, that was insane. No, don't worry, I won't pull on Colonel headhunting. Don't worry. Oh, one moment, let me log it. Here's the friend ID, if any of you wanted it. And feel free to like go scroll back and stream too if you want to. Blessing should do Scotty's job well enough. No need to pull for her specifically. I think that's more for like completionists. There are lots of old characters I missed. Like Scotty would probably just go into the pile. I'm farming right now. And Lessing's really good. Speaking of Lessing, let me just I'm M9ing Lessing because I do this for all the characters. I max level. Had fun. So much happened. So much happened. I don't know how to feel with everything, but this was crazy. You're gonna get Scotty randomly anyway. That's true. That's true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But yeah, thanks for stopping in. How was this 9 hours? How did we go a full 9 hours with this? But please take care of yourselves. This was super fun and traumatizing, which I should have come to expect by now. Now we're so smacked. Oh god, we're smacked. Thanks for the stream. I'll watch the VOD for the start of the story. Yeah, Night beats you. It's okay if you're just gonna buy more pulls. Arupa, I swear, you're like the devil in my ear saying to become a whale. Eventually I'll cave. But not today. Let's see. Okay, there's another streamer we can raid. You streamed at like 5 AM for me. I was expecting this to be a long one. But we made it. We made it. Please take care of yourselves, get some rest. Tomorrow we have a Roblox stream for lots of... There are some Roblox fans who watch. So hey Gupperud. Welcome. And I'll see all of you Starside. I'll do my best to rest my voice. If you don't see a stream, or if it's a little later, it's because my voice is recovering. So sleep super well. And if you'd like to watch another VTuber, you can click the link in chat. So, bye everybody. Bye.